Beautiful, bustling Budapest, the capital of Hungary, the vibrant city, full of culture and history. Hungary also has a rich chess history, one full of great players. Now it hosts one of the world's most storied chess events, the Chess Olympiad. Every 2 years, players from almost 200 nations gather in one place. Their goal? Win glory for their country. Hungarians have done this many times, including the women's teams in 1988 and 1990. I was there. But no host country has won since 2010 in the women's section and since 1998 in the Open. The last Olympiad in 2022 was full of excitement. The winning nations only clinched victory in the very last round. In the end, Uzbekistan and Ukraine reigned supreme. Who will come through this time? Welcome to Budapest, my friend. This is the 45th Chess Olympiad.
Welcome back. We are here with round number 5 of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. We've had incredible action over the first 4 days. It hasn't all been the same though. We've had dramatic upsets and we're continuing to get them as we move closer towards the halfway point of the tournament. The ratings of the teams are getting ever closer as today we whittle down the number of teams with perfect scores to 4, hopefully, or potentially even fewer in the women's section. It's going to be very exciting indeed. Getting to the halfway point means we're not going to have too much separating the top teams, and we are really setting ourselves up for some amazing showdowns. My name is John Sargent. I am here with Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, we had a lot of action yesterday. We're not going to let that stop us. We really are now getting to very, very fine margins when we're separating these teams.
Well, when I hear a lot of action on the chessboard, I can think of no better commentator than Judith Polgar. So glad she was able to step in, cover the day's games, and she probably was happy that her native Hungary, they got the job done. But some of the other favorites, John, they were not able to keep pace. We already saw some upsets, at least on paper.
Exactly right. Let's go ahead maybe and take a look at some of those, because we were following a lot of those games live. At the top of your screens here, we can see Ivanchuk scoring that 1-0 victory over Wesley. So absolutely huge there. 15 years after saying he would retire after losing to the same opponent. Wesley was 16 when that happened, by the way. So my goodness, how the turns table, right? Minlay getting the victory over Sindarov as well. And we also had Tan securing a victory against extremely strong Kozak there. Really good stuff from the Japanese player. And finally, a little bit of an upset in the Battle of the Neighbors. The teams that, if you include their 5th player, flew over 300 hours between them to face off against each other in Hungary. And it was the New Zealand player Sier who was able to take home the victory over the Australian GM. So couple of really fun upsets there. And then as we head into the women's section, former world champion there, Stefanova. Is that right, Robert? That's a big game.
Yes, that is an upset. At least it looks like it by their ratings, 100 points. And Dornbush from Monaco takes down Afansky from Israel. But these Uzbek teams, we know what happened in the open section. In the women's, they remain perfect, and it's thanks in large part to Kamedova.
So a couple more upsets, and we're looking for a load more today, fingers crossed. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, or maybe haven't joined us for the Olympiad so far, chess is obviously a one-on-one sport played over a chessboard. The Olympiad, however, adds a little bit of a new dimension to that, because we have teams of 4 playing for their country. And while you do still have to win the game of chess that's in front of you, actually, there's a little bit more dynamic and a heap more pressure on these teams. Let's go ahead and show you exactly why and how we calculate these match points.
The Olympiad, it is the ultimate celebration of chess as an international game. Every 2 years, players from all over the world come to one city to answer one question: which is the best chess country? This year, the Olympiad is being held in my hometown of Budapest, Hungary. It is a storied event first held officially in 1927. Who won that event? Hungary, this year's hosts. In 1957, the first Women's Olympiad was held. The Soviets won every one they played until 1988, for 30 years. But that year, Ildiko medal, my sisters Susan and Sofia, and I won gold medal for Hungary. So, how does the Olympiad work? Countries send a team of at least 4 players and possibly one alternate. Each round, every country's team will be matched with one opposing country's team, and they will play 4 games. The top boards play each other, the second boards play each other, and so on. If a team scores 2.5 points, they won the match and claim 2 match points. In the event of a tie with 2 points apiece, each team gets 1 match point. The tournament lasts 11 grueling rounds, and at the end, the team with the most match points wins. This year, there are 193 countries from the United States with the highest average rating. The smaller nations like Niger, Belize, or Vanuatu. It doesn't matter where you are from, the Olympiad can be for you. It was at the Olympiad where I chose to play my last competitive chess game. Players from all over the world will cherish the memories they make here. But only 2 nations will claim gold. Who will write their name into chess history?
So as we can see, just a little bit of a different dynamic here when we are playing in a team environment, and we had a fantastic demonstration of that yesterday when David Howell had to win his game in order to draw the match for England against Georgia. And it's quite possible, Robert, you'll know more about the timings on this than I, because it felt like we covered that game for about 3.5 hours before the decisive breakthrough, and then the last 10 minutes were just non-stop emotion from start to finish, because he had to grind out that result. There was no choice, otherwise England would have gone home with no match points. So an incredible way to finish yesterday. And
for David Howell, a 113-move victory, that's probably one of his shortest games. We know he likes to go deep into the end game. He likes those small advantages, but it was huge, and it goes to show what showing up for your country can lead to. They were down 2-1, backs against the wall. At some points, it looks like his opponent was going to hold, but not so fast, not in Budapest, not against David Howell.
So earlier on, not very long ago actually, as the team started arriving into the playing hall, Mike Klein gave us a little bit of a preview of today's matchups, but also some more information about what the players can expect heading into today. Let's go ahead and have a listen.
Thanks, guys. We are inside the Box Sports Arena. As the first player buses are arriving for round 5, things are getting whittled down incredibly quickly. Only 8 nations remain with a perfect 8 match points. And leading off, we have India versus Azerbaijan. India moves up to board 1 thanks to USA going down yesterday. And India has a staggering 14 wins and 2 draws from their 16 games. We must be saying that Azerbaijan is overperforming because Timur Rajabov is only a captain this year. He is not playing. Also in the perfect score round, we've got Ukraine against Hungary. I talked to Ukraine's board 4 yesterday, Grandmaster Anton Korobov. He said that due to their age, he joked that they were going to lose energy in round 8, but we're only in round 5, so we'll see how they do against the hometown heroes. Spain versus China. The top player for Spain, Grandmaster Alexei Shirov, his Olympiad career has been quite peripatetic. He started out in Latvia, he went to Spain, he went back to Latvia, now he's back leading the Spanish contingent. Vietnam, Poland, also perfect scores. Vietnam has an interesting team, 4 Grandmasters and 1 FM. They bring out the Grandmasters today, and their board 2, Grandmaster Sean, told me yesterday this is actually his first tournament of the entire year. He's a amateur professional hybrid. Over in the ladies section, this is quite interesting. We come over here. Of all of the ladies teams, China leads everybody with a staggering 15.5 out of 16 points. They play Armenia today. Now, why is that so interesting? Well, the top 4 Chinese ladies did not come. No Ho Yifan, no Zhu Wenjun, no Li Tingji, no Tan Zhongyi, and yet They lead everybody. Technically, they're on board 3, but their tie breaks are the best with those 15.5 game points. Lastly, we are covering a couple of the controversies. Some players have brought SIM cards. There's another nation who may not have been playing their best chess. We have an interview scheduled with the head of Fair Play. We're going to try to bring that to you later in the broadcast. So please stay tuned for all the developments there in the Fair Play realm. Now back to you guys.
Welcome back to our live coverage of round number 5. The players are getting set up and we're getting ready to have the first moves played on the board. As always, of course, it's a couple of minutes past the hour before the round start. We have things like ceremonial first moves. In a couple of cases, we were politely waiting for some buses to get to the venue. It's a huge amount of logistical challenge to get all of the players in here. There are nearly 400 teams representing nearly 200 countries all playing in the same hall at once. And I feel like even though the action's on the chessboard, Robert, maybe we don't always give enough love to the organization behind this. It's actually insane how we have to get hotels, transport, dietary requirements for individual players, for example, when there are this many people in the hall and their teams as well. I don't want to be the person having to organize all of this. It is a mammoth effort.
Well, the reward that Hungary gets and any host nation does is multiple teams. So earlier we were talking about Adam Kozak, Grandmaster for Hungary, B team,
yep.
Hungary A team. Well, they're in charge right now. They're at the top of the standings, but you get multiple squads that give some of the younger talent an opportunity to showcase their skills on the greatest stage of chess in the Olympiad.
Speaking of the greatest stage of chess, let's go ahead and take a look at who the main players will be on this stage today for round number 5. We have India taking on Azerbaijan and Ukraine taking on Hungary. That's going to be a fun matchup as well. Remember, Ukraine able to get the victory against the United States yesterday. An incredible team result. Spain, China then come up on the board below. And we also have Erdomush playing for Turkey against Norway. And we've got Magnus Carlsen there as well. So that's particularly exciting for me. But are there any matchups here, Robert, that you really want to get stuck into?
Well, I think it's funny that Ukraine went from the heroic squad, all of the Hungarians rooting for them to beat the U.S., to now their greatest enemy as they play against Hungary. But I'm going to focus my attention on that fourth board matchup, that table featuring Vietnam versus Poland, because on paper, Vietnam, the lower rated team, just like they were a day ago in their upset over the previous gold medal winner in Uzbekistan. But when you break it down, board by board here, board 1 for Vietnam, slightly higher rated than Poland. Board 2, a very strong grandmaster taking on Wojtaszek, one of the stars of Poland. Board 3, Min Lei, known as a streamer to much of our audience, but he actually landed a fatal blow against Uzbekistan a day ago. And we have Min Tran on board 4 for Vietnam. I wouldn't look at that 24-34 rating because he was well over 2550 just a couple years ago. He was born in 1997, so it's not like he just doesn't play anymore and his rating is what it was 2 decades ago. Now, I think he had a bit of a rough patch, John, but he's on the rebound. He's playing very well in this event, so Poland needs to be careful in this head-to-head clash against Vietnam.
I'm very used to hearing underrated juniors. It's really weird to hear underrated grandmasters, but I guess that's true. Sometimes you see ratings start to fall off a little bit, maybe when a player gets older and it's normal for them to be in decline a little bit, but because we know that's 100% not the case there, it actually makes it that much more scary, doesn't it? What about in the women's section here? We've got some really fun matchups. We have to mention China, who are doing so well in the Olympiad so far. They're on board 3, and it'll be interesting to see how many points Armenia will be able to take off of them. We've got Azerbaijan against Ukraine on this side of the draw. What are you most looking forward to here, Robert?
Well, Armenia should be counting their lucky stars because they won a game on time yesterday against the Vietnam women's team, and that allowed them to get match victory overall. But when I look at all of these matchups, they are fantastic. Uzbekistan women, we saw one of those notable upsets. Is it really an upset anymore if they keep doing it against a team like Georgia on board 5? That would be a huge upset. But as we look at the top few boards, John, Kazakhstan, they're loaded with talent. Alua Nurman plays the 4th board for them. That is just crazy to think about. So from top to bottom, we're at that stage, round 5 of action, where all of these teams have a true chance, not just to get their individual match of victories, but to eventually win the gold.
So plenty of fighting all throughout the tournament hall. You can see how much activity is there now as we get ready to start the games. The number of people required to get something like this going is immense as well. There are media there at the start of the round, but there's also a crazy number of arbiters. I think we have something like an average of an arbiter every 2 boards or something like that, right? There's a ridiculous amount of staff, all to make sure that we can play chess at the absolute highest possible level. So great stuff coming out of all involved in the organization here, and it does look like we are getting ready to play the first moves. Is there, in an individual match, Robert, you know how players sometimes will hold back and have, like, I don't want to say like a secret weapon or something, but there are certain openings you don't want to play until later on in the hopes of surprising opponents and stuff like that. Are there similar psychological tricks or weapons that you can use in a team situation? Or because you're playing a different opponent every round, there's literally no point doing any of that level of prep? But is it just different the way you approach the game and prepare before coming to the board?
I was going to say tricks are for kids, but this Olympiad also seems like it's one for the kids, because here we have Aiden Suleimanli taking on Gukesh, and we know about Gukesh. He is playing for a world championship, but Suleimanli has had some tremendous successes. He's born in 2005. He's very young himself, and he has won some of the greatest Swiss events, open tournaments on the planet. He shocked the world when several years ago he won the Aeroflot Open. I believe that was 2020, one of the strongest opens in the world. So to answer your question more succinctly, John, about preparation, and here we see handshakes, I think that you have to be prepared for anything. Some teams prepare together, so you get new ideas from your teammates, and that actually is good when you see that team chemistry coming into play, because Suleimanli on board 1 may learn a thing or 3 from Mamedyarov on board 4, and here is Mamedov on board 3, John. He's taking on Arjun Erigaisi, so this is going to be a spicy matchup. I definitely believe the Azeri squad has chances, but when we look at that Indian lineup top to bottom, come on. That is just monster after monster, and here is a meditator. Absolutely
phenomenal talent on that India team. We will actually be taking a look at that matchup in a little bit closer detail later on. One more word about preparation and teammates, Robert, because I think you bring up a great point. I believe we discussed this the other day, but for those of you who maybe weren't here or didn't hear the very wise words Robert had to say on this, it can be quite difficult sometimes to have that collaborative approach with teammates, because after all, these are national teams. You're on board 1, board 2. The person playing next to you might be your rival for the national championship, or you might be thinking you're more deserving of a more important place on the team and you're trying to gain more rating points than them. In a competition where you are all on the same side, it is quite important to cast those differences aside and work together, because that does genuinely get better results for your nation. But it's not necessarily something that instantly comes naturally. It depends on your chemistry with your teammates.
No, it's not something that players, say, from Team USA or from some of the other top countries. It's hard to help your teammates because you're helping them as opponents later on when you compete against one another, right? Arjun Erigaisi, Gukesh, Praggnanandhaa, these are 3 youngsters for Team India who, they're all the rage. They're phenomenal talents, but they're going to be competing against each other in all of the biggest events. So how can they really say, here's my file in the Grunfeld, or here, look at my Najdorf theory, and I have a novelty here, maybe you can use that, because they want to use it against each other at a future event. So it's not to pick on any individual or any specific team. It just becomes very challenging to give away your secrets to somebody who you spend most of not just the year, but the years plural as a competitor against, rather than as somebody you want to assist. So as we look at these 7 boards, we have the camera on Gukesh and Suleimanli, but my eyes, as I look across, is the top board, the right-hand side, the red board up there. Liam Lay and Ivanchuk Duda, super grandmasters in their own right. They seem to have the most moves played, but it's still quite a standard position.
Yes, indeed. We'll hopefully start to see the middle game positions begin to flesh out as we continue throughout the broadcast. So some of the names here, I mean, Ding Shirov, absolutely massive. Rapport, Ivanchuk, every single name here is part of a very big name match. Let's take a look, though, maybe at the team that we were mentioning earlier with some really phenomenal and scary young talent, as well as super established older talent who are still at the top of their game. I am, of course, talking about Team India. They play against Azerbaijan today. So we saw Gukesh's game on the 7 board, but here is specifically the team view. They're going to be looking for a big result today, but Azerbaijan are massive heavy hitters and they have depth up and down the board order. This is going to be a challenging one for India to overcome, even if they are the higher rated team.
And look at Magnus Carlsen. I mean, if we're looking at him correctly, it looked like he just took a swim in the river and then came to the round right after that. Didn't even bother drying off. So Mustafa Yilmaz for Turkey, right? He is. We keep talking about the Turkish squad and those teenagers that are on the next 2 boards, but I mean, this must be a first time for him. The novelty against Magnus Carlsen playing soaking wet.
Yeah, he came in by bike yesterday, I think it was. He's looking like he swam in today. Maybe Magnus just performs better when he's got that elevated heart rate and he's get sort of on a warm down, a cool down from exercise. I don't know, but we're looking forward to seeing what his game yields us just a little bit later. Of course, still very much move 1. The jackets at least come off, and hopefully he will settle down as the game progresses. But yes, back to our point about India, Azerbaijan. 2 teams with crazy amounts of depth. There isn't an easy game here. There isn't even necessarily a favored game. I mean, when you have legends like Mamedyarov on board 4, you're looking at that going, hang on a second. There's no shortcuts. It's very much we have to play excellent chess throughout, and one wrong move on any of these boards isn't just going to influence a board result. It could influence the match result here. So high stakes.
And I'm looking at board 3, which is the red board, second from the right there. I don't know if I've ever seen Arjun Erigaisi down on the clock. Like, he blitzes out every single opening, no matter who he's playing against. But perhaps against Rauf Mamedov, he's anticipating some sharp Sicilians. And I mentioned this a couple rounds ago, John. Mamedov, he is renowned for his knowledge in many different types of Sicilians. So you have to be very careful. You can't just say, I'm beating everybody. My rating's at 2785. I'm getting closer and closer to 2800, where only 3 other players currently sit, those being Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, you take every opponent seriously, and we're getting a dragon setup, second from the right. So I'm just keeping that in mind for now, while I do take our attention over to the left-hand board, the brown board there, because Aiden Suleimanli has done that thing we see game after game in these variations, John, throwing pawns up the king side. The black king has yet to castle, but when you put your pawn on g5, it makes it much more difficult to go in this direction. I know you and Judith were talking about this quite extensively yesterday.
We were indeed, and in fact, one of the first things that Judith said that almost had me taken aback, falling off my chair, was that h6 g5, and most of the time we'll eventually see a kingside castle here. And there's my eyes going wide as she said those words, going, really? Because if I'm shoving all the pawns forward and Harry the H pawn is getting all the way up the board here, the last thing I'm thinking about is castling right smack bang into the middle of it all. But apparently, if you have nerves of steel and obviously a ridiculous amount of prep and opening knowledge, that's completely normal. It's hard for me to process that that's normal. You know what I mean?
It's one of those do as I say, not as I do moments that coaches and teachers, they're like, keep your king safe, castle early, don't push your pawns in front of your king. And then you see this setup, but the setup, it does restrict white's pieces. And I know you two were discussing this yesterday. I remember Judith mentioning knight h5, and not to take the bishop, but to plant that knight on f4. That's one of those ideas that you want to go forward with. But as long as this queen sits on d1, it sort of has h5 defended tactically speaking. The knight cannot land on that square because anytime this knight moves out the way, you see the queen has full scope to h5, and the knight takes e5 tactics will be available. So without knight h5, Judith mentioned this yesterday, it makes black's life a little bit more difficult, and pushing the pawn to h5, you don't do this now because g5 will drop, f7 is under attack. You have to be very careful before you just throw your pawns forward. So it's not like black plays g4 because that pawn would be hanging otherwise. That allows the white knight to h4. And then the f5 square is vulnerable. Anytime you have pawns pushed like this, the square in between is your opponent's for the taking, or at least one that they would like to establish some pieces on. So, John, this is going to be really fighting chess in this game. The last move played was pawn to c3, giving flexibility to push with d4, or to go extend on the queen side, gain some ground with b4 and a4. So black, I believe, is considering a5 as a response to take away this queenside push.
Right, and it also gives the it gives the dark squared bishop squares to fall back to if attacked. If black decides that actually I don't want to trade off that bishop this early in the game. One question for me, from a black perspective, the light squared bishop, if the pawns are going to be rolling down the king side, obviously having a view of the g4 and h3 squares looks pretty good already for the light squared bishop, but at the end of the day, you probably want to move that off its starting square soon. Are there maneuvers like bishop out to g4 so that if it gets hit, you can go back to h5 and tuck yourself into g6? Is that sort of thing what black might be thinking of here, or is the bishop still needed on the queen side of the board?
It's not needed on the queen side of the board. The question becomes, where is this future? Let's say I can just pick it up and put it on h5 or even g6. It's not really an active piece. So it's hard to actually develop that bishop. There are a number of squares. You mentioned g4 in many of these Italian positions, bishop e6. You do double your pawns in the center, but that's not the end of the world because those pawns may be doubled, but they control some of the key squares in the center. So I'm looking at this game. I think I'm more curious about how quickly Suleimanli responds, because c3 is played, he's in the clock, you see him, he's putting his head in his hands a bit, and it's not like this is the first time he's ever seen an Italian. He's the one who chose to push his kingside pawns up. But then when you start thinking after that against a player not just as well prepared, but as talented as Gukesh, that's when I start to get a bit concerned, because you have this weight of pressure. You are representing your country. You're holding down the top board for your teammates. That's why Mamedyar's on board 4 instead of board 1, despite being the highest rated player. You're supposed to be solid with black on the top board, and this is a shaky position by design.
Well, not afraid to shake things up, even though we're playing with the black pieces on top board. I suppose that's a good sign, and a great sign for us later on in the match, right? We're going to get to see what sort of fireworks this kind of position produces, so that's going to be great. So this is India, Azerbaijan to begin with, but we've got plenty of excellent matchups up and down the order. So I'd like to draw our attention to a slightly different game. We don't necessarily have anything decisive or anything particularly spicy in the middle games just yet, although I suspect we'll get there eventually. Poland versus Vietnam is where I'm looking at. And I believe you specifically mentioned board number 1 as well, Robert. I mean, when we have Lei versus Duda, that's going to be absolutely amazing. Two incredibly talented players jostling for position and the pride of their countries. We don't see Lei maybe as often as we do see Duda, but we know that both of these players are among the world's finest.
And for Liam Lei, who represents Vietnam, he is a former World Blitz champion, and we see their game on the left-hand side of our screen, the leftmost game. He also is the coach at Webster University, so he trains some of the strongest players on the planet, and it hasn't hurt his chess, that's for sure. It's actually seemingly helped it. He's at his peak classical rating. He has represented Vietnam for well over a decade on the Olympiad stage. He's very experienced, despite the fact he's only in his early 30s. So why don't we look at that game just to talk about sort of the outline, the skeleton of the position, and what each player wants. Because right now we see that black is saddled with an isolated queen pawn, John. The queen on b6 for black is very active, but oftentimes you don't just go and grab material. I know it's tempting to take this pawn on b2, and I think we're going to bring up an analysis board for the first time today because I want to show how this could strategically backfire. Even if the engine doesn't hate it, these top players, they don't like getting in positions like this. I'm going to chase your queen. It is not trapped. It goes back to a3. And the bishop defends the queen. Otherwise, knight takes d5 would be this great move. But what white has here, you can flick in the captured bishop takes f6. You, of course, do not want to take with the g-pawn. Your king would be wide open. Your pawn structure would be terrible. And after bishop takes f6, now I go knight takes d5. Our queens stare at one another. Say, okay, it's a simple queen trade, right? Queen takes queen, bishop takes back. That's not a big deal. But white throws in the intermezzo, the check against the black king. Now, black has to take back this knight, otherwise you're down material. White recaptures on d3, and we pause. And we look at this position. We ignore the evaluation bar, which says, it's just a fraction better for white, just a smidge. Look at this. Every single player would rather play this from the white side, as black has these double isolated f-pawns, an isolated h-pawn. White is a bit more developed, 2 minor pieces out, just 1 for black. This c8 bishop has to cover the b7 pawn. This is clearly better for white. So I don't care what the evaluation says. Sure, many players, they're strong defenders, they can hold this, but who's having the fun here, John? It's, of course, the player with the white pieces.
Exactly right. You can end up holding this position as black, but to voluntarily go into this position and say, yeah, I'm okay with defending this for the next 5 hours is not anyone's idea of a nice afternoon, right? I don't think anyone would willingly say, even though they could defend it, why go into a position where all of the pressure is on yourself? Plus, it means that if white has an easier time playing the position, the moves are more natural, it's relatively more straightforward, then that means that there's a much higher opportunity for black to make a mistake going up into time trouble, for example, which was such a huge theme yesterday with so many players making critical mistakes between moves 35 and 40. You don't need to be the only player in an uncomfortable position. You would rather the position be double-edged and you give white an opportunity to mess up as well. When you go into a position like this, it's like you're saying, don't worry, I can take it. Yes, we know you can. I mean, there are super grandmasters all over this hole, but that's not the point. You want both players to be on a level playing field, and that's not what this sets you up to get.
And oftentimes these best players, and I will take us back to the live board in a second, they'd rather be down a pawn with activity than equal in material, but just sitting and trying to defend not just loose pieces, but also loose squares. And here the squares are very vulnerable in black's camp. So I don't want to pretend like this is some losing position for black. I do not want to overstate the case. But as we go back to the live board, this is what Ivanchuk, who is used to punishing his opponent in their time trouble, he is sitting and calculating, because that was a sequence that does not look all that appealing to my eyes for the black side. You see Liam Lay's clock, he is playing every single move without thinking at all. So this is his preparation. This is what he's going for. He's also one of the best strategic players on the planet. He can get tactical if the position calls for it, but what he likes to do is squeeze his opponent. So what Ivanchuk is looking at here is, well, if I don't take on b2 and I'm left with this d5 pawn, am I still going to be worse? And now just trying to protect that pawn and play around it. And white is slightly better. It's easier to play from the white side, but black has done nothing wrong. So a move like rook d8, for example, it's a simple move. Bishop to e6 also, just developing, protecting the pawn d5, makes perfect sense. So it's what type of game you want to see from here.
And I'm guessing white's plans in the longer run involve controlling the d4 square and looking for an opportune moment to squeeze that d5 pawn. And obviously, Duda's not about to drop a pawn out of the blue, but the whole point is, can we get into some complicated middle game where we can find some tactics where the pressure on d5 exposes a weakness somewhere else, or a knight drops off, revealing a discovered attack, but it's actually on the queen side or on the king side of the board rather than in the middle, and you're trying to overload black's pieces. So it looks like that will probably be a bit of a theme in the middle game here. Nothing either of these grandmasters haven't seen before, of course, but every time you see positions like this, to an extent, you're also playing the player. It feels like if you pause and think in this position, Robert, and you're playing one opponent, and you can get the exact same position against someone else, and you would start thinking differently. You'll be starting to think things like, what sort of positions do they like? How can I make them the most uncomfortable? Do they lose certain kinds of positions more frequently than other GMs? Should I be deliberately steering this into a direction that I normally wouldn't, but I know they hate playing against? I don't know. I'm guessing a lot of psychology comes into play.
And we've seen this throughout this Olympiad, that to beat these top players, it's not about coming up with some move that just, your opponent blunders immediately. We saw what happened with Anish Giri against Lorenzo Ledici, just to use that example. The evaluation bar didn't say that White had this overwhelming advantage in that game. It's just that the decisions were more difficult for Giri, and he made a critical error and then lost the game once all the pieces came off the board. The queens were gone, the rooks dominated for Ledici. So I'm using that game as one example, but it's one of many. To win games at this ultra high level, it's not about just going for checkmate. It's not about coming up with some crazy sacrifice. It's saying, what is my opponent less comfortable than I am? What's that look like? How can I get there? And Liam Lay, it's a good start for Team Vietnam because the position, we're not claiming it's some big advantage because it's not, but when you're playing against the isolated pawn, I think that's often the preference for the top players, is not to have it, but to play against it.
So this is board number 1 of Vietnam against Poland in the open section. We will keep an eye on this game and take a look at what ends up developing in the middle game here. Let's switch to one of the other team matchups that we were looking at earlier that I think was on our screen. It was. Let's go to Canada-Iran. Canada erupted onto our news feeds, I guess, earlier on in the Olympiad, where they were able to hold Norway to a 2-all draw. So, obviously, that was a fantastic moment for them, and we are looking forward to seeing what ends up happening. You can see Rodrigo Lemieux on board 1. Oh, well, hang on a second. I was about to say nothing too much happening in that position. One of those pawns is a bishop, Robert, and the more I look at this position, the more confused I'm getting.
Both of these teams are dangerous. I see that featured chat comment there, but what is this opening? It's a good question. I will back up and show you how we got there, but I just want to talk about the teams as a whole, because Iran is higher rated, right? We have 2 super grandmasters, Parham Maksudlu and Amin Tabatabai. These are fantastic players that can compete with every single team's boards 1 and board 2. And don't overlook Bardia Daneshvar on board 3 for Iran. And then Puya Idani on board 4. These are super tough 2600 grandmasters. Daneshvar is very young. He's played in many tournaments on chess.com and speed chess, but he also was great in the last Olympiad for Iran. Team USA played them when I was coaching Team USA, and he is a tough customer. So why don't we dive into that top board in this matchup, this clash between Iran and Canada, and also just quickly give a round of applause to the Canadians. They have international masters who are competing on not just equal terms, but overcoming their grandmaster opposition. There's a reason they've only tied Norway and have defeated teams like the Czech Republic, who have David Navarra on board 1 and grandmasters on top to bottom. But let's go back here because everyone's wondering, how in the world did we get this position? And I'm just going to go relatively quickly through the moves because this opening, after a swap of pawns on d5, White didn't capture once more, played the move e5. And Black, knight is under attack. You would think, well, why don't I move that knight? But if the knight does retreat to a square like d7, we see that Black's pieces are all stepping on each other's toes, right? Knight d7, White plays d4. It's not lost for Black, but who wants this position, right? You're just undeveloping your pieces. White has made absolute progress in the center. So the knight could move backwards. It could also move forwards. But Black says, you attack my knight, I attack yours, and it's an equal trade of pieces. So John, the knight on f6 captured, the knight on c3 captured, and now it's a question of which pawn are we taking? We could take g7, we could take c3. Both are reasonable. I mean, whichever way you want to take this c3 pawn, it's completely reasonable at this stage, but it's a matter of choice, and it's clear that White wanted to play this game dynamically, and that's why he took on g7 at this point.
I'll ask what sounds like a silly question on the surface, but is this all like, I mean, is this really prep and what the players were expecting? We are down to 1 hour, 20 minutes on the clock, at least on Sean's side of the board, right? So it's not like both players are still at 1 hour, 33 minutes and it's blatantly obvious everyone has blitzed everything out. This feels like something I'm going to say it. It looks like something weird to prepare, even if it is prep. Under what sort of circumstances would you want to be bringing this out in such a high-stakes game?
Well, it's been played hundreds of times, so it's not new to the chess world. It's definitely not new to these players. And we saw what Sean Rodrigue Lemieux is capable of when he played against Johann Sebastian Christensen, when Canada played against Norway. He said, you can make this 3-time repetition, and if you choose not to, I'll gladly be down 1, maybe 2 pawns, and I'm going to go right after you. So in this game, White took on g7. This makes sense. Do not take on b2. That would be a game-ending blunder because White takes and gets a queen on h8. And then I didn't click on the queen. The queen actually covers your queening square. So this is how you make silly mistakes and lose games because the queen on h8 could take the queen on a1. So instead, we take on d2 with check. That's important because otherwise black would be a pawn down. The bishop takes back to keep the queens on. And this is how we got to the live board. Bishop develops for white. Black does not want to keep the king in the center any longer and castles. And white plays knight to e2. So at this point, I would not, everybody, take what looks like a free pawn. That would be a huge, huge mistake because, John, Black's king doesn't have many defenders. Black also has only developed this one minor piece, the bishop on g7, so taking on b2 would just be walking in to a vicious attack, rook b1. Here we get a rook lift. The rook slides over. The black king would be in danger. It's not lost just yet, but there is no way that you would want to play this from the black side. No grandmaster would choose to grab material and then face this vicious attack.
At the end of the day, if there's a pawn to take back, you wouldn't really swap the pawn directly in front of your king for a pawn on the opposite side of the board that frees up your opponent's piece in most positions, let alone this one specifically. So I can see how that's really not that useful. At the same time, is black looking to maybe... what is the long-term compensation for having an H pawn that's isolated, an F pawn that's isolated, no connected pawns in front of the king, so needing to bring more over? White looks like he's more developed. I'm seeing a lot of things that stack up for white right now, and not very much for black that tells me, oh, this is his long-term plan. That feels so much easier to see for the white pieces.
It's a really good point. It's a good observation because white has the benefit of a better pawn structure. You mentioned these isolated pawns. We talk about pawn islands, pawns in adjacent files. White has 2 pawn islands because of this healthy structure on the queen side and a very healthy structure on the king side. So even if, say, the queens come off the board, perhaps there are some positions where white claims a small plus thanks to the better pawn structure. Pawn's best friend is another pawn to protect it. But what black has at the moment, at least, is a castled king. And it's black to move. I would start bringing my pieces over towards the king side. Knight c6 makes sense. Maybe knight e5 to follow. And then knight on e5 not just attacks a bishop on c4, but even if it were doing that, it can always drop back to g6 to cover some of the weak squares on the black king side. And so knight c6 makes sense to me. Then bring the knight to e5. Maybe this bishop comes out to f5 or g4. Black does get a good amount of quick activity for what is a compromised pawn structure on the king side.
Got it. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily look like it right now, but actually if we take a look at the things that white can do to disrupt black's plan for developing, actually there's not that much. White's got his pieces out, but black will be able to get his pieces out, and maybe 5 moves from now we'll be looking at this position going, oh, okay, I see what we're going for here. This isn't one-sided or anything like that. We should be able to continue as normal. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Robert.
Just one last point, John. I just want to say, like, the one thing to really avoid is just allowing white to get dynamic because black's king, as you mentioned, more vulnerable. So it is about developing and almost playing it like it's any other position. You want to develop your pieces, control the center, connect your rooks, get active.
Got it. And I guess if there are such a thing as developing moves that prevent your opponent from getting his pieces on their most active squares as well, there might be an element of that to stop white from getting so dynamic.
That's absolutely right.
Excellent. So that was the Canada-Iran match, and we specifically looked at board number 1. We're going to continue our tradition at the start of our broadcast of trying to get as many nations as possible featured on our coverage. I'm particularly excited for the next matchup because while I was playing chess, I always looked up to one of the players on board 1 of China versus Spain. And I would love to go to that board now. If I think about attacking chess, it is very difficult for me not to utter a series of names where Alexei Shirov is not involved. And frankly, playing the world champion today, this is just going to be a juicy, juicy game. I'm really, really hoping that we see some crazy dynamic play where everything is balanced on an absolute knife edge and both players have to play really, really accurately, short on time, try to make it to move 40, and they both absolutely nail it. I want fireworks from start to finish here.
We already have fireworks because White, in this case Alexei Shirov representing Spain, he has given up a pawn, and you see that Ding Liren, he is on the clock, John, and he's spoken about his struggles after the World Championship. He feels shaky, he's nervous, sometimes he struggles to find that motivation, but I mean, I think his hand is quivering a little bit. Like, this is not a position that he looks particularly comfortable in, but he is just trying to come up with the proper reply at this stage. Up a pawn, down in development, representing his country on the top board. He's been solid thus far. He's drawn all his games. And I think his job today was to stave off the pressure from Shirov. Objectively, doing just fine, but maybe there are some practical details that are causing him some concern.
Is Ding shivering, or is he just charging up his ultimate? I don't know, but only move 13 and already this position looks so much fun to play. Ding, of course, has only been drawing on board 1 so far, but I think it's safe to say that even though, you know, you could easily look at this and go, hang on a second, how many games have you played now and we're just getting draws? That's actually a really good result. If you can be completely rock solid and you never lose a point in a team situation, there's an argument to say that that's just about the best teammate you can possibly hope for, short of someone who absolutely crushes opponent after opponent, because you know that there isn't much risk of your board 1 dropping that point, and your teammates don't have to feel as much pressure as a result. So it can work in Ding's favor, but you're right. Playing with the black pieces against a player who is renowned for attacking chess in the name of Alexei Shirov, when he's already given up a pawn as well, that is definitely a situation where you don't want to accidentally make the wrong move early on when you have plenty of time on the clock. Should we take a look maybe at how this position came about and what both sides might be looking to achieve in the middle game, maybe in the long run here?
Okay, well, I can rewind to the start and just let everyone know it was a Catalan, and this is not exactly Ding Liren's first time playing against it, or he has played with it on many occasions. So we saw a Catalan, Black gives the check, White blocks with the bishop, and then Black plays bishop e7. So I know people, they struggle to get this. Why would you move that piece twice in a row? And it's because oftentimes that White would prefer to have the bishop fianchettoed on b2, and d2 is not the landing square for this bishop. You know, later it moves on that diagonal some more in many of these lines. So you're kind of saying, I'll waste a tempo because I'm wasting my opponent's tempo, and we're just trying to see what kind of tension will be on the board and when it will be released. So White develops. Black can take this pawn, doesn't do it just yet with the king in the center, castles, and only after White castles does Black play c6 and now capture on c4. That means that Black is ready to reinforce this pawn. But John, anytime you take away from the center like this, you give up control of some key squares like e4.
For sure. And I guess this is where White is looking to really try and squeeze something out of Black in the near term. So not only is e4 a bit weaker, it's very natural to see moves like queen to c2, the rook coming out to e1, and begin to get those pawns rolling. Of course, the potential counterattack that starts with, or can start with b5, I guess is also super easy to play for Black. And in fact, it's not weak because there's already a pawn on c6, so it's almost like you have a head start on pushing that pawn down the board, right? What that means is that just a couple of moves into the game, we're already in a position where both sides are guaranteed a lot of active play.
And we get active play whenever we have a share of game. Here, a4 to try to make b5 a little less appealing, but b5 played anyway. And the reason why is after this trade, knight e5, that's not my arrow. That's the only move. The rook on a8 is trapped over here. It's under attack. But knight d5, it blocks the diagonal, looking like a good square for that piece. Bishop a5 played, going after the black queen. You'll see that e8 and d6 are the only two squares, but queen d6, that's not where you want to go. It's actually counterintuitive, because queen d6 looks more active, it doesn't get in the way of your rook, but white plays knight to c3, and black cannot take the knight. If you do take it, once white takes back, remember that rook? Still trapped over there, and now it is completely lost, because you cannot get in the way of this bishop. It would fall, and so in this type of position, queen e8 is what's called for. It's a weird move, but Ding Liren clearly knows. And b3 played by white. And John, I know this is where you'd ask me the question, what if black just takes? You already have an extra pawn. Why don't we go here? After white takes back, you see that there's pressure on this d5 knight. Black has not developed pretty much at all these pieces on the final rank of the board. And yes, you can defend this knight on d5, but white continues pressing forward. Knight attacks the pawn on b5. It attacks the knight on d5. Too much pressure in the center here. I don't think black can remain a pawn ahead anymore, and if that's the case, well, what are you really doing with your pieces scattered along that final rank?
And that's almost the downside of playing a move like queen e8, because in some other positions where the queen could have afforded to go somewhere else, you think to yourself, that's okay, I can bring my rook out to d8 to support the knight, and at some moment try and get my other knight out via d7 to b6 or something like that. These all sound great in practice, but in reality, it doesn't look like the activity of white spaces is allowing black to have the time to do any of these things that he would want to be able to do in this position. So Ding Liren then put into a degree of discomfort. What would black's plan be to not only get out of this situation, but to try and capitalize on any sort of long-term weaknesses? Because d4 at the moment looks like it's quite weak, a little bit loose in the middle of the board, but the reality is we're an e3 away from that being more or less fine. So it's not like an attack that spends 3 or 4 moves building up against d4 is going to get anywhere, because e3 kind of kills most of that. Where should black be looking?
I think that black has to be ready to give back the c4 pawn. It's your extra pawn, so you don't really want to do that, but you cannot afford to be down so many tempi in development. There's a bishop on a5 that puts your queen on e8. There's a knight on e5 that's attacking the c4 pawn, but also restricting the mobility of your other forces. And this bishop on g2, that's why people play the Catalan, to get the bishop on the long diagonal. So if I were Ding Liren here, I would consider either bishop to b7, but it's not like you're out of the woods just yet. You know, white will take on c4, or even knight to c6, just trying to trade off this knight, go after this bishop. And if we can see some trades, that will alleviate a lot of the pressure on the queen side, but it's not over. I'll put one last position on the board, and then I think we have to allow Ding Liren to do all the thinking, because after knight c6, I've been talking about the c4 pawn, and we'll trade here, and this knight can take on c4. That looks like it's appealing, but I was also wondering that if you said to Ding, keep your extra pawn on c4. I'm proud of you for that. But white has this massive control in the center. There's going to be tactics along the diagonal if black's not careful. You see the evaluation bar, John, right in the middle. So dynamic equality. Black with the extra pawn, white with the better coordination and the stronger center. It's a matter of taste here for many players, which side they prefer.
I mean, matter of taste. I feel like if you told me and I was playing this game, the evaluation bar says it's equal. Which side would you prefer to play? I think I'm taking white 11 times out of 10, because I'd be sweating buckets with the black position. I think for me to prefer the black position would be tantamount to me enjoying torture in this kind of in this sort of position. This looks difficult at best, but if I'm being honest, it just looks really uncomfortable and frustrating to have to play this. Not just for this move, it feels like it's going to be uncomfortable for the next 5 or 10.
It often is, Although the onus sometimes is on white to prove that compensation for the pawn, because if black does get a few turns, the knight moves somewhere out the way, it can go back to f6 or b6, the bishop slides out, the rooks are connected, then suddenly we're talking about a position where like, oh, are you okay? You're down that pawn, and it's actually kind of an annoying pawn on c4 that at some moment could push if you're not careful. So it's not always easy to prove that your activity is going to keep on going. At some point, your pieces are placed on optimal squares, and now it's about coming up with legitimate, concrete plans rather than just, okay, the bishop is great on a5, the pawns are nice in the center. Those pawns can be loose if black can get after them. So it is a mixed bag is what I'm trying to say. So Ding Liren, he is thinking and he's using his time wisely. It's not just that he hasn't been as strong or as highly rated as he once was. He's actually calculating here and trying to determine how this game is going to continue and what style favors him. He is somebody who doesn't mind getting into crazy positions, but Shirov wrote the book on getting into fiery chess positions.
Exactly right. So Alexei Shirov and Ding Liren already fire on the board, and it's move 13 there. I have a feeling that's going to continue to burn long into the afternoon here in Hungary. Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and grab yourself a drink. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will be continuing coverage of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. We'll see you in a sec.
Do you get unsolicited requests from fans?
Like how? What exactly? Like...
Yes, she does.
So you know what I mean, Anna, but you're just pretending you don't know what I mean.
But I just want to know the exact meaning, just so that I know exactly.
Okay. Well,
like pictures, or...
May I can rephrase it.
Okay.
Do you get unsolicited requests from fans, like marriage proposals?
Yes.
True, she does.
How do you feel about it?
It's just like, I'm playing chess. Like, you don't know me. I don't know. It's just weird. I mean, obviously, like, it's a part of becoming famous or having a larger audience, but like, I think most people just do it as a joke as well. I think when people do it, they're not actually like, I'm hoping that she says yes. So I guess I see it more as a joke. It's honestly not like the worst thing out of everything, but it's obviously like a little weird. Yeah.
Great time here, right? Yeah.
You enjoy the commentary? We pulled you on the couch today. You finally got on the couch.
Last cookie.
No, it's my cookie.
Anish, this is my cookie. I worked all week for it.
It's my cookie. I told you, right?
You did say you wanted it right before you got here.
I didn't hear about that, Danny.
You both want the cookie down?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, how are we going to send
Okay, who's higher rated?
I didn't know you guys act so bad. It's such terrible
things you do for money, I mean.
Right, FIDE rating.
Who cares about the FIDE rating?
No one cares anymore, man.
Okay, let's settle this on the chessboard.
Let's go.
All right.
Okay, I just no. Okay, so that period, I needed money, guys. That period, I was desperate.
You're clearly not born to act.
I lost the semifinal of GCC, so I really need money at the time. I just heard the news, I have another child incoming. And then Daddy, he offered me to make this video. And I was like, how bad it's gonna be?
But that doesn't justify the bad acting.
Yeah, I know, it was terrible.
Like,
terrible.
My cookie? My cookie?
No, okay, the script was amazing, but the acting just ruined everything.
Yeah, script also, right?
I'll set the clock.
Let's settle it on the clock, yeah, for a cookie.
Oh, you guys are gotta be kidding me. Switch colors, play again.
Again, a draw, I guess.
Yeah, that was the joke. How did you like the scripted doc? We scripted the final combination. How did you like it? Cool, huh? Some nice touch, classy.
All right.
Just like the script, I think, the comedy.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, but the final scene is really bad.
Let's go.
The happy ending, so-called.
Oh my God. You guys are hopeless. Okay, we're arm wrestling. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. Come on, Favi, we just did a bunch of push-ups. You guys, this is insane now. It's a cookie. We're taking it to Twitter.
Twitter battle?
Most likes wins.
This is so
It was rehearsed. It was rehearsed, okay? It was rehearsed.
so cringe.
I think it was the highlight of the video.
So cringe. It's extremely cringe.
Look at that chicken.
Look at that. Can I please have a cookie? Yeah. There you go.
Thank you.
You want it?
It's awful. In my head it was better, you know? Awful. No, I told you.
Has Sopiko seen this? It's so cringe.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not doing.
No,
I'm not stooping this.
this is bad.
Or cookie.
This is bad.
I think we should watch this again, the video.
No, enough, no. Oh, can I please leave? So bad. That's why I have a chess.com contract and you don't with it.
At what cost?
Welcome back, everyone. We are 1 hour into our broadcast, round number 5 of the Chess Olympiad. Nearly 200 nations represented by about 380 teams, and everybody is fighting for a medal position, gold, silver, bronze. When you consider there's an open section and a women's section, and that's it, and it's 6 medal positions, it's absolutely crazy. The competition is over 11 grueling rounds, so after today, we are going to hit the halfway point, and we're now going to be heading into the women's section to see what is going on over there. Overall, Robert, in either section, would you say there's anything in particular that is your story of the Olympiad so far? Or, if not, is there anything that you think is being teed up to be particularly interesting across the second half?
I think there are countless stories, and that's the nature of the Olympiad, where Team USA loses to Ukraine. Lorenzo Ladici beats Anish Giri, then follows that up with the win over Peter Lecco. We see here in the women's section, Team India, they are the favorites of the event. Georgia, at least by the average team rating heading in, just a little bit behind, but I do think that most people thought that India would be this powerful, and here they walk into what is one of the most difficult opponents in the field, Kazakhstan. They have Bibisara Asabayeva on the top board. We see Vaishali on screen. She is playing Merit Melodinova, who just made a Grandmaster norm. Very strong player in her own right. We have Balabayeva on board 3 against Divya Deshmukh. And we have Alua Nurman, who has made a name for herself, including in the recent Women's Speed Chess Championship. She takes on Vantika Agrawal. So I just named all the pairings in this match. And John, normally I wouldn't do that, but it just such a close match. Yes, India has a couple players with 150-point advantage, but in one game, those rating differentials, they may not be so consequential.
Yeah, exactly right. It feels like this is one of those matchups where every single board could conceivably go either way, and the rating differentials are getting to a point now where I think it's fair to say, Robert, yes, it's possible for the lower rated player to win, but do we really consider that an upset at this point? You know what I mean? Like, things are starting to get super close. I do have one question for you in that regard, because I feel like if we have, I believe we have 8 teams in the open section and 7 teams in the women's section that are still on a perfect match score. Does that mean then that we everything sort of hits a breaking point? It comes to a head in like round 6 or 7, and then in rounds 8 through 11, we start to get mismatches again? Or how does that really work?
That can happen, but that's why I, at times, take ratings with a grain of salt. Because if the rating is much lower for a team, but they're performing at the top of the Olympiad, maybe their ratings aren't the greatest reflection of their current strength. Some players do rise to the occasion. They may perform better with the pressure on them or with team behind them, working with coaches that they may not have access to otherwise. So there are a lot of things that may happen off the board that can contribute to success on it. And John, as I look at these boards here, I won't say I'm bored with the 3 towards the right, but the game all there on the left, and what in the world are we seeing there? Harika Dranavali, one of the more solid players in the world, is taken perhaps into that deep dark forest by Bibisara Asabayeva, because black has a pawn on g5 and now just put a pawn on f5. So John, this is not standard fare from Harika, and that could be a testament to opening preparation for the Kazakh player against her.
We're into our second hour of the broadcast now, Robert, and I'm getting really worried for 5th hour John, we're going to call him, when this isn't even the first G5 that we've seen today so far. I have a feeling we're going to be getting quite a lot of this today, and if we think we're getting a day off to talk about nice, quiet, positional chess where, you know, there's no burning tactics on the board, maybe that day will come. I'm not saying it won't, but it sure as heck isn't today. So f5 is played on move 9. H6 isn't even supporting g5 at this point. It doesn't matter. We've got a queen holding the position for black together like scotch tape from what I can see here. I don't know where to begin analysis of this position. I don't know which side of the board white wants to castle. It feels like the light squared bishop for white wants to go out to b5 maybe. I think the light squared bishop for black almost certainly wants to be on d6 at some point, and beyond that I'm confused.
Well, I'm actually going to note that white is currently a pawn ahead. Black does not really have a substantial lead in development, but considering where the black queen is placed, the black king may be ready to castle queenside soon. The queen on e4 is under attack. That much, I believe, the players know. But beyond that, it is a true mess. And I'm going to bring up an analysis board because I want to show a couple lines here that I think illustrate how tricky this position is, where black has given up a pawn. And I'm actually going to... It's a weird opening, and black chose that opening. So Hikaru has played this in the Champions Chess Tour, the finals last year, where after knight takes e5, in the Petrov, you're taught to play d6 and kick the knight back. But knight takes e4 has become more of a thing, even though it's taught to beginners as a blunder. If your knight moves out of the way of e4, white gets discovered check against the king, the queen is under attack, and even if the queen were to step forward, the knight covers that square as well. White has just won a queen and the game. So what black does is play copycat chess, queen e7.
Yep.
Oh, excuse me, I clicked all the way forward. The queen takes knight, pawn d6. This is forced. The knight is pinned now. If you move the knight, you lose your queen. So white protects that knight. And now we see the trade on e5. White is a pawn ahead, and black plays knight to c6. So black is trying to use quick development to compensate for the pawn deficit. And in this position, I believe bishop b5 is an option, but black plays bishop d7, and we have this stare down of bishops on the light squares. This is a very complicated position. So I just will skip sort of some of the annotations there, and for people doing game review, they can look afterwards and what happens at bishop b5. But John, as we go forward in this game, the bishop protected the pawn, g5 played to get that bishop out of there, and bishop to g3 is a very instructive blunder. We saw in the game that f5 was played, was it not? Here, f5 is even more powerful because en passant is legal, but also lethal to yourself. Queen takes e4 is a free queen. And if you can't take this pawn en passant, your queen has to move elsewhere, and black's next move is f4, trapping the bishop on g3. So that bishop that came out to defend the pawn, it was immediately forced backwards after g5, and here we see what's happening. f5 played by black as a follow-up, and queen e2. Okay. So knight takes e5 is not regaining your material. That's the hope, it's the dream, but it fails tactically because after knight takes e5, not only can white consider a move like bishop takes g5 over here, just simple development, knight c3. I'm throwing moves like knight to d5, getting ready to castle. I'm sorry, but this is not how we're taught to play chess with a black king in the center. So it's not actually about regaining the pawn, restoring material equality, John. It's about playing around it. That black will probably bishop e6, allowing queen h5 to take a pawn over here. And this is why I'm saying it's pandemonium, because white can start trying to gain more material, but black is going to continue developing, castling queenside, and it's anyone's game at that point.
Yeah, and I guess there will reach a point where if black develops, white continues to try and grab material, there will be some subtle but critical point where you have to say, actually, this is too much now, and you're running the risk of losing the game because all the tactics open up in black's favor. Not only development, but the harmony of the pieces against the king, which is still in the center, starts to favor black. So looks good for now, but there is a tipping point where it won't be good anymore, and in addition to that, you'd probably find out pretty quickly.
Wait, the last move was a question mark, and I actually, unfortunately, think it earned that.
Wait, is that the live board?
That is the live board. I didn't do anything here. The move played was bishop g7. We know that this pawn is now under attack by 3 of black's pieces, but I am a bit confused because queen h5 check.
5 check.
To my eyes, I'm just going to put this on the board. You're not moving your king, that's for sure. So her response is going to be queen f7. But now when we trade queens over here, white can pick up this pawn on g5, and I know black is going to get play very quickly, like a rook e8, go after this pawn, all sorts of stuff here. I'm not sure I completely buy it. I don't think that black has 100% compensation for that pawn, and that's why the evaluation bar is in white's favor. And I actually think that, as I look across the board here, I don't like where the black king is situated. It's always going to be a bishop c4 check if needed, and if you allow it, I would like to move my knight and castle queenside. So black has way more to prove in this position, John.
Interesting. And I'm looking for scenarios as well where if you open yourself up to queen h5 check, whether there are ways of forcing the black king to move and then not trading queens. But of course, queen f7 just kind of stops that sort of conversation where you want to think, if my opponent's king is still in the middle of the board, I'd rather not trade queens. The position is more dangerous when the queens are on. Yeah, this feels... I feel like by exchanging queens, black sidestepping some of the danger, right? But with moves like bishop c4, you can still renew the gaining of tempi and things like that might not matter in the short-term outcome of this game, but could be problematic when you start to consider things like how you swap off your pieces in the middle game and what kind of end game you want, where the kings are situated relative to where you want them to be. Things like that start to come into consideration.
Yeah, so, queen trade can help black avoid getting checkmated, but then that extra material is probably even more prominent for white. So white is going a pawn ahead, John, if queen h5 check is played, and black will have counterplay, but she will need to prove it.
Okay. So this is board number 1 in the matchup between Kazakhstan and India. Let's go ahead and take a look at one of the other boards. I can see a pair of rooks has been swapped off on board 4, and we've just had a fun move with a knight coming in to invade the position, although if I'm being perfectly honest, from the view I see here, it looks like a lone knight coming in to invade the position. I don't see where the support's coming from, but this could end up being interesting. This is Vantika playing Norman. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. What do you make of it, Robert?
Well, you mentioned a lone knight, and I see that knight all on its own in b3. It's one of these pieces that could do damage if it can reroute to d4, and it can do that. But the white queen is very active here. Now it came up to a7. Love that decision from Vantika, going right after the heart of black's queenside. And I think most players' first instinct is, how do I defend this pawn? Usually you push the pawn forward, but that allows the white queen to peer across the 7th rank to the c7 square, and then the white knight can jump to b5. So John, there's actually some serious danger that black goes wrong, not just in a way that gives white the advantage, but actually gives white very good chances to secure a full point. And so that's why I think that black needs to keep some of the dynamic play alive, that relying on knight d4 in the future, it's going to be the idea that tries to sort of put white under some pressure, notably on the king side. But even then, it's a kind of a one-move threat. So I do much prefer white's position at this stage.
Does that mean that we are inevitably going to see a move like queen to a8 come out on the board, so that when the dust is settled and all is said and done, a black rook is at least in control of that open file, and we're preventing follow-up ideas from things like knight b5, because the rook can at least come to c8, not the world's most active square, but you're not losing any material? Or is that just a bit slow?
I think we can answer that question by showing it, because queen a8 is a very reasonable move, and white can trade and go knight to b5, as you mentioned, hitting the c7 pawn. If the c pawn moves, you lose the d pawn, and you do not want to lose that one, that's for sure.
Yep.
And if you play a move like rook to c8, you're about to see the evaluation bar go in white's favor, and there it goes. And the reason why is this configuration protecting the pawn will not be much longer. Bishop g4. Only white has a light square bishop. And even if not for this move, I would say white is still better, but this is just critical. You are in a pin, you can't move the knight, you lose the rook. If you move the rook to defend this knight with rook to d8, you just drop this c7 pawn and your whole position starts to collapse. So this is where that light square bishop comes in handy for white, and black gave up her light square bishop. It didn't have many squares, so went to g4 and took a knight on f3, but now we see that light square bishop for white flex his muscles.
Okay, so this is board number 4 of Kazakhstan versus India. It looks like there are a couple of fun flashpoints in this matchup so far. Boards 1 and 4 both looking like high pressure, high intensity games. So we will keep an eye on those and take a look a little later on as to how they end up unfolding. And indeed, if they seesaw, like we've seen so many games in this Olympiad so far. Let's take a look at another one of the matchups that we called out as being very, very exciting indeed. We are going to the match between Armenia and China. Robert, it's impossible not to mention that China have not come to the Olympiad with any of their top 4 rated players, but in the same breath, it's impossible not to mention how well they've been doing. It's like they just picked up where everyone else left off. They have played amazing chess and are doing so well in this tournament so far.
And well, China has so much talent on their roster, both their current roster, and if you look at the top rated players in the country, they maybe don't even need the Hou Yifans or the Zhu Wenjuns of the world, the Lei Tingjies, the Tang Zhangyis. These are all superstars in the world of chess, and yet here Team China is, they're thought of as they're being the replacements. And I'm not talking about the Keanu Reeves movie. I'm talking about the players that are here, and they are super strong. On board 4, all the way on the right, you have Lu Miaoyi, who is one of the young talents of the world. She's an international master, I believe 14, 15 years old, so playing super well for China. And actually, she could be a difference maker in this specific match. As I look across the boards right now, black on board 4, it's a messy position where black currently is a pawn ahead.
Well, let's go ahead and hop into that board first. Again, another fun, dynamic position where we have had a little bit of invasion of pieces. We can see there is a rook on b7 right now. So Sargsyan heading in. Lu Miaoyi doing her best at the moment, not just to squeeze out an advantage, but to try and make something more from it. The eval bar suggests that Black's position is a little favorable here, but there are so many moving parts in this position and so much to consider, like the white bishop on a4. Doesn't look like it needs to budge anytime soon because of that pin against the black rook, for example. The knights are one hop away from controlling so many of those central squares. This is all but clear.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the word hop. If this rook on e1 could hop over the queen, black would just be lost. But that's not how chess works. Maybe spell chess. I don't even know how that game operates. But as we look at this position, we see what the last move, rook takes pawn on b7. So I just want to go through the last few moves because it actually perfectly sums up how we got here. This was the position when white brought her bishop out to a4, giving up the b2 and c3 pawn. So it was Anna Sargsyan's decision to give up first this pawn and then the pawn on c3 to win b7 and get activity. So really, those last couple turns, and now we know exactly how we got here. The rook is attacking the pawn here, as John, you pointed out, the bishop staring at the knight on c6. The knight can't easily move because the rook is hanging behind it. So we have a very messy position, but white is also a bit loose in terms of her pawn structure. a2 is hanging directly. d3, there's a queen staring at it. A rook could join the party in the future, but I would be nervous about dropping the c7 pawn because then we walk into another pin. So everything is hanging, I guess is the point. But black is a pawn ahead at the moment, and I'm wondering if she decided to play simple chess, taking care of two distinct threats at the same time. Rook e7 protects a pawn and also walks out of a pin. What is white's intended response to the very quiet move, rook to e7?
Oh wow, yeah, that doesn't seem particularly intuitive to me, because I would almost be afraid of not having my rooks connected on the back rank. At some point, my nervous brain, my brand of meerkat chess, is thinking, hang on a second, I need one of those rooks on b8, or maybe like one across the c8 and the other to b8. I want to get rid of the invader on my 7. So rook e7, not something I'd considered at all, at least not at the moment. And there's no easy way for white to bring the other rook, of course, across to c1. So I'm even trying to formulate an idea to refute here. This could be fun. Can white renew the threat with rook to e2?
Rook e2 for sure, trying to get on over there
that
to
sounds
c2.
Fun.
It looks very fun, but this is why I put my rook on e7. I now see your threat. I understand where you're going. My knight can move. I'm not just going to wait for you to skewer my pieces. Knight to b4. I take care of the threat here. I attack the pawn on d3, and hello, bishop and knight combination. The a2 pawn is also targeted while black is a pawn ahead. So this is, maybe I'm using my own bias here, and every person has their own subjective thoughts, but when I see a move like rook e7, and I try to remove the evaluation bar, which is kind of close to the center, white has given up material. So you know the burden is on Anna Sargsyan to prove that she has the compensation for that pawn. I love the look of an active rook on b7. I like the bishop on a4. There perhaps is a future issue on e5 for black, but after this quiet move, now I'm scrambling to come up with the idea from the white side. Black's next move could be a knight b4 or a knight d4, and maybe in the future I'm thinking, how do I actually get that pawn back? Because if I don't, I'll be worse. And if I do, maybe I'm actually just tunneling in on material rather than the positional nuances. I really personally feel like it's easier to play these positions if you play a move like rook e7, relieving yourself of the pressure on c7 and getting out of a pin. Now you just say, here, back to you. I'm throwing the baton your way. Show me what you got.
Thanks, because now I can't get that scene from Rick and Morty out of my head, and it's going to live there rent-free all afternoon, so I appreciate that. This is tricky at best. It is so complicated for both players, and you're right, the onus is on white to justify what she did earlier on with the follow-up, and if a move like rook e7 is found, it's so strange that I'm trying to wrap my head around the idea that like a super quiet move can set the stage for refuting what a player is currently trying to do. You're expecting counterpunching, you're expecting explosiveness, you're expecting a really cool double exclam, hanging everything, to sort of put everything on the line and say that sacrifice does not work. So when you look at a move like Rook E7, you go, by the way, John, this does the same thing. Like, it's like a mind blown kind of moment. The Chinese team will they be dropping points against an extremely talented Armenian team? They have had such a crazy run through the Olympiad so far, but it's only getting more and more difficult. We'll be keeping a very close eye on that match score. Speaking of both fireworks and things that we had previously taken a look at, we have not only seen these G5 pushes in multiple places today, we've not only seen fireworks all across the playing hall today, but it does seem like every time we hop away from a board, some craziness happens. And I want to draw our attention back to the Gukesh game in the open section, where he is playing Grandmaster Aydin Suleimani, and I have just seen a fianchettoed king with queens on the board and white's king in the middle. I've got no clue what's going on here.
I think we should first count the material, because white has an extra 2 pawns with a rook compared to 2 bishops for black. That is a material imbalance. And that means that when you look at the evaluation bar, you see that white is better, but when you're actually at the board, when you have experience with imbalances, you never think about it in terms of what a number is attached to it. You think about what squares can my opponent control, where is my control based? And I think we should back up. It is definitely worth diving into how this material imbalance occurred. And it's actually exactly what you and Judith were talking about yesterday and what you and I were talking about today. Black played the move knight to h5, walking into discovered threats. It was given a question mark, but I actually think it's an intriguing decision because, John, knight takes e5, knight takes bishop. You don't just take back because then black can't successfully win a piece. This bishop took on f7 with check. And by the way, if you didn't take on f7 with check here, let's say you made a move like knight takes on c6, thinking you're attacking a queen, so you'll get this knight back next. Here's where the intermezzo, the in-between moves come into play. There are multiple options here. Queen f6 is one, but bishop takes f2 check. This is chef's kiss. The king has to take back. It's in check and is only legal move. Knight takes on h1 with check to your king. So you give up a bishop to drag that king out. And once this knight is captured, only then does black take the knight on c6. We do a quick material count. Black happily has 2 rooks. White only has 1. So John, these tactics, they're all over the place, starting with this knight takes e5 decision from Gukesh. Okay. And
oh, apologies for that, Robert. Not sure what happened there, but what I was just saying is, why would you even go to knight h5 in the first place to kick off all of this madness? Because even my 3-minute brain is going, yes, let's absolutely go for that and not let go. I want to say there must be some idea behind that, right?
Yeah, and no worries. I thought that, I just couldn't hear you for a second, but it's because nobody
You couldn't, to be fair. I was muted.
Glad to have you back. But yeah, no, this is such a funny position where, knight h5, it's just going for this imbalance. Perhaps Suleimani didn't want to just be ground down later, and just to see how exactly this went down. Knight takes bishop, bishop takes pawn check, the king moves to f8, knight g6 with check, checks captures threats. The king went up to g7, and now white took back on g3 in another important moment here, because h takes g3, capturing towards the center, would seemingly make more sense. But black would then move this rook, and you have this really weird configuration here, where the bishop is under attack, and if it moves to safety, then you lose your knight. So white did steal a couple pawns, but if you're going to lose a piece at the end of the variation, that's not what you want. And that is why you took away from the center. F takes g3, because this decision to save the rook with rook h7 no longer works. We have an open f file to protect the bishop on f7, which in turn protects the knight on g6. You don't see a bishop and knight like this very often, but when you do, it's quite imposing. And so, John, to finish this off, the king took the bishop, the knight took the rook, the queen took back, and after the pawn push, black stepped out of harm's way on diagonals on the f-file, and here we are. I'm ignoring the evaluation bar, John, because it can turn in a heartbeat. This position is as complicated as it gets. 2 bishops for black. I acknowledge that white should be better with a rook and 2 pawns, but if you allow black to finish development and maybe get some active piece play, then black could say, you know what, I'm going to have some chances here, but for now, there's a brick wall of a pawn structure. Look at this. That pawn chain is beautiful. The pawn on e4 also restricts the light-squared bishop and makes sure the black rook won't have the easiest time. So that's what's giving white the advantage, not the rook, but actually the pawn formation that is in combination with the rook for the 2 bishops.
There is one thing I want to point out, though, which is the 2 most natural positions I can think of for white right now are castling kingside and queen h5. And even if black is able to comfortably finish development, maybe, I don't know, this feels so dangerous for black because all of the natural moves I would want to play as white, like, look at that f7 square and how weak it looks. Yes, we've got the 2 bishops, but 1 bishop on the starting square and the other one completely held at bay by the pawn chain. Castles has been played on the board as well. It doesn't feel like black's out of the woods at all, and part of me almost wants to play something along the lines of maybe even bishop d7 so that queen f5 can be met by bishop e8 or something to finish development on g6. I don't know. It still looks very scary.
Yeah, white is better. I'm not going to pretend otherwise, but if I could just pick my A pawn and put on e5, we would be having a different conversation. Like, white center is keeping black at bay, and black will bring the bishop out, get the rook involved. But yeah, this is a position where white should be better, but I saw a feature chat saying Gukesh is winning already. He is very far from winning. This is a complicated position. He doesn't think he's winning. This is just a game where if he plays well, he does have the advantage, but you do have to be careful because the margins may be thin.
Exactly, and it could be very double-edged as well, so a winning position can become a losing position if you're not careful. Fortunately, Gukesh is one of those players who's not only sharp, but can be extremely careful as well, so do not worry about that for now. In the meantime, I want to go ahead and take a look at a different game on the same team. So we've got board number, I think it's board 4. Vidit's game is looking particularly interesting as well, and really starting to, really starting to give everything a go. And by giving everything a go, what I mean is we've just had pieces getting flung at f7, so we are not stopping the fighting chess at all.
The theme of the day is material imbalances, and if I'm counting quickly, black has 5 pawns, white has 7, and it's white's turn, which means that c takes d4, getting this bishop is what is called for. But I guess what Gukesh, we're just looking at his game, what Vidit is relying on is that even though he is down a pawn temporarily, and this is going to be a forcing sequence, that there will be opposite color bishops, the black king is dragged in the open, but with the activity that black has and white's lack of coordination over here, that it's enough in the form of compensation that you're just getting your pieces forward, and perhaps white does not have the coordination required to actually have a lead despite being a pawn to the good.
I don't know how much you're prepared to discuss for the next hour and a half, chess DVD style, Robert, but I think given the theme of today is material imbalances, it's one of the hardest questions I've ever asked myself, and I don't have the answer, in the game of chess, is how do you determine what is and isn't enough compensation? I feel like that's not only a science, it's a bit of an art as well, and it's also one of the rare areas of chess where even with the help of engines, I feel like people sometimes disagree on what is and isn't enough comp. Where do you even begin to think about it? If you're a club level player, for example, and you just want just give me some guidelines on what we think makes sense, what advice would you give?
Well, you said an art, a science. It's a feeling. Sometimes you just have to feel comfortable or make your opponent feel uncomfortable. And some players do not like being down material. Even that single pawn, they're continuously thinking of ways to get that material back, and they will grab the pawn as soon as they can get it, even if it could hurt their position, because sometimes it's required of you to keep up that inertia. You're just going forward, bring your pieces in, and ignoring the material imbalance. But here, specifically, I think that Vidit knows that he has done nothing wrong, because his king may be out in the open, and that would scare most. It's on the light squares, and only black has a light square bishop. So if this queen, which it can't even do, if it could get to this diagonal, the bishop can always step back in the way, and now the rook is under attack, so you probably should take the rook that's attacking your queen and your rook. But if you take this rook here, this knight can jump in, right? And we see that piece after piece, the rook on f8 may go over to c8, and we just can clearly see where black's pieces go and where they belong. And if you look at the other side of the board, John, what is this rook, this bishop, and this knight doing? They're quite actually passive or poorly placed pieces.
I'll ask one more follow-up question that isn't to do with this then. Maybe this is a decision that's made from a team consideration, because maybe Vidit's job here, which feels so strange to be saying this for a 2700 player, right? Don't get me wrong, Robert, but is it possible that Vidit's job here is just to neutralize the threat that is Mamedyarov on board 4 and to engineer a position where pieces are getting swapped off? It will probably be an opposite colored bishop's endgame, and his goal is to get there as quickly as possible to minimize the opportunity for Azerbaijan to score a point on bottom board. Is it possible this is a team play?
For sure, Vidit's goal coming into today was to hold and make a draw. If he wins, that's of course the optimal result, but it's not the expectation. It's not what was asked of him. And if we just go back a couple moves, John, I didn't even look through this game closely, but I see Vidit made a brilliant move. And I see that on chess.com here, giving this move here, bishop d4. He just put his fianchettoed bishop. This is how he got here on a vulnerable square, because he was cutting off circulation of white's rook and bishop.
Can that even work? I mean, even if that cuts off circulation, the first thing I'm looking at is, okay, if the bishop is lost, can I not just trade it off for the knight if I need to? But if I can't because of the imminent check, then can I not just take on f7 before taking back, which I guess is what ended up happening in the game? Oh, wow. Yeah, you don't take what could arguably be your best piece on the board and just chuck it in a position where it can be captured like that. That's mad.
It's mad, but it works. And I wonder if this was pure inspiration over the board, or Vidit, who is well known for some deep opening preparation, like against Hikaru Nakamura in the candidates, if he had this one up his sleeve, maybe since those very candidates. But his bishop, he gave up a pawn. I'm just going to show where. He hid a pawn d5 that was captured by a knight, and then a bishop, and after rook d8, pawn c3, precisely to stop black from putting a knight on d4. He puts his bishop on d4 anyway, so this is the sign of brilliant chess. I think that is every bit deserving of those 2 exclamation points.
That's incredible. Does that mean then that, and again, I suspect the answer is no, but just to double check, does that mean that the pawn to e3 instead of a pawn to c3 was the more precise response from white there? I can obviously see the accuracy below the board, guys, so I'm looking for the reason why it wouldn't be, but obviously that stops all the tricks with bishop d4, but I'm guessing it reintroduces something else?
The issue is the queen with the pawn c3 protects this rook. Here with e3 it doesn't,
right.
So this allows black all sorts of tactics to go forward with. And so we see in the game that c3 just allows that queen to stare back towards the rook. But yeah, this is just ridiculous. Like perfect accuracy from Vidit thus far. We do see a trade. The knight jumps in, and now this e2 pawn is threatened. The light squares in front of the the white king aren't exactly safe, and it's black with the light square bishop. So I think that perhaps Mamedyarov, if he can find a way out, he's looking for it. I see zeros on the evaluation bar. That might mean some kind of repetition, John. And if there's a repetition available to him, I think I would recommend he takes it. And that's bad news for Team Azerbaijan.
The first thing I'm looking at as well is that the most natural move to try and stop this would be the king to f1. And of course, black has bishop h3 check, which would be devastating. So you can't do that. the queen could come back to d1, but when you have a rook on a1, a bishop on c1, and a knight on e1, you can't possibly be seriously considering returning the queen to her starting square as well. I mean, that is beyond rough as a decision that you would have to make. So I don't want to go into perpetual hunting mode, but this is, yeah, to say it's tricky would apparently is an understatement here. And I love the idea that all of this could have been within opening preparation as well. It's incredible the amount of detail and the amount of nuance that the players can put into their opening preparation. This is crazy stuff coming out of FIDE.
And it's really, really bad news for Team Azerbaijan because they put Mamedyarov on the 4th board to score victories. He is the highest rated board 4 in the competition. So he is there to win games, especially with the white pieces. And if he cannot do that, and his position is not better, we know that for a fact, and his opponent actually has more activity, and it would seem easier to play for black. If we zoom back out to our 4-board view, and Mamedyarov's looking at his teammates' games, he's thinking, well, Suleimanli, he's worse on the top board, so that looks like a struggle. And then he's just thinking, Can my other teammates against their higher rate opponents, can they salvage this? This really isn't what you want. And John, just one last point. Even more than the result, it's when your teammates see that the game is actually easier to hold for the opponent. That's what you want, the tension there that gives you the best chances.
You're right. It's a big psychological blow if Mamedyarov hasn't just been neutralized but is on the ropes. It just gives a boost to the rest of the team when the rest of the boards are playing still, and you're going, okay, what's next? Have we got our teammate doing the job that they need to do on bottom board? Do we have a little bit of breathing room? Can we afford to be a bit less nervous and just relax? And apparently that is not going according to plan for Azerbaijan at the moment. So let's go ahead now and take a look at one of our other top teams in a very interesting matchup today. After losing their match points yesterday, we have the United States going up against Argentina. So this will be a lot of fun. Obviously, the US dropping points should in theory mean that they get a quote-unquote easier opponent. But if we're being honest, getting towards the halfway mark of this competition, even teams that have lost a match point or two are still teams that on their day can take the matches off of the top teams.
Yes, and for Team USA, the rating favorites, a single match loss doesn't eliminate your chances because, say, India keeps winning, US has not played India. They will have a chance to catch up. So as we look at these 4 boards, John, Fabiano Caruana, he is board 1 for Team USA. He's a perfect 3 of 3 in games that he's played. And in that one, the left-hand side of our screen, that is messy. Kings on opposite sides of the board on that brown board. So John, Fabiano, he fears nobody, and perhaps rightly so, but that game looks spicy, as do some of the others.
Yeah, that was I'm not sure if Caruana got the memo, but I'm pretty sure that was our day 3 theme of the day. So maybe playing a day or two behind there, but looking very, very spicy and trying to get into a position, no doubt, where we can have some of those dynamic imbalances heading towards the latter stages of the game in an attempt to grab the full point from Peralta. Taking a look across to the other boards as well, we have Wesley So playing on the blue board, that's second from your left. Lenia Dominguez on the 3rd board in red, and Levon Orodian, who we saw fireworks from and some fun Houdini magic tricks from on the first couple of days of the Olympiad on board 4 in the orange. Managing to bounce back from those near misses with some rather nice victories since then, but nonetheless, still a formidable opponent to face regardless of what has happened earlier on in the tournament. I'm looking for which game we may want to consider hopping into. How about we take a look at Caruana Peralta, given the opposite sides castling, and go over some of the ideas for white and ideas for black, because there are multiple breaks, multiple pawn captures that are available on the board. We've obviously got some bishops on some pretty scary looking diagonals, but I also think it's fair to say each side has at least one piece. I like the skull there, I appreciate it. I also like the fact that the knight for black and maybe the bishop on f1 for white, they're not really in the places they want to be towards the end of the game yet. So there's still a little bit of development to do and a couple of questions to ask as well.
Well, the question you asked me, what the goals are, that's why I put the bones on the white and black king. That is the goal for both players. They're going after each other's kings. And that is easier said than done. I know we talk about opposite sides castling means just attack, attack, attack. Where is your attack going to come from? I just want to point out that with white on the clock, we're talking about attack, play g4, go for the black king. There is a bishop happily waiting on b7. So you have to be really careful before weakening the diagonal. And one of white's best moves could be taking this pawn on g2 and moving it somewhere else. Like, get off the g file. Let's go with an open line for the rooks. Pawns can get in the way of an attack. So do not be surprised if at some moment Fabi throws a pawn to b5. And okay, it's white's turn. We do see d takes c5. Of course, black should not move that queen from e7 and get checkmated in one move. But after rook takes c5, John, now we're starting to see some activity, some fireworks, rook c5, rook c8, b5, all sorts of play on the queen side. That's the goal for black, and white has the benefit of being able to attack all the way from the other side of the board. Bishops are long-range pieces. They are great attackers.
This is interesting because with Peralta's decision to play d takes c5, Fabi doesn't have to... Well, Fabi can recapture with the rook and then choose to play down the c-file to keep the tension up. So Peralta's obviously thinking that, yes, I can comfortably take that pressure. Don't worry about it. This will lead to positional advantages later on. Usually in those kind of positions, I was under the impression that both sides want to keep the tension on the board, and generally speaking, whoever captures first tends to have to give up some sort of advantage. But here, maybe it's just chance that we came to the board at this time. An immediate capture on d5 rather than keeping the tension. What do you think about that?
Well, what I think is that I'm not sure how black should actually respond. I say rook takes c5 just to double rooks, and I was trying to illustrate a point. Sense. But now that I'm here, all three, there are 4 captures possible, but let's eliminate queen takes. I just want to show everybody, queen takes c5, ends the game in one turn, queen takes g7 is checkmate. So I'm removing that as an option because I've removed it from my brain, and that leaves us with 3 options. Knight takes, rook takes, and pawn takes, and all 3 of those captures look good to me. I'm trying to figure out which direction the game should go down. If you take with the pawn, now you have an extra pawn in the center for black. There will be some ideas like f4 and d4 trying to close down the dark square diagonal, and black could say, I'm now using my pawns as a weapon, as an avalanche. But if I take with the rook, I have to think, well, I'm not easily closing this diagonal from queen and bishop, and if this rook can get an open file, say a rook lift, rook h3, rook g3, that may be something to worry about in black's side of things. So these are tricky decisions, and it's why Fabiano, who has a healthy lead on the clock, spent a bit of time, and only now did he just respond, and I think he captured with the rook, which was the intuition, but you don't just want to intuit things here. You need to calculate.
Exactly right. Okay. And of course, capturing with the pawn potentially leads to attacks down the g-file later on. For example, you b-file even, you play b4 and a5 can be coming at you sooner than you think if you're playing with the white pieces. But Fabi has decided that going down the c-file and potentially doubling the rooks here is the way to go. So very, very interesting stuff. A fair bit of tension, and there's going to be quite a lot to play for in this game as the players jostle out for who has the bigger threat in the middle game. So this is Caruana, and we'll wait and see how Argentina versus the USA continue to shake out after a quick break. But before we go on that break, don't forget it's September, and because we're on Twitch, it's Subtember as well. So for a limited time that conveniently is tied to the calendar month, in case you didn't notice, you get 30% off your sub for the channel. And that's important because your subscriptions collectively make events like this possible. It makes coverage like this possible for us to bring to you. In addition to that, of course, you get things like new emotes for all of the events, and you get stuff to check out during break time, which you wouldn't otherwise get. If you want to take a look at what those might be, hit !subscribe in the chat, and you can check that out now. Go top up your tea, folks. We will be back in just over 5 minutes with more games from the FIDE Chess Olympiad.
Chess with friends is fun, and Discord is your place to talk with friends. This month only, Discord is joining forces with Chess.com. Win a game against Wumpus, Nelly, or Clyde, and you'll win a free month of Discord Nitro. And watch out for a super secret opponent later in the month. Play them all only on Chess.com.
So, I showed you the roulette table.
Yeah.
It's a gambling.
Like when I went to Monaco, it was like full of gambling buildings.
Yes.
And then I wasn't allowed in because I was under 18.
Oh, you know, I was several times playing chess in Monaco before I could go in.
Bodana is currently the highest rated player under 10 years old in the world. Perhaps you have already heard about her. She beat a former English chess champion in a generation match when she was only 8 years old. A chess princess, Bodana dreams about reaching as far as Judith, and even beyond.
And if I asked you what is your dream in chess, what do you want to reach?
I want to become a world champion and one of the greatest players in the world.
So you want to be better than Magnus?
Yeah.
So if you have to visualize your road, can you tell me, just shortly, how you will reach that?
I think I'll just keep on correcting my mistakes and just keep enjoying it instead of stressing myself.
And you go on and on and on.
Yeah.
So what age will you be, you think, when you reach your goal?
I want to be the youngest Grandmaster as well, so I want to become Grandmaster. That would be like around 12.
I was the youngest Grandmaster at the time when I became a Grandmaster. I was 15 and 4 months. At that time it was very young because I broke Bobby Fischer's record also. But by now, age 12 is just a good age to have that. Well, it's a great joy and music to my ear that you want to excel in the open section, because I think this is the road to get the best chess player you can be. Because you have to play with the players who gives you the best and biggest challenges. That's how you can improve your chess. And when you have a choice to make, to fight on in a game, or agreeing to a draw, which one you prefer?
I prefer fighting until the end.
Fighting until the end. So you're not afraid that you're going to make a mistake?
I haven't.
That's very important. And this was, I think, my strength also, that I won enough games that I had my self-confidence and I was going all the way out in a game.
We developed a knight out to f6, and after nearly any of white's moves, for example, short castle, we play b5, bishop to b3, and bishop c5, and this is the introduction to the Archangel. My name is Fabian Caruana, and I'm a chess grandmaster, and here I welcome you to my course, Caruana's Ruy Lopez Dark Archangel. This course will provide you with a full repertoire with the black pieces against the Ruy Lopez. So let's say after h5, white plays h3, because white can always take on b6. Black plays h4, bishop h2, g4. We've seen this idea, we need to open up the king side. We need to play for the initiative. Take, and we take with the knight. And the idea is to play h3. We also always have the option to take on h2, and if knight takes b6, rook b6, it doesn't really change anything, because we still have many attacking pieces. Knight on g4, knight on g6, pawn h3 coming, and rook h8 coming. All of black's army is actually concentrated at white's king side.
You wanted fireworks. Just fireworks. We're delivering fireworks straight back into the action at the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad in Budapest, Hungary. We're heading straight into Vietnam and Poland in their face-off because we have some pretty exciting news on board number 4. So it looks like we are about to get a potentially decisive result there. That bishop is looking very, very loose right now with the queen stuck behind it on the G file. And Gumularz there is looking down the barrel of a potential point against Minh Tran.
Oof, this is not how Vietnam wanted to start the day. At the top of the show, John, I was talking about how Vietnam, who upset Uzbekistan a day ago, they have a very strong lineup. But if you look at the game all the way to our right there, it looks like Tran has gone wrong. And it's only 12 moves in, and he's busted. And that's what I was mentioning in some of the other matches, where if you're going to lose, that happens. These are very strong players on each squad. But to lose so early can be demoralizing for a team and may already make a team like Vietnam feel like it's a hurdle that's too great for them.
This is absolutely huge. We're going to head into, 12 moves in. This really is the realms of, first of all, if one of these moves is a blunder, does that mean that this isn't opening preparation, Robert? Does that mean that we're already in sort of like seat of our pants, instinctive moves kind of territory, and this just happened to come about? Or do we think there's a chance this is still prep?
Well, it's definitely not prep for the player with the black pieces, Tran. He is trying to figure out what to do. This is one of the other boards on the camera right now. But we have seen in this position, we can just go back a few turns because it was familiar territory, something that's been played before, and then black immediately went wrong in a complicated position. The bishop hit this queen, the knight was under attack, and at this point, I think that this queen needs to move. The move that he played with pawn to c5, that was not the correct choice. I think this queen can even go back home. And there's still some issues that white needs to resolve, but white's activity is quite noticeable. But John, c5 played, the knight slid back, and he was banking on this move pawn to a3. He's trying to remove the guard of the knight on c3 here, but white just made this kind of sneaky move, rook to b1, saying you can take this pawn on b2, but now the rook can take back, and there's a pin here, and black lacks in development on the queen side. This knight is hitting the pawn on e4, also can jump up to b5 in most positions, so white is controlling the board at this stage, and mistakes often come in pairs, John. E takes d3, walks right into pawn takes a3, where your piece is threatened, so the rook needs to take back, but white's idea is to jump this knight forward to b5. The rook is now threatened, and if the rook moves, there's a pin along the diagonal. Rook takes bishop, grabs a free piece, and is an overwhelming advantage for white.
So not only is, I guess that's tricky to see, because even though there are lines where you're losing a piece in 2 moves, for example, it's far from forced. Black had several options available, but you need to really see deeply to confirm that all roads lead to essentially you going down a piece. So not the easiest to see, because even though there are some bad outcomes, it wasn't necessarily the case that every outcome was bad. But in this particular instance, it looks like it is. And that means, of course, that we could get an early point for Team Poland in this critical matchup. That is absolutely massive.
And I think that Tran's trying to figure out how is the best way to go down material. He will take on a3 with the rook. He simply has to do that. And after knight b5, I guess he'll make a move like queen a5. Giving up the rook for a knight doesn't look very promising, but to get a position like this and without the evaluation bar, you could think, I have some control as black. My knight's going to get to c6. I'm going to castle my king, and maybe I'll get a pawn as well as this minor piece for the rook, and that will give some chances. White is clearly better. It's a significant advantage, but there's some hope left. That's my point. The game will continue, and if Johann Sebastian Christensen could survive the game he did yesterday, why not Tron in this position against Poland?
Yeah, I mean, Johann Sebastian Christensen, I feel like is the yardstick we should be measuring all of this against. I'm actually convinced he's a cat, but I think he used 8 of his 9 lives in one game. It is nice at least that E takes D3, like in some of those lines, doesn't work because you have Queen takes D3, for example, preventing white from castling a little bit more. But you're right, like long term, black can't develop the knight on B8 without at least considering the bishop taking it off and doubling pawns. And this is after going down material as well, right? So normally in those sort of situations, if it's a sacrifice, you're sort of, the onus is on the player who has made the sacrifice to make the most of the advantages that they now have in the resulting position. These aren't advantages at the moment, though. White has won that. We're not looking to convert a positional advantage as black. We're looking to survive. It's a very, very different style of game.
That's because it's not a sacrifice, it's a blunder. Black blundered. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. He knows it. Everyone on Team Vietnam and Team Poland know it. So now it's a matter of staying alive as long as possible, because that does give your teammates more hope. Like if the game is over, you already see 1-0 on the score sheet. Now you start playing more subjective chess. I have to immediately start playing for a win to catch up. Look at our boards. Where is it going to come from? But if the player just keeps going, maybe it starts to play several moves more quickly, despite being down material, there will be some more hope amongst the Vietnamese team.
So an hour plays 23 minutes on that board. We know that Minh Tran is going to go down material. The question is how and what sort of line he chooses to go into to continue fighting for Team Vietnam. Let's take a look at another one of the top boards. Obviously, as the host nation, we have got Hungary on board too, but they have so many amazing names playing for them that it's great to see them there regardless. We've also got them playing against Ukraine, who have been a fantastic squad and a great run of form yesterday, seeing them beat the United States. So this is a very, very big matchup here that could go either way from the first move.
And we see Richard Rapport. He's seated there thinking. He's manning the top board for Hungary. He's back to Hungary after transferring briefly to Romania. It seems like whatever disputes the Federation and player had are resolved, at least I hope so. But in this position, black has a lot of things to figure out. The last move played was bishop out to c4. It's given an exclamation point as being the only move that leads to an advantage for white. And white has sacrificed nothing in terms of material to have 2 bishops on an open board with an active rook, with an active queen. At least at first glance, John, this looks fantastic for white. I think Ivanchuk, compared to the position he won from yesterday, this is the best you could possibly get.
Yeah, this looks okay. I mean, I'm looking for things to say about black's position here. I guess one thing to point out is that white has 3 pawn islands to black's 2 pawn islands. Should we get into a position where that becomes relevant in an endgame? In addition, once the queen gets out of the way of the bishop on c4, of course, the very natural looking developing move knight c6 does come with a tempo because it's going to be attacking the white rook. So black should have opportunities to complete development, but until such a time, you're absolutely right, Robert. It doesn't look that pleasant, but there do feel like there are plans here. I just don't think there are big tactical plans to immediately win in the mid game. It feels more like, hey, I've got a slightly better pawn structure. You have pieces that you're trying to prove something with. Let's see if you're willing to take this into an endgame. And I'm going to guess white would rather not play that way.
Given not Ivanchuk's results, but his play in the last few rounds. Against Australia, we saw him blunder as they approached move 40, and Anton Korbov had some funny comments about that, just seeing the nervous play. He thought he was going to blunder his queen. It was only a bishop, but that was too much. And then yesterday against Wesley So, where Wesley was just in good shape. Wesley was better throughout quite a large portion of that game before he went astray, and it was Ivanchuk who was able to capitalize. This is a great position for Ivanchuk, one where he can play, it would seem at least for the time being, without much in the way of risk. So bishop to d5, keep those queens on the board, get ready to castle soon. This is, I think, really nice for Team Ukraine to see, not just from Ivanchuk's perspective, but from the rest of the cast.
Yeah, sort of looking at this move, the obvious initial reaction to it would be, if white is willing to trade queens in this position, black can develop the knight on b8 with tempo as well, and gets a rather menacing looking white queen off the board. So a lot of ticks going on there. But then if you want to keep the tension and really just focus on ways to grind down your opponent and find additional advantages, I'm looking at moves like bishop d5 straight away, where after the queen moves, b7 is in trouble. I was initially looking at bishop d5 and an immediate castle, because I was worried that if the queen, for example, went to b6, that there might be some check threats along the back rank. There is the possibility of the queen going to b5 instead of b6, and that stops white from castling immediately, since you can't castle through a check. But that pawn on b7 is looking awfully lonely, so black has more problems to solve here than one would think. I imagine that in order to stop that, I mean, you could even follow this up with moves like rook to b4, and suddenly that pawn on b7 is just looking surplus to requirements everywhere.
It's one of these positions where black is going to play against the white king. I thought that this move, hitting the rook here, getting after the f7 pawn, would just be winning for white, but it turns out that black has some play. So I'm going to do that thing where I see what the best line is. I'm going to look at the moves rather than just the evaluation bar. Knight d3 check, king to d2, queen b2 check, giving up this knight, and then this calm knight to d7, because there is a threat to win this queen with a check here. There's also knight c5 check. The white king would then have to step forward to c4. So come on, this is what's required in some of these lines. I don't know if I would want any part of this if I were black more so than white even, because you're just trying to survive down a full piece and get enough checks against the white king.
I get that a lot of these are checks and captures, but the immediate thing I want to say is, what human is going to see this, right? That's absolutely incredible. It all makes logical sense. You're constantly creating threats. A lot of these moves are checks, but wow, what a ridiculous line if we did go down here. That would be phenomenal. I'd be... One thing I would say, Ivanchuk must have at least seen some of this, right? I feel like he'll be very happy to be playing in a position where potential tactics like this are possible, and I have a feeling he will see a lot of these sooner than most.
He did just bring his bishop forward. I could see his hand reach for it and place it on d5, and all this goes to show is perhaps the black queen needs to go defend the king. Like, bring that queen over to the king side. Make sure that your f7 point, the pressure point in the position, won't be attacked. But Richard Rapport is not somebody who backs down from fights. So queen b5, with all sorts of these tactics in the air, it wouldn't surprise me to see him play it. But if you're Rapport, let's go to our bird's eye view for a second, because this isn't an individual event. You can't just say, let's see what happens here. No human can calculate that all the way through. And if you look at the other boards here, John, you see that all the way on the right-hand side, Benjamin Gladura, who's had some much-needed victories for Team Hungary, he has a healthier pawn structure with the white pieces there. On board 3, that's the red board, second from the right, it looks like it's kind of messy. It's still early. King's not on the same side of the board. And then on board 2, Sinan Shagirov with the white pieces, he's got control of the only fully open file. That's the blue board there against Ruslan Ponomarev, the former FIDE world champion. So Hungary has nice positions on the other boards. That's what I'm trying to say. So to take such a risk against a tactician as great as Vasil Ivanchuk, I think that's a risk too great at this stage when you're playing for your country.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, especially if they take a look at the rest of the boards and can see exactly what's going on there. Hungary at the moment, not just holding on, but arguably better on several of the boards. Boards 2 and 4, they have white, and they do have a little bit of an edge as well, so maybe that is just a risk not worth taking. We will, I've said this several times today already, but we will have to come back to this game because the way it's developing means that, especially when players get closer to time control, when we have to scramble to move 40, it's going to be so entertaining to see every single one of these games finish up. So as it currently stands, Richard Rapport, considering what to do next, are we going to see the queen come across to f6? Will it maybe go to b5 instead? We will find out. Otherwise, let's take a look elsewhere in the playing hall to see if we can get a little bit of a view on where players we like to see pop in. Where should we go next? Why don't we go to Norway versus Turkey? We caught camera footage earlier on of Magnus Carlsen arriving at the board, obviously just showering off after his early morning gym session. I'm sure that's what that was. And we have this match fully underway with some potentially interesting positions on the board. I like the idea that, and I realize that Robert might cringe when I say this, so I need to be careful. This is my weaker chess brain, but an interested chess brain. I like the idea of the eval bar on board 4, despite the position being closed. So I'm keen to sort of explore that and see like where the advantages and where the potential breaks are in that closed position, where it does look like Norway have a sizable advantage. We've got a pretty fun position on board 2, and of course we have a fun position on board 2. It's Christensen playing. I feel like it would be against his religion to play something boring, where a pawn is, oh goodness, a pawn's all the way on e3 and not looking like it's about to be imminently taken. Where would you like to go first, Robert? This looks fun.
You're giving me too many options, and we have teenagers on the middle 2 boards representing Turkey. So Ediz Gürel and Yaiz Erdogmuş. I'm sorry for the mispronunciation. I'm working really hard to get that right. In fact, I talked to the Turkish channel manager at chess.com, and he even provided me a pronunciation, but I'm still going to work on it. But either way, those 2 players for Team Turkey, they seem to be doing perfectly well. I would say that Christensen in better shape against Gürel. But let's go to Magnus's game. Enough talk. Okay. Let's go to the #1 rated player in the world, because this is a game where Magnus, he came a little bit late. It looked like he was a bit disheveled. And now White's forces are combining on the king side, and we have the makings of an attack. So Magnus needs to time his counterplay well, because White will try to just throw this g-pawn forward, as the black king does not have too many defenders over there.
Exactly right. G-pawn, of course, can't currently be chucked forward. We have got the bishop on c8 as well as the knight on f6 looking after that square. So there might be a move like h3 somewhere, although timing tends to be of the essence in these attacks, so it wouldn't surprise me if there's some intermediate move that deflects something. Forcing a different path, but the plan for White looks fairly obvious here. From Black's point of view, the c5 pawn, to me, that's a little bit of a talking point. You have the option to blow open the center. I'm not really sure you want to do that with a bishop on c8 and a rook on a8, but you have got the option to try and restrict the activity of some of White's pieces by potentially pushing c4 as well. It's just that in the long run, c4 looks super committal because it makes me ask questions about the d5 pawn later on in the game. So I'm trying to formulate a plan for Black here, Robert, and it's Magnus Carlsen, so whatever he says is the plan, I'm sure is the plan, but I'm looking for the themes and I can't see it yet.
Well, White's plan is obvious. We keep talking about it. Try to get this pawn rolling as quickly as possible. And what Black wants to do is restrict White's attack. So if I could play knight to e4, just as an example, I'd be pretty happy. But I do see that there's a knight and a bishop covering that square. It will cost black a pawn. So I would be tempted to push my b pawn down. If this pawn lands on b4, and then the white knight can go to e2 and over to g3, and it is going to be a piece that you need to keep an eye on, but I will gain access to a square like e4, which I will happily sit my knight on. So
Sure.
there's b5. That was not even my movement. That was Magnus's.
Nice.
He understands that the knight needs to get out of there, because if you waste any time, black will play b4, bring the knight to e4, and maybe even get a bishop to f5 if you allow it.
That's one of the really cool things about high-level chess as well, where you look at a position and you've obviously just nailed it, and Magnus has just played it on the board, Robert, but you're thinking, hang on a second, there are several different key themes in this position, which is fine. Like, a lot of players can recognize that, but being able to accurately assess which you should be addressing first and what needs addressing when is such a difficult skill. It's sometimes really easy when it's forcing lines and tactics, for example, would be a great example of when it's so important, but it's not too difficult. But in positions like this, where you're looking at long-term advantages and disadvantages and weighing them up against tactics, it can sometimes be really cloudy. And that decision-making process, I think, is something that can often go underappreciated, because it's really easy to pick a move that, using computers as an example, where there's one move that's +2 and everything else that's +0.3, you pick the move that's +2. When you've got 6 moves that are all +0.3 and only one that's 0.5, like, those kind of intricacies can be so hard to spot.
Yes, they really can be, and I just want to laugh with everybody at that featured chat that we just saw. Normally, I just keep talking about the chess, but said that this position is dry, like, typical Magnus, zeros, dry. How is this a dry position? This isn't some kind of symmetry where it's locked up and you're playing some Berlin, rookie 1 endgame. This is a crazy position. So I appreciate everyone getting involved with the chat, but this is anything but calm. And if you're Mustafa Yilmaz, you've had a bad event thus far. Turkey has been led by those teenagers, Ediz Gürel and Yaiz Erdoğmuş. I hope I did better this time. They are 4 out of 4 heading into this 5th round. But
Super
Mustafa
strong.
has lost some games. So that has been a problematic point for Team Turkey. If he could hold Magnus Carlsen on this top board, then you're trying to use the rest of the boards to your advantage. But I'll say not so fast. And not just because this is anything but a dry position and it's really complicated, and white has some things to figure out with black storming some pawns down the queen side, but also if we zoom out of the Magnus game to look at the overall match, look at this. Oh gosh, chess beans, we're not going to get into that. But John, look at the 4th board. Frode Erkadal, he was one of the absolute best players in the Olympiad in 2016 when Norway finished in 5th place. Look at his position right now. And if Norway wins this match, I think they're looking over there saying, you're really helping us out big time, because his advantage, it looks huge.
Yeah, I'm loving this. So when we first came to this matchup, we saw that, okay, there was a big advantage on the eval bar, but everything was closed up. And I wanted to come here and talk about the nice subtle themes of the position, Robert, and how white has a little bit more space, but actually there's a wall of black pawns, Robert, and it's not necessarily so clear where the break is coming, Robert. And unfortunately, Erkadal here has completely ruined all of my plans and all of my prep by giving us the double exclam when we get to the board. The knight has come into c5 and is now threatening to blow apart black's position.
Just if we go back a turn, white had a pawn on c4, black had a pawn on b6. So knights are better than bishops on closed boards. What is this bishop on f6 doing? It's staring into its own pawn, and we're staring at Johann Sebastian Christensen and Ediz Gürel on the 2nd board of this clash between Norway and Turkey. But this bishop on f6, I mean, that's just a bad piece. It's a tall pawn. It's getting no activity whatsoever, but great recognition from Erkadal. So many players would be looking, how can I gain more space on the king side? Go there. There's a bishop on g2. There's a rook on a8. That rook is not defended because black is not castled yet and is afraid to castle to walk into an attack. So c5. Let's open up some of this board. Pawn takes, knight takes c5. Brilliant move. Oh, it's a free knight. I dropped that piece. Bam.
Yeah.
d6, and your rook on a8 is at the end of the line. And it's not just going to be a simple, oh, I play queen d8, I protect my rook, that's all good and fun. I take on c7 with tempo against your queen. If you want to keep your rook on the board, you slide one square over, and this is where things get beautiful. Yeah, I can take this rook on a8. I can also play pawn to b6 if I want. I can just make moves like rook to d1 if I want. I'm sure I could bring my queen to d6 just to keep everything defended to play b6 next. Black is not just squeezed. Black is just getting toasted.
I saw pawn to b6 and thought that's absolutely delicious. I don't even care if the rook's on the board at that point. I'm getting you can instantly get a rook behind that and just start pushing. That is disgusting. Absolutely delightful stuff. The queen even has an entry square on d6 as well. Oh, you think you're castling your way out of this so that you can connect an extra rook into the defense? Not so fast. So many things going wrong for black down these lines, and that's why the closed positions can often open up for sacrifices like this, especially when you're the player, I guess, that has more space because you've got more time and space to maneuver, and your opponent can be stuck for finding a way to harmonize your pieces, I guess, since you don't have as much space to actually put them in a good working order.
And if you can't take that knight because that frees up the d6 push, let's say you make some other move, I don't even know what's a good move. Let's say a castle or something like that. Now white is even better than before because I can retreat my knight to e4, same pluses with an additional plus as being this open file and an isolated a5 pawn, so your rook on 8 is kind of stuck. So rook c3, rook c1, all of white's forces will stare at this loose pawn. So compare what we have on the screen right now to this position where a rook going to c1 does nothing. It seems like black controls the square, but these are the invisible moves in chess. You push your pawn up where it can be captured because the tactics actually favor white, who has more space, more control, and Frode Erkedal is just doing Norway a huge solid right now, and black played the move e4 just to go to the game position, saying you could have a pawn, and he takes it, but at least now my bishop looks more like a bishop. I'm going to try to clog all the remaining weaknesses in the camp, but no, white's up a pawn, has a healthy advantage, and who wouldn't love to have this from the white side?
Yeah, I guess the thing here is that even if you plug up all the remaining weaknesses, the one on c7 is such like, it's a glaring, you've got a big target sign on top of it, right? I'm not sure black can do very much about that, so it has to be counterplay, at least in this position. If the rook moves across to c1, the pawn on f5 is hanging. So it's not as straightforward, purely because black has a bit of counterplay, but it doesn't feel like that counterplay is enough. But if you're choosing between a position where you're down a lot and there's nothing you can do versus you're down maybe even a little bit more, but at least there's something you can do and you can provide an opportunity for your opponent to go wrong, you take the latter, especially in a team tournament 10 times out of 10, right?
And black has no plan. I just want to make that clear. Your bishop does look good, but you don't actually have activity to speak of. And if this knight ever gets to c4, I try to think, where do my pieces belong? You're going to drop another pawn, and there's really little that black can do about all this. So I would say that Frode Erkedal is well on his way to victory. That takes some of the pressure off Magnus, but it doesn't take the pressure off, and in fact, places even more on Mustafa Yilmaz. So, we can zoom out of this match because Norway looks like they're in great shape at the moment.
Looking really, really strong. Let's now take a look at a couple of games from a match that we haven't covered yet today at all. Let's get some more flags on our side, folks. I want to call for Moldova, who are taking on Uzbekistan as things currently stand. We have an interesting position on at least one of those boards. I'm sure, Robert, you can guess that I'm looking at board 2. The eval bar might actually be the one out of the 4 boards that looks the most even, but I really do not care about the eval bar when the positions look like this.
I'm looking at these boards here. They this matchup actually looks fun across the 4 boards. Board 1, queens are off. That may not appeal to some of our viewers, but as I look at board 2, I mean, look at this. Knights are taking rooks. There's a pass pawn on the 7th rank. So why don't we start with the second board, because the evaluation bar is in the middle, but pieces are hanging everywhere.
This is absolutely wild. As I said on an earlier broadcast, my on-prise attack positions, I seem to get into these quite often, but nowhere near at this level, obviously. So we have a knight. Nothing to worry about, folks. It's, on the back rank. The problem is they've swapped colors by the looks of things. You've got a black knight on D1 and a white knight on F8. The white bishop is about to be taken, or can be taken, and it's pinned to the queen as well, so just moving away isn't so straightforward. Both knights are hanging. How did we even come close to getting here? I've got no clue what's going on.
And it's black's turn right now. I just wanted to point that out. And I'm trying to figure out which piece to take, because there are 2 of them hanging. I am a bit afraid of this knight getting out of the pawn's path and that pawn promoting. So, for example, if you do take this bishop on c4, that knight can get out here, and f7 to f8, that's going to hurt a little bit. But I do think that black has a bailout plan, and it's something that everyone should take note of. Bishop takes g2. Right. If the king takes, the black queen just goes back and forth between g4 and h4. So I do think at some moment, you have the safety lever. You just pull that and you say bishop takes pawn, threatening checkmate in the corner. And if the king takes it, you have this repetition.
Does that mean then that we want to be thinking about playing something like queen takes the knight on d1 instead, so that at a future moment, if bishop takes pawn check and the king recaptures the bishop, the queen can no longer check on g4 because it's covered by the white queen? Does that make things, does that make the position more of a question, more of a challenge for black to solve?
Yeah, so why don't we actually just make the move? Because let's say I take this knight over here on f8. Your point is queen takes d1, but when you take the piece on d1, this bishop on c4 is still hanging. And so it does seem like instead of just giving up a bishop to go deliver a draw, why not try to win? Black is up a piece, and this pawn on f7, it looks menacing, but it's not getting anywhere. So these are the big questions that both sides need to answer, because this is anything but clear here. I think bishop takes g2, that's that bailout I'm referring to. I don't think it works in this current position, and this is actually how you trick yourself when you think, okay, if king takes, we just make the draw that I was mentioning, check, 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 king goes back and forth, nothing we could do. Right. The difference is that white doesn't have to take this bishop. Checkmate in 1 is threatened, but white can give up the queen on h7. It's a queen trade in a funny way, and now this pawn is 1 square away from promotion. So these are tactics that favor white. Pieces are hanging everywhere, but white has a number of extra pawns, so black will not be able to win this game. In fact, black will lose this game with pieces hanging everywhere.
Yeah, that is wild. I mean, the knight can be taken. You've got 4 pieces on the board that are hanging, and there are only 6 pieces on the board, right? That is incredible. So that line, I don't want to call it messy. It's just really complicated, and you have to consider in what order everything gets done as well. So that safety net doesn't work. Are there a prerequisite set of conditions under which Yakubayev will be thinking, okay, we can use this if necessary? Or are we still absolutely 100% pushing for the win? We're not thinking about safety nets. We're thinking about aggressive moves.
Thinking about the win from the black side seems difficult because there is a passed pawn in your territory. And if we do take stock of the current position, white has 6 pawns to black's 4. So, as I look here across the board, I'm thinking I would be worried if I were black. I want to win this game. I'm the higher rated player, but are you taking too much risk? And Uzbekistan, they stumbled yesterday. They lost that match, but even in the previous rounds, they were in some trouble. So there has not been consistency from this Uzbek squad. And you look across the 4 boards here, John. I mean, there's this chaos on the 4th board, which I guess is going in Uzbekistan's favor, but you don't want to take too many risks because your opponents are very strong against each and every team.
Well, the number of times we've taken a look at what we consider to be a chaotic board, and then we've come back after a break, or we've checked out a few games elsewhere, and the eval bar is swinging wildly the other way, right? We've had so many of those in the first 3 days of this very tournament, Robert, so we can't take any of that for granted in a field this strong, like you say, with these kind of crazy positions that are all over the place. So we just took a look at board number 2 in a bit more detail. That is the board that you see in blue, so second from the left on the bottom of your screens. Board 4 looks like it could be ending in Uzbekistan's favor, but a very similarly chaotic position. Shall we go and take a quick look at that, Robert, and see what the nuance, or maybe see what led to the position here?
I think all we need to know is that the move b5 apparently is the move that leaves black with the advantage, and that's a hard move to play. There's a pawn on f5 that can be captured 2 different ways. Your pawn on g5 is loose over here, so you're telling me you're just going to casually protect your c4 pawn? It just goes to show that this c4 pawn is really important here, as the black king would come under some fire in this direction. But b5, not an easy move to spot, but I think it was just played. So props to Shamsidin Volkirov, the young Uzbek player who was part of their gold medal winning squad. He finds it, John. Not easy, giving up this g5 pawn for sure, but just keeping this important c4 pawn, and the rook on a6 is doing a great job of defending along the 6th rank if you allow black ever to get that e6 pawn out the way.
This is a really scary position to be in, because when we look at relative king safety, especially if the g5 pawn is dropping for black now, it's difficult for me to immediately spot that black is actually doing significantly better in this position. If you were to take on g5 and we get everything swapped off, you've now got checks against the king. There are no g or h pawns in front of the king, whereas white has both of those things. So this is a very interesting evaluation, and one that it's not something that I would immediately spot and go, oh yes, that makes sense. I feel like to an extent I still don't understand it.
I think it could be explained by the material. Black is a pawn ahead, and it's not just any pawn. You see these 2 menacing looking pawns on the C and D files. You can create a connected passer on d3. I wouldn't do that so quickly, at least I would have to carefully consider it. But black is a pawn ahead, and where's the checkmating attack going to come from? A queen on c1 is not exactly the scariest piece. And if I can take on f5 with the e-pawn, this is what I was referring to, that rook can slide over into the king's defense. So there's not enough firepower for white. You're a bit too slow here with the queen and bishop lined up the way they are. So there will be attacking chances, but ultimately black is the side for choice, and I completely see why b5 was a really nice find from Volkirov.
Very, very nice stuff. Really cool to see. And also, Uzbekistan maybe struggling a little bit in this tournament so far. They've not necessarily been on the kind of form that you would expect from the current gold medal winners, right? So for them to bounce back would be a very, very important start to the second half of their tournament. It is a marathon, not a sprint, but b5, certainly one of those moves that they're going to be very pleased with, and they're going to go, okay, it's fine, we can calm ourselves, we can steady our nerves, and continue to push for a victory in this game. That was... I still think this looks crazy, and I'm looking forward to seeing how and when it gets simplified, or how much more tension can actually be added to that board. Let's go and take a look at one of the games that we were saying we would come back to earlier on in our commentary. So I feel like we should fulfill that promise and take a look at where things are at. So I'm specifically talking about Gukesh's game, where Suleimani is trying to find any edge possible against Gukesh. It looks like quite a different position to when we last left it, if I'm honest.
And quite different body language between these two players. Gukesh confidently just got up from the board. We see Suleimani here. He is not happy with his position I don't think anyone would be happy with the black pieces here. Earlier, I said white was better, but black would have some play, especially if this a5 pawn were on e5 to open up the bishop. But all the problems in black's position remain, and the liquidation has only helped white because we see a passed pawn on f5 now. That's going to be a difficult thing to stop for black. We have an open file for the rook. The queen on f3 is active, and this bishop is not playing. John, this bishop is staring into a brick wall on d4. So the only thing I can see to do for black is to try to get that bishop involved, but I still don't think that really helps. Just because the bishop has more to look at least more room, there's nothing to attack, and white will then continue bringing a queen to e4, can always support the f-pawn with the g-pawn, and with the queens potentially coming off, the endgame still is in white's favor because black has nothing to attack and has many problems to try and defend.
I guess because the dark square control is decent from black here, if a move like c5 is played, white has to consider capturing or consider going down the pawn because you simply take on d4 and black's saying thank you very much, right? So even though there's not that much for the bishop to attack, there's no doubt in my mind that by increasing the scope of that bishop, it is at least an improvement to black's position. Is there a plan formulating after that black can at least try to get involved with to maybe not necessarily to stop white, but to create some counterplay, perhaps?
You need like 4 things to happen all at once, and white will never allow you the time to do it. Now, I mean, you could play c5, and if this pawn were to move, you would need to get your knight on e5. That's the goal. So just to show you, c5, let's say we get this, and I'm even going to trade, and then I'll make a quiet move, like g4, just protecting my pawn. This knight needs to be on e5, ASAP, but if this knight moves to c6, and then tries to move to e5, you're not exactly defended back here. So with pawns existing on both sides, and black looking at this past f-pawn, rook e6 already looks like it's going to hurt black a lot. The rook can come to g6, the h6 pawn can be doubled up on over here. I'm trying to come up with something for Suleimanli, but I am saying, and with a pretty high degree of confidence, that his position looks beyond repair.
Okay. So, unfortunately, we'll continue fighting. I'm gonna say this now and hope I don't end up caster cursing something, but this would not be the first position we've seen in this Olympiad, Robert, where a position looks to be beyond repair, and then we come back to it and we see some really wild swings. I guess, do we get more of those in the Olympiad than we do in individual tournaments because of the additional pressure of playing for your country? Is that where, if we were to zoom out and take a look at all of the stats amongst all of the world's top players, we actually see more blunders, more swings in evaluation, like more crazy sacrifices or the desperate things attempted in an endgame? Does that happen here more frequently than everywhere else?
I wouldn't be surprised if it did, but can we zoom in on Gukesh for a second? Because this isn't just any matchup. I know it's the Olympiad. I know that, players do make mistakes, but look at this player right here. He's a teenager. He's playing for a world championship. He has won all his games in this Olympiad. And does this look like somebody who's about to squander away this advantage? No. This looks like somebody who's ready for a world championship. This looks like somebody who started the previous Olympiad with the hottest start in the entire event. He did lose that game against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. That was heartbreaking for him. I mean, it's hard to console him, and his coaches, his teammates did, but he is somebody who, despite his young age, it belies his experience, and his opponent is also a youngster, right? We have a teenager from Azerbaijan here, but this is one-sided traffic, and Gukesh, he is as confident as can be, and he deserves to be, because the way he's playing chess right now, 2,800 is within his sights, and perhaps a world championship title later this year.
It's kind of scary when you take into account his age, where you think, okay, 2,800, yep, that's fine. There's that's exceptional talent. But there's also a couple of players who have breached that sort of territory, who are trying to challenge Magnus Carlsen for the highest rated player in the world and all sorts of stuff like that. And then you go, Gukesh has got 20 years ahead of him to not only do that, but potentially surpass. It's insane. He looks like the kind of man who is thinking about what to order off the menu for dinner tonight. That is how calm his demeanor looks to me. I'm looking for some sort of flicker of emotion, and what I'm getting is, I think we're going to take the fries over the salad and we're going to be in more of a celebratory mood. He's doing phenomenally over the board. He looks absolutely stone cold looking at this position, and this is a big reason why Team India are amongst the favorites to take the entire tournament.
And you see him, he's still calculating. He's trying to figure out his next turn, but he is with a significant advantage and hoping to continue India's perfect Olympiad thus far. So John, he is well on his way to victory for Team India. We won't call it before it concludes, but I just don't see his opponent saving this game. Gukesh the GOAT, we see from Interstellar Boy, and he could be in that conversation when his career is done, but he's just getting started. He's a long way to go to catch up to some of the game's luminaries, like your Magnus Carlsens and Garry Kasparovs.
And that is the scary thing, right? Gukesh is just getting started, as are we, folks, here in the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. Team India currently putting an awful lot of pressure on their opponents. We'll wait and see whether they can convert and how much of it they will be able to convert. They've had a phenomenal start to the tournament. They look to continue that today. Plenty of spicy action all across the playing hall. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with more.
What are your favorite countries to play chess in?
For chess, for me, any country is fine.
You don't mind that much?
Yeah, I don't mind. But as a person, I like Luxembourg very much.
Spain.
Spain.
Because I have the best memories there. So. No, not that, but
What
general,
is that?
They throw him into the swimming pool.
After general, like, I have
Punishment
good
for winning.
results.
Okay. You have any favorite countries to play with?
Greece is one of my
You like Greece?
Yeah,
Okay.
I won my World Youth, made my second GM now. Like I've got good result and also love the place.
Good. And Prag, what's your favorite country to play?
Like I said, room, like, country doesn't matter, just the playing venues matters.
Yeah, the hotel and the venue.
Okay, yeah, with the correct room temperature.
What is your best game and the most memorable one and the weakest one?
Best game is not easy because I'm always torn between the Iranian game in Vacancy and my game with Lothier. Weakest, it's hard to beat losing in 6 moves, right? So my game with Zapata in Beal, my game with Caruana in Vacancy 2020 is definitely one of the most awful ones.
How exactly
and then
did it
some
go?
other.
How exactly did it go?
I'm not going to relive it with you now.
Oh, sorry.
You can look it up.
It's a painful.
Otherwise, I can act out your draw with Prag. You get up, you go. All on video, boy.
No, this will be like...
That was a classic. He gets a very confident jacket and all he's putting in, and he goes and then he turns around and comes back. Because this guy is not moving.
Yeah, no, okay, before making the move, I was checking the score sheet. I just missed that there was this move that... Okay, let's not talk about it.
You know, in this video, they will be doing this.
What was that game, Gukesh? What was the position? Okay, so we'll do a team thing. Each one of you will impersonate someone, some chess player that you can think of.
Who starts? You start.
We are the same team, what is it?
Yeah. You start. It's okay.
Actually, I can start if you want.
No, wait, I'll start.
I just
2 minutes ago they were fighting. They made me draw locks and all, and now they're saying.
I can start.
Guess one
Okay, very
It's not
good.
going to bend like this, but okay, so this is easier.
several years ago, both Chess Kid and you tried to set a Guinness record for most number of people in a tournament. And we've also seen people try to set the record and successfully play these long chess marathons recently. But what do you think is the most unbreakable record in chess? One that even in your lifetime you just can't see somebody eclipsing?
Actually, I was never thinking about my records or other records, because all these records is also, I mean, there are some records like now that it was 61 hours played consecutively playing Blitz.
Right.
This can be easily broken, I think. It's just simply you have to have incredible, dedicated, motivated.
Right. Plus, you know what number you need to stay awake past. You already know.
Yeah. So some things which is not about becoming very strong, but it's in hours or in simultaneous exhibition that you play endless number of simultaneous exhibition. I mean, these are all possible, I think.
Welcome back to our coverage of round number 5 here of the FIDE Chess Olympiad. We're now going to be hopping over to the women's section where there's all sorts of action. And as we promised earlier, this is going to be a recurring theme, but it's because the games are so good, we're going to take a look at one of the matches that we said we would come back to earlier on. Kazakhstan are taking on the giants of India in this round. And board number 1 on the left-hand side of your screen with the brown squares is beginning to look like the start of the end. Harika Dronavali appears to be turning the screws there in that game. And of course, if she's able to do so, that will then be the first point on the board for India in this rather difficult matchup.
And it looks like it's not just board 1. The bookends here, board 4 as well for India. Vantika Agrawal playing some great chess against Alua Nurman. It looks like on the right-hand side of our screens here, White has a queen and a rook lined up on the 7th rank. That usually is quite deadly for the opponent to deal with. So it looks like India is in the driver's seat. And as soon as we tune in, we see that Harika, she's made her move on the left-hand board. So India should be very happy across all 4 boards, in fact, John.
Yes, indeed. The eval bar is certainly looking strong. Let's go ahead and zoom in on Harika's game and take a look how that is doing. First of all, we can see, okay, I get that there are no queens here, but the kings are on the opposite sides of the board. But unfortunately, that king on f1 and the rook on h1 would absolutely dearly love to be the other way around right now. The coordination on White's pieces are what's struggling. The pawn on a2 is also loose to the dark squared bishop. Both sides have isolated pawns, but there are so many other problems in this position that I feel like that's relatively minor in comparison.
And White can go ahead. It's White on the clock, can take this pawn and then try to take the next one after that because it is check. but it's not just about how many pawns you can take. The biggest issue for white is the lack of coordination. King on f1 in the way of the rook, as you were highlighting, and that means that black can afford to give up material if activity comes in return. So I really don't like this position for white. Perhaps she can grab enough pawns to cause black some problems, but if we just back up ever so quickly to see where things got out of control completely, she didn't deliver the check on h5 at first, but the queen still came off. But here we see that Bibisara played f4, and it's given the blunder, double question mark, because the black knight hopped into g4, and white cannot successfully castle queenside, because when you do that, the knight gets into f2 with a fork, winning material, and that's why the white king got stuck, John. Yes, you got the bishop out, a check was given, the knight dropped back, you stop the check, but after bishop takes b2, there's not going to be any castling queenside, and after rook b1, bishop d4, you can't castle into check on the king side either, and that's why black has had the upper hand ever since white made the weakening move f4.
Yeah, black is tying white in knots here. And worth noting as well that when the knight originally came into g4 as well, I don't think you can play h3 to kick the knight away, because I believe you can come straight in with... Can you even play knight f2, for example? Where if the king takes the knight, you've then got the rook coming in with check, taking the dark square bishop back. So that's why it's not so straightforward, and we had to look at other options to alleviate the pressure. But Harika has shown that she's very, very capable of keeping the pressure up, and despite white throwing the kitchen sink at the position, it now looks like it is convertible for the black pieces.
It's much more fun to play. I'd rather be down a few pawns and have control over the board and easy moves to make than have a rook on h1 that's not getting out anytime soon. So even the next move, the move after that, it's not going to be easy for Bibisara. I would take these pawns. I just feel like you're suffering no matter what, and they like to say if you're gonna die, at least die on a full stomach. So just take a bunch of pawns, grab them, and see if that can actually give your opponent some pause. But right now, India is slowing down for nobody. They seem to be steamrolling this very good Kazakhstan squad.
And that does make sense as well, right? Because at the end of the day, if you start just taking off material, it means that if something goes wrong for your opponent, and things sort of normalize and peter out a bit, hey, suddenly you've got the material advantage and you have an opportunity to try and convert. So we'll see if that is possible a little bit later on. Let's see which of the other matches we may want to have a peek at. Let's go with the United States. We haven't seen their squad in action today yet. Let's see how they're doing. They're playing Mongolia today. All four of the games are still ongoing. There you go. You can see them raging on at the bottom. And first thing I want to call out is Mungunzul, and I think that's on board 4 because Munguntul is on board 2. I believe the Mongolian board 4 is one of the players that is on an individual perfect score in the Olympiad so far, if my memory serves correctly. And she is in a favored position against Lee. So that is a big, big game.
Alice Lee is becoming a household name at this stage, but right now on the rightmost board, she is in big trouble against Mungunzul, and there is an attack brewing against the white king. It looks like on board 2, Carissa Yip also with the white pieces. She's in trouble. So Team USA doing well with the black pieces in this match. We see that boards 1 on the left-hand side and the red board, second from the right, Irina Krush. Seems like things are going okay, but boards 2 and 4 with the white pieces, the first move advantage, has been anything but that. So I think we could dive into board 4, John, because as we look at it here, I actually believe it's trickier than the evaluation bar would lead us to believe, because it's very heavily in black's favor. We see that there's a move that was just played, and I believe the move played was bishop to f6 from what I could gather over there, and that leaves the rook on h3 undefended. So
what?
You can't just go ahead and take this rook. That would result in checkmate because black is taking here, and you see that the white king is exposed, and that arrow, that blue arrow, it's not mine. It is saying that this is the only move that keeps white in it, but it makes a lot of sense because the bishop stares at the black queen, and then this pawn could take the dark square bishop next. So many of your problems, John, they're going to disappear with pieces being traded off.
And that's what my oh wow was for. Obviously, the white king is on a1, and just grabbing the rook on h3 potentially leads to difficulties when you've got so many pieces barreling down that king side. It can be quite scary, but look at how quickly the eval bar swung straight back. This is an instant illustration of your point, Robert, where you said, hang on a second, this is complicated. It's a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more tricky than the eval bar might suggest. I mean, what you just described instantaneously came true.
Well, just to show how difficult this position has been for black, who still has a perfectly good position, e5 allows black to take this bishop on f3 with the queen, and a queen trade, black is no worse. But to go back here, bishop f6, very natural choice, but rook takes f3 is what the objectively best move was. And after queen takes f3, then play bishop f6, the reason being that e5 is not playable anymore as the white queen is undefended. But to give up a rook for a bishop, and at this moment, I think white can retreat the queen onto the second rank somewhere and say, where's your checkmate coming from exactly? I see what you want, but you have given up quite a significant amount of material in order to attempt this. So in the game, quick moves are coming in. e5 played by Alice Lee. And John, if she can save this game, which is still better for black, but the worst is behind white at this stage, I think Team USA is feeling like they may have a much better chance.
A lot of pressure being applied by Team Mongolia at the moment, it has to be said, but Alice Lee looking to thread the needle, looking to not just withstand this pressure, but hopefully provide counter-attacking chances and an opportunity to score the full board point as well. This is looking significantly less one-sided than it was just a couple of moves ago, but it's precisely because the path forward was so unbelievably difficult to spot. This was one of the two boards that we were looking at where we thought actually there could be quite a lot of spice on the board, Robert. Why don't we go ahead and hop back out to the team and see the other one as well? Do we have a similar number of moves played? Have we still got a position that we want to jump into? So we've just been to board number 4, and I think it was Clarissa Yip we were looking at on board 2, where things also look like they might have stabilized a bit.
If Team USA can survive on both of these two boards, things are turning around, because if you look at the leftmost board here as well, it's a slightly better for Begim Tokiryanova. So all of a sudden, Team USA can maybe even think about winning this match. That seemed like a dream just a couple turns ago. But Clarissa Yip, she has a new chance in her position as her opponent has made an error. It's still very sharp. Black still looks to have a promising position, as Clarissa still has much to figure out. But both Clarissa and Alice Lee on board 4, they have chances, and that's good news for all the Team USA fans out there.
An amazing moment and a really cool turnaround. Let's dive into Clarissa Yip's board and take a look at what's going on. Rather than looking at the current position first, maybe, Robert, we can check out the moves that led us to this position and why perhaps the attack was so dangerous before then going into why the defense could go wrong.
Well, this was perhaps a case of misguided preparation, because we got down some very forcing line, and just to go back here, bishop f3 was the only move. This stems from an advanced Caro-Kann. Unfortunately, with so many games, don't have time to look at every single opening and every single turn. But bishop f3 was the move here. But in a position like this, after pawn takes e3, bishop takes, pawn takes, I'm just going to finish the variation, that white can make a draw like this as black's king goes back and forth. Black is up a minor piece. So if you don't make the draw now, you're just going to be down material. So instead of making a draw with the white pieces, when you're expected to play for a win, she made the move rook to d1, pinning the pawn on d4, but now bishop c5, development, protecting the center. And as the game continued, lovely move, brilliant c, queen to h4, giving up a bishop on c5 to win this bishop on e3. It's a fancy trade. As the game continued here, the black queen went to e4, bishop h3, queen g2 checkmates her on tap. There's problems down the e file as well. And after bishop d3, the black queen swung to f3. Not the exact best square, but still good for black, because as the queen ran away some more, the white bishop is in trouble. It saved itself, and then black stole a pawn. So mistakes are happening for both sides. It's that kind of sharp position, John. And as we fast forward to how this game continued, black is up a pawn, doing super well at this stage. Queen came back into e4, went up to e2, and then after queen b3, the bishop gets in, queen takes b7, and here the better move apparently was queen takes c4, stealing the pawn, protecting your knight. Knight takes e5 is hardly a move to sneeze at. It's just a good looking move, but I guess white now can rely on the c pawn as compensation. It's a dangerous pawn to allow to remain, as it's a passer, and it can advance and do so in the near future.
A couple of things there, I guess. The first is that as you were going through that analysis with the queen and bishop coming through on the light squares, I was getting some Marshall Gambit kind of vibes with the piece maneuvering and where everything gets placed. But I guess the natural follow-on from what you said here is I almost find it amazing that the c4 pawn being able to go up the board is potential compensation here, because it's cut off by the dark squared bishop, which is supported by a pawn. We've got both of black's rooks on the back rank. I guess maybe it's got something to do with the fact that the black queen is so offside and it would take ages to get back to the defense. But if you gave me this position with no analysis, I don't think... One of the things I would think is, oh, that c-pawn's dropping at some point. It doesn't occur to me that that's the compensation that white needs to get out of that sort of bind.
But for it to drop, a rook needs to go after it. The f8 rook is tied down to this f7 pawn. I would love to take your knight if your rook ever moves and win that f7 pawn. And if your a8 rook moves, the a7 pawn drops. The bishop on c3, it's defending and defended by this pawn on d4, but it's kind of stuck in enemy territory. That seems like a good thing to be on your opponent's side of the board, but it's not actually it's not helping stop this pawn if it continues to go forward. This game could turn around completely. Black is a pawn ahead, but white has a bit better coordination because the black queen, the black bishop are too far into the enemy camp, and that means the knight on g5, that's a problematic piece. There could be some ideas with a capture on f7 if you're not careful. The c-pawn, as we've been talking about, is quite advanced. So both sides have their chances. This is the position all three results are possible.
This is a brilliant dynamic game. Looking forward to see how the position develops. Moving the c-pawn as well potentially gives the queen light squares to escape from later when she's not busy on knight management duty. But as it currently stands, a very sharp, a very complicated game between the United States and Mongolia, and a very complicated match as well. We saw in a matter of minutes the average eval bars and where we think the match was stood. That's all changed, and it can all change once again when we come back to this game later on in this broadcast, no doubt. For now, we're going to go ahead and take a look at some of the games back in the open section. We have some developments in the match between Hungary and Ukraine. So we'll probably go and check that out. We've also got a couple of potential blunders, but they're potential blunders in individual games as opposed to big match results. So we might hop between them as the action starts unfolding. So bear with us while we check that out. You are watching Richard Rapport against Vasil Ivanchuk, and I think this is probably where we want to go next as well.
Let's actually start with the Vidit game against Mamajara.
Oh, back to Vidit.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, this is all of the action is happening at the same time. And if we pull up the board here, Vidit actually has a winning move right now because black, even though he is down a pawn, and he has been for a while. E5, that is the move. Look at this bishop on d5, John. This is a pin, and it could be an eternal pin. E5 says, please trade queens with me. If the queen is captured, after g takes f5, you're not getting out of this pin. It's over. The game is done in black's favor because white needs the g3 square to get to. But as soon as you push your pawn, I take it, and that only puts more pressure on the pin piece. h3, h5, and you, oop, that's my mistake. I didn't get the pawn the right square. h5, I'm stopping you from playing g4. You can move your a-pawn a little bit, but black can just do whatever. It's kind of like Pac-Man. You just slowly go over, start eating things, and then you'll come back around and go for this white knight. The white king, has to move at some point, and white just drops a piece. This is game.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's it. Like, even if you try and maybe you can try and make the g3 square for your king to escape by pushing g4, but you don't have to take it. You can even just push f4 and keep the king skewered behind the knight. So as long as we see that motif, we can actually fairly safely say the game is over because there's nothing else you need to consider, because that knight being pinned and you never being able to move with the king is true in all variations, right? So that's just game over. There's no counterattacking chances. There's no, hang on a second, the commentator says there might be some hope. That's just done. You're cooked.
And the queen stayed on the board, but look, g5 played quickly by FIDE, I think after h5. So g5 was played, h3 was played to stop g4, and once black plays h5, Mamedyarov might even throw in the towel. You see Rajabov there, longtime friend of Shakhar Mamedyarov, a longtime member of Team Azerbaijan. Today he serves as the captain. He didn't get enough games in to be eligible for the team, but he knows after h5 in this, there was a blue arrow, that's not mine, that's the engine saying this move, the only move, but it leads to a win because g4 comes next, John.
Absolutely incredible. And even with the queen still on the board, the motif has been identified. We know exactly what we need to do. Yes, h3 staves off the inevitable, but h5 unfortunately renews the threat, and it could be the beginning of the end. Okay. Where else did we want to head? So we've gone straight to that. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at a different game. Now, Robert, where are we heading to?
Well, I'm just waiting for FIDE because he keeps, there it is, h5 played. So as soon as he made that move, we now know that India is about to take board 4. This was supposed to be Azerbaijan's strong point. Mamedyarov board 4 white pieces, but look at FIDE. He's bouncing in his chair, John, and he's been overlooked for too long. He won the Grand Swiss to qualify for the candidates. We always talk about Arjun, Gukesh, Pragnananda, not about FIDE. And yeah, it is more like win it because he's trying to win this match for Team India, and what a big win this would be for them.
This is continuing to underline their credentials as arguably tournament favorites here. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. And it's also going to ease the pressure on the rest of the team. Although, based on the way the entire India team is playing, Robert, if I'm going to be perfectly honest, easing the pressure when everyone just seems to be habitually winning is like, yeah, okay, you could do that, but it's like a cherry on top at this point. So, great stuff coming out of there from FIDE. We now know that the critical idea has been found, and Mamedyarov will continue looking for resources, searching for a way out, especially if there's any sort of misstep and there's an opportunity to play a move that gives him a way out. But let's go ahead and check out now Ukraine and Hungary, which before that motif was where we were considering going. There we go. Ivanchuk and Rapport are back on our screens. One game has already concluded, so board 2 has ended peacefully. We have a draw. Let's see what's going on everywhere else. You can tell board 2's ended in a draw because we have the customary arbiter in front of the camera. I love that that's just the global indicator that something has finished, but it has indeed. Still 3 boards fighting, and Richard Rapport looking like he's doing a good job on board 1 of trying to find additional resource here against Chucky.
This has been Ivanchuk throughout his entire career. There have been the highest highs at least almost, besides the World Championship title. But then there are some lows. There's been some inconsistency from him, but he is a creative genius. That word is not used lightly. Go ask Garry Kasparov about Vasil Ivanchuk. Go ask Magnus Carlsen about the legend. Ask all of the best players, Viswanathan Anand. They will tell you the same thing, that this is a maestro. But in this game, his king is on e4, but we're not playing king of the hill. So that king, it's not the hill it wants to die on, but right now it's just out in the open, and black has one move, rook takes bishop. But John, there's checkmate in one, threatened in the other direction on g7 or h8. So rook takes bishop, it makes perfect sense, especially when there is a king out in the open on a square like e4. It usually doesn't survive all that long, but I don't see a direct checkmate against it.
Yeah, that's really weird. The other piece that could be brought into the fight, the knight here is on a6. There's no way for the knight to check the king. The pesky pawn on c3 is preventing the queen from getting in on the action as well. So, look, going into the end of a game, Robert, if you would normally say the king was really active, it managed to get up to the 5th rank, and white won the game, you wouldn't really bat an eyelid, right? But if you say the king was really active, it got up to the 5th rank, by the way, all of the major pieces were still on the board, and each side had 6 pawns, you'd be like, hang on a second, how on earth is this even possible? That is insane. The elements of risk and danger of having a king in that sort of position, especially against such a strong player and such a legendary tactician as well, I don't think we can understate how amazing this game is. It's so good, but where's the counterplay? I actually think this might just be done.
If the clocks were reversed, black would play queen c2 check, potentially. The king moves the f-file, queen f5, forcing the queens off the board. There will be no checkmate. But Chucky is down under 3 minutes. That makes rook takes bishop, even if it weren't the objectively best move, a very good decision, because your opponent will not have enough time to save his king, which is running up to e5 after the rook captures it. So I think that Ivanchuk's creativity, it's on full display. There is no denying it. And I will note that it's not like it's that obvious. There's no way for black to suddenly win a piece, but there's a king on e5. And so you typically don't love to see it. If this king could get on over to h6, we'd be talking about a checkmate against the black king. So there are still problems for black to figure out. That's why Rapport, he's not moving instantly. If he is going to take this bishop on e5, he wants to make sure he has a follow-up that's difficult to meet. And so he wants to do what's best for his team. If there's a win on one of the other boards, let's say in the next bunch of turns, he could just try and say, let's play peacefully. Let's try to make a draw here, and my team can win with somebody else's decisive game rather than mine. But rook takes e5. We talk about creative players. We're talking about Vichy. Excuse me, not Vichy, but also Vichy. We're talking about Vasil. He is one of them. Richard Rapport, of course, is another.
Let me ask the obvious question on behalf of probably quite a few players who are looking at that blue arrow of rook takes bishop. You mentioned quite rightly that if black were to play queen c2 in this position, forcing the white king over to f4 and then forcing the trade of queens, for example, with queen f5 check, if that's an option rather than immediately give up the exchange, why don't we do that first? Why is that blue arrow screaming rook takes bishop?
Because when one side's king is safer, you typically want to keep the queens on the board, even if it costs you some material. This bishop is amazing, and even with the queens off, we see here some sirens going. Hopefully everything's okay here, but I mean, there is perhaps not everything okay on this board, that even if the queen check and trades off on f5, that dark square bishop is still going to be a problematic piece for black to deal with. The knight's on the rim. It can try to get back into c5, but it might not be so easy. So queen c2 to f5, it is viable. It does look totally reasonable and can lead to even success for black. But I'm just going to put that on the board as until there's a movement. Oops, sorry, can't go there. Pardon me. That blunders f2. That would be really bad. But in this position, takes, like, what if this bishop just sits on f6? You already have the outline of a mating net. If this rook can lift or something like that, the black king is in trouble. So even if objectively it's okay for black, it can be a bit scary to voluntarily go into a position of this nature, even again, if black can get away with it.
Okay, yeah, that's it's scary. At the same time, I'm thinking I want to get the queens off the board as soon as possible, and if I can find a way of doing that without giving up in exchange, I definitely want to do that as well. But you're right, anything to simplify into something that we can try and hold. 22.5 minutes. It looked like for a second that Richard was ready to make a move, but we're going back. The hand has gone back down to the table, patiently thinking about what we're going to be doing next. What other creative resources can we have in this position? What else do these players have up their sleeve? They're both sort of known for their creative chess, right? It's not necessarily one versus the other. They both love these sort of, I want to say crazy, but honestly, just these really super creative positions. But it doesn't look like a draw is the most likely result here, not by a long shot.
No, I think Richard's doing the right thing. With his opponents on under 3 minutes, you don't just want to play for time. Ivanchuk, he's very experienced. He knows how to handle himself. He's not just going to lose because he has little time. He needs 30 seconds with every move made, and it really depends on what's happening on the other two boards. If those look even, or if Ukraine might have a pull on one of the other boards, he's not just going to trade queens. He is looking at rook takes e5. It's just not clear where the knockout will go, where that's going to come from. So that's why he's not giving up material until he feels quite confident that he will actually be able to gain the upper hand.
Okay. So, folks, this is Hungary, Ukraine. Rook takes bishop was played, by the way, so we've just seen that move on the board. And now we go back into a quick think before following up. We'll maybe watch the next couple of moves on the board before moving across to something else, because I feel like it's only reasonable. The king has indeed walked up to e5, and Richard Rapport has gotten up from the board. So, obviously confident that this is the continuation that matters, and the queen has come to e2. Any closing thoughts on this position, Robert, before we head elsewhere?
Black wins this position, I mean, I don't even know what percent of the time, but a very high percentage of the time. The rook is hanging. Queen h5 check is looking like it might lead to a checkmate in some positions. Knight b8 to c6 or to d7, depending on what check you allow me to get. And Ivanchuk is now down to 2 minutes 45 seconds. You see him stressing here. All of his Ukrainian teammates and fans, they're going to be stressing as well, because there's a king on e5. It typically does not live long in the center there.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at the team that Ukraine beat yesterday. Which is why they are playing Hungary today. We, of course, are talking about the United States. They are looking to score a match point victory here against Argentina. One of their, let's see how many of their games are still going. I was about to say one of the games are finished, but I think I was looking at the wrong screen. So still plenty of fighting chess up and down. And Fabiano Caruana, his position was exciting because he was trying to put a crazy amount of pressure to attempt to convert earlier on. Let's see if he's progressed much further in the position as we take a look at it on the board.
And for Team USA, they definitely want Fabiano to continue his torrid start to this Olympiad. I mean, he is in a blistering pace. He's back above 2,800. 2 years ago, he lost a lot of rating points. So we see that in this position here, John, the queen slid back to g3, e5 is targeted, the bishop and queen are lining up together quite nicely, but black is active, and this is move 29 for white, 6 minutes, 40 seconds for Peralta. I would definitely take the extra time, because this is scary looking position where one mistake could lose you the game.
That knight, I'm trying to figure out what we can end up doing with the knight on f8 as well. I'm guessing if black had 2 free moves right now, maybe placing that knight on g5 wouldn't be a bad idea. Disrupts the queen's line of sight and actually gets to, I don't know, a lot more activity. You're not just staring at a bunch of light squares that aren't even being attacked in front of your king. But finding the time to do that, I guess, is the challenge here. And that's what makes positions like this so tricky, which is why you say with 6 minutes left on the clock to make 13 moves to complete move 40, any one of those 13 moves could be a game-ending mistake.
And we see Peralta, he's trying to come up with a plan right now. This knight may want to go onto a square like b3 or to a4. So white's king is exposed, even though there's only currently a black queen on that side, and the queen on d2 that just went there. And you want to deliver a checkmate against the black king with a move like f4, open up that diagonal. But Fabiano, he's a nice guy, but he's not that accommodating. He's not just going to walk into a checkmate by taking and opening up the bishop to g7. He'll move his knight. And John, your point is well taken that perhaps there is a future where this black knight can go to e6 and to g5 if you allow it to block up the king side, and it could continue venturing forward from there. So there is the outline of an attack for white. There's a black queen in white's territory. The black knight wants to leap in as well. It's messy. It's difficult to assess. It's dynamically balanced, but with under 5 minutes for white, I do think that Fabiano may be relying on the clock to help him try to secure a full point.
Yeah, I completely agree. The black queen is in such a menacing position, but the one-piece attack rarely wins games outright. So we need a way, we need an idea that allows the other pieces to get involved. But at the same time, when you've got time trouble, maybe your opponent will give you the idea by playing something that isn't particularly precise. And that's certainly what we could be staring at here. So this is Fabiano Caruana's game against Peralta. Maybe let's do a quick zoom out and take a look at how the full team are doing for the USA versus Argentina. Argentina, of course, you can see Diego Flores there on board number 3. There was a little bit of controversy yesterday. I think Diego Flores had a SIM card in his wallet or something and was forfeited, but won the appeal and his win was reinstated. I won't say too much about that other than we managed to get a combo interview with the head of fair play and someone on the FIDE technical committee as well. And if you are a subscriber to the Twitch channel, we will be playing that as subscriber content in our next break. So they talk about a number of things and exactly what happened and why. But Diego Flores happily playing here and continuing on. It looks like he's got a bit of an edge in his game against Dominguez. Is there any particular board, Robert, that you think you fancy having a peek at?
Well, it looks like Levon Aronian on the right-hand side of our screen. Bishops of opposite color, but he's the one on the attack. He may be the board that USA is relying on because Dominguez is slightly worse in his game, but it looks like Levon Aronian, he is in really good shape there. He's just pressing, he's active, and this is the type of chess that we have come to expect and love from Levon over the years. This would be huge for Team USA if Levon can strike on this board, because the other games, those are up for debate about who is better or how much better the player is.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at board number 4 for the United States versus Argentina. Levon Aronian sporting the white pieces here. Gotta love a good h4 pawn push. I'm almost relieved, Robert, that this has happened after move 20, because maybe I've been really spoiled in this Olympiad so far, but I've just been expecting these wild attacks coming out of the first 15 moves. This almost looks normal in comparison, but white is being a very big menace to black here, where the bishop is still on c8. Although I guess it can move out relatively soon, but the impending attack on this side of the board looking very, very dangerous for black to navigate.
Yeah, looking great for Levon, but we just leave for a second and it's looking even better for Fabiano.
Wait, what?
We turn our heads just for a quick glance at board 4, and on board 1...
hello?
Yeah, things are pretty much over in favor of the USA. So a single move makes all the difference. And wow, okay, the rook captured a pawn on c5, and Fabiano played pawn to f4 here. And what he's doing is he's making sure that the white queen cannot help in the defense. f4 given 1 exclamation point, maybe it deserves 2. Rook b8 is coming next, and this queen wanted to take on e5. That was the resource that Peralta was relying on. But after e takes f4, rook b8 now, there is a direct checkmating threat, and the white queen is stuck all the way on the other side, not helping defend.
And I'd like to point out a little bit of a cherry on the cake as well. Notice how quickly Fabi played that move, right? We know how many moves there are until the time control on move 40, and as soon as Fabi found that idea, I think the thought process goes something along the lines of, this looks really good, and even if it's not immediately winning, if I play it quickly, my opponent's got less than 4 minutes, not only to wriggle out of it, but to play something like 10 moves. This is the way to go. You can see him smiling in the background. He knows he's got this one in the bag, but playing it quickly is just an additional edge to that move. It's not just a pawn push. It's not just a winning move. It's a winning move in time trouble where psychologically he's really turning the screw.
And Fabiano's clock management has been great. Yes, f4 is a cold shower because it just does not allow the white queen to help out. So the queen can move, that's true, but it doesn't matter. Queen g4, some of that rook b8 still, that bishop cannot be defended very easily. Sure, you can move it, but as soon as you move it, the b file is fully open, and the black queen can do things like this and try to go for checkmate. So this is, I think, just game over. It's pretty straightforward, and white doesn't have time, and even if you gave white a day instead of a minute, it's unfortunately too late now.
It does look that way. 1 minute and 45 seconds and counting. We're desperately looking for what resource we might be able to use to move away from this threat. I'm not sure one exists right now. So just about a minute left on the clock. We're staying with this for just a few seconds longer to see if maybe we even get a handshake here. I suspect not, and there's going to be a way to continue the game just for a bit, but Fabi is doing his part for Team USA right now and showing us why he is such a dangerous player, one of the best players in the world. I think we're out of options for Peralta here. That was just great from Fabi.
It is, and Fabi, he crossed 2,800 once more. A win in this game, I think he's near 28-10. So Fabiano Caruana is the 3rd highest rated player in chess history. Right now, he's number 2 in the world behind Magnus Carlsen. But what a start, what a different Olympiad this is for him compared to 2 years ago. And for Argentina, it's unfortunate because Peralta was hanging in tough, but now it looks like Fabi's winning. And speaking of winning, Richard Rapport, he got the job done. It looks like Vasil Ivanchuk's king took a walk on the wild side and was never able to find safety again.
That was such a cool game as well, with the king walk with the major pieces on the table. It was so unbelievable. Oh, wow. And the game's actually finishing at the same time. So Fabi able to sign the score sheet as well, getting the victory there for the United States. This is, everything's happening at once, folks, and we can't be in 12 places at once, but we can certainly give it a go. There are a lot more cameras in the tournament hall than we have buttons to press, frankly, but the action is thick and fast in the middle of today's broadcast, and we still got hours to go. Don't you folks worry about that. And now we head over to Magnus Carlsen. Norway versus Turkey. Carlsen in a little bit of trouble here. But how many times in his career have we said Carlsen's in a little bit of trouble and then he's found a way to win 3 moves later? Like, I'm almost afraid of using terms like this when Magnus is involved.
Yeah, but he's not winning this game, that's for sure. Just looking at the position, he'll be lucky to survive. A queen trade is on tap, and without queens on the board, there is no hope that black can win this game. These are double isolated e-pawns. White has the passer on c5. Mustafa Yilmaz has had a bad Olympiad thus far. We were talking about how the teenagers, Ediz Gurel and Yaiz Erdomush, they have been great for Turkey, 4 out of 4 to start. But Mustafa rising to the occasion right now. He is much better, and at this stage, Magnus has to be careful not to be lost in a couple turns.
This is wild stuff. What does the situation look like on the clock? Carlsen has just gone under 10 minutes. Yilmaz is just over 5 himself, so not too clear cut. And Magnus, of course, is a master of finding really strong intuitive moves under time pressure. We'd, of course, rather it be completely and utterly calculated out to the end. He's looking for ways to try and hold on here. Turkey are half point to Norway's half point. Board 2 has had a draw agreed. Christensen's game's always wild, but in this case, ending peacefully. Norway admittedly is ahead on the bottom board, so maybe today is a rare case where Carlsen isn't the one doing the bailing out. It's actually his teammates that are being accommodating here, because Norway look very good on the bottom 2 boards.
They need that, because right now Magnus is in huge trouble. We were just talking about Fabiano is back to nearly 28-10. If Magnus loses this game, the gap between number 1 and 2 in the world may be the smallest that we've seen in a long time. So Magnus in trouble. Ariantari, he's using that experience against the youngster. He is better with the black pieces. That's the red board, second from the right. And then Urkadal has been playing fantastic chess all throughout this game. He remains with a huge advantage because Black's king and rook, they're stuck there. John, it looks like Norway, they still have great chances to win, and don't count Magnus out in terms of him losing the game, but he will be happy to survive at this stage.
Exactly right. There's going to be a big fight on our hands, and I've got no doubt it'll take quite a long time as well, as Magnus fights for equality in his game. All sorts of exciting chess in all corners of the playing hall, and I'm glad that some of the world's greatest players are being put under some of the most pressure. So, folks, that was Norway versus Turkey. We are shortly going to be going to a break. A reminder as well that if you are a subscriber to the channel, during the break, you will get our interview with both the head of Fair Play and FIDE's technical delegate to talk about some of the rather interesting and admittedly quite technical decisions regarding player forfeits and what's gone on with Fair Play so far in the tournament. So there is still time to subscribe. If that's something you are looking for, hit that button now, and we'll be playing that during the break. In the meantime, when we come back, all sorts of action up and down the playing hall. We've managed to get a couple of the handshakes in. Great timing on that, but everywhere is exploding at once. So fill up your drink, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes for more from the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad.
Thanks, guys. So far, the Olympiad has been going pretty well, but there's been a couple of tricky rules cases. I want to go through them, and I want the people that are most capable of explaining them, which are here to my left. They're going to explain exactly the ruling. So in round 3, we had an Egyptian player who won his game, but in a post-round fair play check was found with some SIM cards, and he was forfeited but not removed from the tournament. No appeal was given. Then the next day, which was yesterday, round 4, in the Bosnia-Thailand match, a player was found with a vape, again forfeited. And then also in the Bolivia-Argentina match, Grandmaster Diego Flores was found with some SIM cards. He was forfeited, but that was not the end of his story. So we've got 3 different cases, all quite similar, and I'm here with Bojana Bejatovic, the head of Fair Play for the Olympiad. We've also got Andy Howie from Scotland, and he is the, well, Andy, please tell us your title one more time.
I head up the technical part of the Fair Play Commission.
Okay, very good. So event-specific and sort of meta-specific there, Andy. So tell us about all of these SIM cards cases and maybe why one was different from the other. Of course, only one official appeal was filed, so please take it away, Bojana.
So according to our regulations and according to the laws of chess, especially 11.3.2 of the laws of chess, it is mentioned inside that the players are not allowed to have any electronic device with them in the playing venue unless it is authorized by arbiter or fair play member. The thing here in these cases is usually we are having rules that have been published, and at the technical meeting several times we were mentioning that the players must not have with them the forbidden devices. If they have, the consequence for that is loss of the game. But how the event started on the first round, we were a bit more flexible because the first round it's always the rough start. Regarding the other rounds, of course, we have to strengthen up the rules, and we started giving these, let's say, sanctions for those who were not complying with that. In the post-game checks, SIM cards were found in 2 cases. In the first case, there was no appeal. In the second case, we received an appeal, official appeal, and yesterday the appeals committee acted and they accepted the appeal, so rejected the fair play decision. In the appeal, it is mentioned that the SIM card was in an unopened state, which means that it was not used and not disassembled, disassembled. But according to our evidence and what we found, we also, of course, have photo evidence because whenever we do the post-game check, we have to collect evidence. The card was simply, clearly marks visible, and it was noticeable that the SIM card had been used, so it is clearly in an open state. So that is the first thing that was not correct in the appeals decision. The second thing is that the appeals committee should have been communicating the decision before making it public, also with the chief arbiter and with the chief fair play officer, with the fair play team. Because I believe in that case some misunderstandings or some further clarifications that were needed to be given for them to understand how this decision have been made from the fair play team. This have not been done, so that's the decision has been published. According, as I mentioned, to our rules, all of these devices are forbidden, and the consequence is loss of a game. But we'll see. From now on, today we already strengthen up the checks, the scannings. Many SIM cards were being sent back. But the thing is, when we are listing any electronic device, if we start to list that, it's going to be a very long list, and of course we can miss something. So that is why we state any electronic device, any electronic item that can be used. Of course, SIM card is an electronic item, and it is considered also a device that can be used for transmitting, and of course it is transmitter. Regarding SIM cards, we can use his knowledge, of course.
Okay, so you used a catch-all, and it definitely falls in the catch-all. Now, Andy, I think the skeptic at home will say that a SIM card needs a secondary device to become weaponized, but what would be your rebuttal to that?
Well, the problem is, Mike, we've got four players to a team here. So you could actually split a device down into 4 parts, 4 constituent parts. Each person brings a different part in, or even the same player brings it in 4 different days. That can then be constructed. They have a viable device for cheating.
Great explanation, so thank you, Andy and Bojana, for your time. When in doubt, leave it out, kids, because there's too many electronics to list. You don't want to get caught with any. Thank you so much for that explanation, and we hope there's no more appeals going forward, but if there are, I know you'll be there to help us decipher it. Now back to you guys.
Thank you very much for that, Mike. Really insightful in that interview, and actually showing how quite complicated some of these rules sometimes need to be, and why there's a catch-all for the arbiters and the technical committee to review each case. It is nowhere close to as clear-cut as you might immediately believe, especially in a team competition. We're back now covering the 5th round action from the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. We're going to be heading over to the women's section now, and we're going to revisit the match between India and Kazakhstan. Where, as I understand it, even though we are inching closer and closer to the time control, and we had some games that looked like they might have been decisive earlier on, all of the games are still ongoing, and we've actually had some reversals of fortune as well.
We have indeed. You look at the boards. Ivanchuk still, she should be winning on the rightmost board. On board 2, Vaishali with the white pieces. That's the blue board. She's up 2 pawns, but opposite colored bishops. We know that can be tricky. There may be some draw tendencies there, but what's most surprising of all is what's happening on the leftmost board. Harika Dranavali, everything was going right for her. Suddenly, not anymore. White's pieces have freed up. It's even material. This knight just jumped around, gave a check, and I'm looking at this position, John, these pawns on the king side, they look quite dangerous. So black is now needing to be very careful, and both sides have 8 moves to go before they hit the time control.
Okay, 8 moves. Is it fairly straightforward what white and black are likely to be doing next? Is one side potentially playing to just stay in the game and draw? How bad is the reversal of fortune, I guess, is what I'm asking for Harika here. And is there a clear plan still for black?
Well, black's in check. The king can move, and it goes to d6 as a check on c8. If it goes back to c7 or d7, the knight goes to d5. That's not a great bishop, and it has to stay put because there's a loose pawn behind it. So it does seem like white in some of these lines could even potentially force a draw. So it's now up to Bibisara how to continue. I would not be forcing a draw if I were her. She does have the advantage. She can try to even take this bishop, double the pawns, bring her king up, and say, my kingside pawns are going real fast over here. Good luck stopping them, especially when you don't have much time to calculate.
And speaking of not much time, I know there's only a couple of minutes on the clock, but we might head over to a completely different match and completely different game because there's a chance that is going to be ending soon as well. We previously looked at Anna Sargsyan going up against Lu Miaoyi, and now would be an excellent time for us to check in there precisely because that game is reaching a potentially exciting finale. We're going to be jumping around quite a lot, especially just before we reach the time control, folks, so do bear with us as you are watching at home. Here we go. We're going to head live to that game now, again with minutes on the clock, and it looks like well, actually, Lu Miaoyi has significantly less time on her clock, so this could be a very exciting, very, very abrupt finish to follow.
Well, we'll try to bring that on the screen for you all. I mean, hopping around, so many games are concluding at the same time. Here we have it. It looks like the black king, just like Ivanchuk's king for Ukraine. It's out in the open, and white's king is very safe on h2, and black is 37 seconds. So John's about landing that final check. If this queen gets to e8, it's check and mate. I would definitely be bringing my queen up to g8 and going for checkmate next move.
Yeah, exactly right. It doesn't look like... I'm looking for a resource here, and I guess the resource is something along the lines of queen to b4 to prolong the game, but I think prolong is the correct word to use. Look at that outside pass pawn on the a-file. Let's imagine that we somehow manage to get the major pieces off the board. There is... I think there's very little hope, unfortunately, for white to stop black from converting this. If we... sorry, other way around, if we do manage to get that out, because the pawn can just freely move. The doubled pawns to the black are just really struggling all over the shop. Can mate even be stopped?
No. Simple, this is even nicer. Hitting the knight, threatening queen c6 check, queen b3 check. The c7 pawn is hanging, so queen c2. Retreating moves are hard to spot in chess, but that's beautiful. That's game over.
That's... Even more threatening than a checkmate. That is that's unusual to say in a game of chess, but I guess, yeah, you just take the pawn and move across. Easy peasy. I say easy peasy. There were about 4 different queen moves I've just missed. This is incredibly difficult, especially under time pressure, but I also suspect that the players would have spotted this 3 or 4 moves ago. This isn't just new to them with a couple of seconds on the clock, right?
Yeah, there's queen takes, I mean, just now white's not even down any material. Checkmate in 1 threatened here, there. How many checkmates in 1 can we spot? You can't stop them all. So this is going to be Armenia's game. That's bad news for Team China, which has been so strong this point despite missing their top 4 players. But now they may pay the price, and they probably wish that the Ju and Juns of the world showed up and played for them, because this is a critical round.
Don't forget, of course, it is still anything can happen, and even if this game is lost, there are 3 other boards, admittedly 1 that has already been ended in a draw, so the match result is still far from written. Let's go ahead and potentially take a look at something else as soon as we just confirm that. So yeah, that is going to be the victory on board 4. Board 3, there we go, 1-0 there, is a half, so that has been drawn. Board 1 actually looking pretty strong for Armenia as well, so maybe this is where China falters. You're absolutely right, Robert. This could be the first misstep we have seen from them all tournament long. Let's go ahead and take a look at, let me see, we've got the home team. Hungary are playing Estonia at the moment, and in particular, let's maybe check and see what's going on across the boards. Board number 4 in particular could be interesting, but maybe we'll get a view not only of that, but of the team situation in just a second. 2 of the games, well, look particularly interesting indeed. What do we think about what's going on here?
Well, Team Hungary, the hometown squad, is playing against the Estonian team that features 2 sets of sisters. And in this position, the last move played by Black was bishop to f5, seeing that a rook was coming to the h-file. There are all sorts of threats against the Black king, but I'm sorry, that also looks like there was something there on f5. A knight was there. Okay, I'm like very confused. Yeah, there was a knight that was captured, because that would have just been a 1-move blunder. But if the rook can take on f5, and white gets to keep this passed pawn, has the safer king, and an attack against the opponent's king, I think rook takes bishop, queen f3, getting the light squares, and delivering a checkmate is... Whoa, that was a surprising recapture, but I guess Black can hardly move.
Wow, okay. That's almost underlining the fact that the options are rather limited for Black there indeed. There we go. That is the overall view. So Hungary currently 1-0 up against Estonia. All of the other boards are still playing, but as you can see, Hungary seems to be doing well in this match. That said, probably given a couple of issues along the way. Bear in mind, of course, Hungary have plenty of experience doing well at the Olympiad. Judith Polgar and team won in 1988 as well as 1990. So the question will, of course, always be asked, can they do it again? When will they do it again? As well as being the home nation, there is a lot of pride on the shoulders of this squad as well. So that shows us a lot of the games that are still ongoing and some of the matches that are particularly interesting in the women's section of the tournament. Let's go ahead now and zoom back out to the playing hall and look for potential matches to follow where maybe the positions are really different from what we saw before, or matches where there's been a big swing or reversal of fortunes. I can see out of the corner of my eye that we were previously looking at Spain and China. 3 out of the 4 games have finished as draws, Robert. So not only is an individual game result on the line, but a match result is on the line as well, all down to, I think, board number 2. So that could be somewhere we can check in and see what the result of this match is likely to be, because the Chinese team incredibly strong, but Spain doing a great job today.
And Spain had 2 of the players who had perfect 4 out of 4 scores heading into this matchup. And Team China, they are very tough from top to bottom. Ding Liren plays board 1 for them, but Wei Yi is their highest rated player, and look what's going on here. It's a bishops of same color ending. B5 is going to drop. A4 will fall after that. This is just vintage Wei Yi. He knows how to get these small advantages, then press forward, and his opponents, they have a hard time keeping up. It's not easy to stay afloat when you're playing someone as gifted as Wei Yi, the youngest player to hit so many rating thresholds. Now that he's in his 20s, he's not slowing down. He's graduated from university, and chess is becoming his full-time focus.
Looking more and more dangerous here as well, especially considering time pressure. Very, very important. What move number is this? Are we getting to the time control? This must be close to, if not move 40. It is move 40 now. Okay, so both players, for those of you who may be watching along and weren't previously aware, when we get to move 40, the players get an additional 30 minutes on their clock. So we start the clocks today with 90 minutes for all of the players, and they have that time to get up to move 40. They then get an extra half an hour to finish the game, and of course they get 30 seconds of incremental time starting from move 1. So getting to move 40 is psychologically important because it buys you that extra half an hour of time. But sometimes if your time management has been suboptimal or something like that, you can face situations where having to blitz out the last couple of moves means that you overlook something, or you miss a win, or worse, you blunder into a losing position just to try and get to the time control. So very, very important element of classical chess to consider. For now, though, it looks like it is advantage China, not just on this board, but for the match as well, because everyone else's game has ended in a draw. Wei Yi, though, used to this kind of pressure, used to being able to convert, and he looks like one cool customer.
And so Wei Yi can press without any fear whatsoever. He is going to win a pawn and then try to convert that endgame advantage. And you see that he can take it right now. But they've reached move 40, so that may give the players time to sit in and get ready for some endgame technique, a lesson for all of us. But everywhere there is action right now. It's just wild to see in the playing hall that Wei Yi, his game will go on for a while. But Magnus Carlsen, we thought that he was in trouble. The next time we tune in, no trouble whatsoever, because he's Magnus. He makes tough positions look not so difficult after all. He has actually leveled it up here.
I mean, what was it? What was the first thing we said earlier on? Something along the lines of the number of times we've said Magnus is in trouble, and then he finds a way to pull off a comeback, rescue a game, make a draw, or even win. The number of times we've said that is, I don't want to count, but it's a lot, okay? And while admittedly getting to a position where Black's going to win this game would be, I think it's fair to say would be extremely challenging, it does look like Magnus is out of the worst of it, and that a draw is the most likely result in this game. So Norway here will be breathing a sigh of relief.
For Magnus, he did have a really difficult position, but his opponent's time trouble helped him out. We see that was the 39th move from Yilmaz, and he had to make some quick decisions in an endgame that was favorable for him, but not easy to push forward in. So this stage, I think Magnus is not really worried anymore. He's not going to be thrilled about the results of the game, but you can't just win games on demand against players as strong as Mustafa Yilmaz. So Turkey is going to be in trouble thanks to some of the stellar play on other boards from Team Norway. But I want to take a look at another squad that continues to impress. John, Vietnam. They won yesterday against the 2022 gold medalists. Look what they're doing today against Poland.
They are looking very, very strong indeed. We have wins for the white pieces on both boards 3 and 4, by the way. So that means the match is level at 1-1. It is all down to boards 1 and 2. And right now, I mean, board number 2 is looking like a fairly straightforward victory. It's Rook and 3 plays Rook and 1. I'm sure I'd find a way to mess this up, but these guys certainly would not. and I don't think there are many resources left here, which means the only thing Duda would have to do on board 1 is make a draw, and we would then be sorry, I beg your pardon. The only thing Liam Lei would have to do is just make a draw, and they would win the match. And right now, board number 1 is looking rather drawish.
This would be another fantastic result for Vietnam. While board 1 is equal, you see Liam Lei on camera there, he should be able to make a draw pretty much whenever he wants against Yanchistov Duda. We see Trong Sun, who may be overshadowed by his higher rated compatriot in Liam Lei, but Trong Sun was one of the youngest grandmasters out there. I think he was 14, and I know that because I would play in the same youth events that he would. He was 2,500 rated in the under 12 division. So he was actually higher rated than Liam Lei. He didn't reach the same peak, but still a very talented player. And Liam Lei, who we continue to see on camera, that's board 1 for this matchup. He is the coach of Webster University. He's 2740 rated, an absolute beast. But right now I think we should focus our attention on board 2 because Trong Sun here, he is up 2 pawns in the endgame, and John 3 usually take care of 1 because those pawns can just march on forward and the black rook will stop the lone white pawn.
Yes, exactly right. There's very little that can be done here. Unfortunately, those 3 pawns, as much as we are advocating for, hey, actually, there might be a way to keep things spicy and interesting for white, those 3 pawns are connected as well. It's going to be too much of a task, I think, to not only stop this, but attempt to queen while preventing your opponents from queening. That job is significantly easier with the black pieces than with the white pieces here. And the moves will probably start to appear on the board a lot more quickly, given the position is now so simplified.
Yeah, and you can even give up this rook. You're going to put it behind the pawn in some positions. If the white king has to go forward to help escort that pawn, the 3 black pawns will outclass a rook anyway. So this is basic territory for players of this caliber. So we can trust Team Vietnam to take this lead and likely this match, another victory, another upset for them. But I'm going to stop calling it an upset. Their team is very, very strong.
It's getting to a point now where in round number 1, we had huge rating disparities compared to now between the teams and between individual players. That started getting less and less and less. And you're right, there are underdog wins now, but we're getting to the point where certainly on the top boards, it's really difficult to call these upsets. And I'm sure that tomorrow, I was going to say and the day after, but of course that would be a rest day. But tomorrow and Wednesday, we can't really call them upsets anymore. You're right. We just have a higher rated player and a lower rated player and go. Absolutely fight. So really, really difficult games. There's no such thing as an easy one here. Let's go ahead and take a look at India. Speaking of difficult games and top rated players, because their match has been scintillating. They had maybe the odd wobble, but we saw earlier on that Gukesh was able to convert and win. We have an additional update on board number 2 as well, where Prague made a draw with Abasov. We now return to the match with boards 3 and 4 still to play, and Arjun is looking very, very strong on board 3.
I think strong is the understatement of the event. He's looking unstoppable. I mean, Arjun Erigaisi on board 3, he is too powerful because he's number 4 in the entire world. And if he keeps winning all of his games, he may surpass 2,800. And when this tournament is done, we may be talking about him being higher rated than Hikaru Nakamura and possibly Fabi, if Fabi can himself be stopped. But in this endgame on the board in the red, we see that the clocks might be stopped here. I think that Mamedov has had enough. He's signing the score sheet. His opponent's not even there, but it's a victory for Arjun Erigaisi and Team India.
And there we go. Oh, I like that we had the alternate camera as well. We're playing rock, paper, scissors with the arbiters there. I appreciate it. Guys, we're winning the war. This is great. But that is indeed the end of the game. Arjun has managed to convert there, so advantage India. That leaves Vidit on the bottom board. I say bottom board. It is board 4, but looking to try and secure the victory now. And that has just been made significantly easier by the victory on board 3. We previously had a very uncomfortable position on board 4. It's now looking a bit more neutral, but I refuse to go any deeper than that, Robert, because queens are still on the board, and as I know from our commentary so far in this Olympiad, whenever there's a potential endgame with queens on the board, I refuse to call anything at any time. I feel like that's just the wise thing to do.
Well, there still will be chances, but the good news for Vidit is his result doesn't impact the team, at least in terms of this current match. They have already won, has Team India. They're up 2.5 to half at the moment, and it looks like Mamedyarov has escaped. So towards move 40, it looks like Vidit made one inaccurate decision. I'll just go back as they've already reached the new time control. He made his queen move to f6, and even earlier there were some other queen moves that were not loved by the engines, but here the queen going back to f5, which is where it came from a couple turns ago, that still left black with the winning advantage. But here's what happened. The check came on a7, and I guess best was actually the king going to g8. Bringing the king to g8 would have allowed a check on b8, let's say, but then black has this amazing move, queen f8, which wins the game because the white queen cannot get in contact with the knight. The bishop covers its retreating square, and this looks ridiculous. You know, you're trading queens, and I'm going to stop you from getting your pawn up to g4. But similar to having an f pawn, the h pawn takes away the king's escape, and the bishop continues to pin. So the black king needed to go back rather than forward, and that would have allowed the easiest path to victory. We instead got a position where Mamedyarov has been able to escape because a bunch of checks happened. Instead of repeating the position, the queen stepped back, and now white was successfully able to push the pawn, and black now had to allow an equal game.
Yeah, we were genuinely talking earlier about how once the motif has been spotted, this should be maybe not straightforward, but it's a really, really clear path to victory. I think out of all the crazy escapes I've seen in this Olympiad with you, Robert, so far, I want to say this is the most surprising. And the reason I think that is because the way you were able to explain what had to happen for black to convert this game was so easy to understand, and that I'm surprised there was any resource there, I guess. So very, very well done. I don't think we can understate how impressive this escape is from Mamedyarov.
Oh, I think in this particular case, Vidit's going to be kicking himself. Sometimes we go over our game. There was some move that just was beyond us. I think here he's just going to be like, oh, that was a missed opportunity. I played a very good game, and we can't deny that. But sometimes good is not good enough. You need to finish the game, and playing one mistake can allow your opponent to secure a half point. And there's still some problems that white may have to solve in case there's a potential Zugzwang, but the white queen knows what it needs to do. Either give a check or stay in contact with this knight on f3, and that should allow an escape from Mamedyarov, but the team from Azerbaijan cannot escape. They are being defeated by India, currently 2.5, and it could be more.
So we have been following a number of storylines in the tournament hall today. One of them that we will go back to in just a moment, and actually hold the phone because it appears we have the game over on board number 1 of Vietnam-Poland. So that is done and dusted now. There we go. Nothing we didn't expect there, I imagine, Robert?
This game was a draw between Liam Lay and Duda. Slight pull for Liam throughout the game, but Duda played great defense. So you see these two super grandmasters talking. They are both stars for their nations, but right now it's the star on the Vietnamese flag that's shining brightest in the entire Olympiad because they cannot be stopped. It doesn't matter that teams outrate them on several boards. They just have the chemistry, and Min Lay, one of the heroes of the Olympiad, he's known as a streamer, he's known for his bullet chess, but his classical chess, it's been on fire, and he's winning these games and these matchups for Team Vietnam.
Let's go ahead and check in with the US team in their status against Argentina. Lots of interesting positions, but we have a win for black and Fabiano Caruana. We watched him convert that game on board number 1 earlier on. Diego Flores has managed to win his game against Leonid Dominguez on board 3. That is big, and suddenly the match result is in the balance if it weren't for the fact that Levon Laronian is absolutely turning on the juice, and it looks like it's a matter of time before he converts on board 4. But wow, a very back and forth matchup here.
Well, Diego Flores hopefully doesn't have a SIM card in his pocket today, because that caused him all sorts of worries a day ago. He wins against Leonid Dominguez, and Flores is a great instructor. Not only is he a fantastic player, he has written some of the most critically acclaimed chess books about chess structures. So, I don't even know him personally. I just know his book. It's really phenomenal. But right now, Levon Aronian is in some top form, winning on board 4. You see that the opposite colored bishops are playing to his benefit. Still some chances to survive for Tomas Sosa, but I do trust in Levon's technique at this stage with that passed h-pawn and the much, much safer king. I think that h-pawn is going to touch down the other side soon.
Okay, yes, that's looking quite strong there. And the connected pawns as well in the middle of the board could be the difference maker there for white, as Levon Aronian continues to try and find a way of turning the screw. Opposite colored bishops, yes, but we have a pair of rooks on the board as well, complicating matters. And it looks like he is in a very comfortable position. We're now going to go and take a look at two teams we haven't checked in on in the open section so far today. It's a repeat of the Ashes, but it's over a chessboard. Australia are currently playing England. Let's take a look at what is still ongoing and what the situation is in the match. Obviously, this is actually a tricky one for me, Robert, or maybe not a tricky one depending on how you look at it. I hold both Australian and English citizenship, so no matter who wins, I win. But a match draw, I guess, is a conceivable result, so have to double check and see what's going on.
Well, we don't seem so much excitement here, at least not by...
Yeah, I was about to say.
He's just like, okay, yeah, I'm in an endgame. I'm playing against David Howell. Let's see how this goes. But Bobby Chang, he has had a fun event thus far. He took down Vasil Ivanchuk. That game included a blunder, and Bobby spoke to Mike Klein and said, I got fortunate. He was pressing. He made a mistake. But right now, he's trying to press against David Howell, because as you look at board 4, Gawain Jones, he is winning his game. And that means that Team England won't even need David Howell to score a half point, because Michael Adams won on board 3.
Yes, indeed. Maybe we'll be able to take a quick look at Gar's game on board 4. He appears to be hitting Zhao for 6 at the moment. And Australia struggling in this particular matchup. Board number 1 managed to make a draw, which is excellent stuff, but Gar should be able to bring it home for England here. So David Howell will almost certainly be the final game to finish. I don't want to call it, but I feel like in David's case, it's almost a safe bet. And if he's able to grind this one out like he did yesterday, I mean, how many games in a row, Robert, can you realistically grind out and still feel daisy fresh for the next rounds? I find it unbelievable. Not that David can grind like he did yesterday. There's a reason why he's a GM, and there's a reason why he wrote the book, Grind Like a Grandmaster. But what happens if you have to do that 3 days in a row, 4 days in a row? At what point does it actually get to you and start to affect your calculation in a game?
When it's your favorite type of chess, it probably doesn't affect you all that much. David is very vocal that he likes playing these positions with small advantages, although right now in his board he's a small disadvantage, but he can just look 2 boards down at his friend Gawain Jones, because look at this knight on e4. That's a stallion, and black is up 1 pawn, but it's not about the count of material. It's about the king safety as well. So black can go after the white king. This pawn may not be a pawn much longer. F4, F3, F2 is something to consider, but I think that you have to time things correctly. This knight A3 move was strong. The knight would like to regroup, get back towards the white king, and if you could put this knight on F3, we may be having a different discussion, because it's only 1 extra pawn, right, and it's doubled.
Yep, that makes sense. So I guess White's next move is to play the knight into c2 or c4 to try and disrupt the black queen. I'm guessing that's not quite enough to stop the f-pawn from rolling down the board?
Yeah, I would be tempted to push that f-pawn right away. I could imagine that Gawain is thinking about this king and maybe playing like knight g5 over to f3, just going right after this white king, which is vulnerable. So many options here, but he also has plenty of time to consider how best to proceed, and that's the best thing. When you have the advantage, you know you do, and you can just settle in after meeting the time control.
Okay. So yeah, move 42 means that we have plenty of options to consider at this point. And we've got the opportunity to sit back, evaluate if the plan we had for winning the game before is still the correct plan now. That can often be another aspect of chess, I think, Robert, that can be quite overlooked. If you have a winning plan, it's so easy to tunnel vision on that winning plan and not think about anything else. But if your opponent plays a series of moves that actually blocks your winning plan but opens up something else, sometimes it can be quite difficult to take yourself out of the rabbit hole you've been in for the last half an hour and think about new ways to win the position. In fact, that's arguably a big source of why players, even grandmasters, dare I suggest, can sometimes draw winning positions. When you're looking at how to win, that avenue is no longer available and you miss a win that's available somewhere else. Is that fair to say?
Can't be stubborn. That's really what we're getting at here, is that if you had an idea that might have been winning previously and your opponent does something to stop it, you don't just go forward with that idea without seeing what has changed in the position. So Gawain here, he has the time. He can think about pushing the f-pawn or bringing the knight around or even giving a check or moving his queen anywhere. So he has many choices. Sometimes being spoiled for choice is a bad thing, but right now, liking England's chances, and it's good news for the whole team because they're very well balanced. So to see wins on different boards, that should continue to build their confidence going forward.
Could we maybe take a quick look at a possible end to the game where White does get the knight in to try and kick the queen? What is the correct path forward to get this pawn to the end of the chessboard and hopefully ending the game in favor of Ga? Is it that clear? He's been sitting back and having a think for a little while now, so something tells me that maybe there's a chance this is a bit more complicated than I gave it credit for.
I just think that the most tempting move is pawn to f4, but now that the knight has retreated, you have to think, is the queen configuration with the knight, is that a bit loose? And just to put that on the board, f4, you already see the evaluation not go back all the way towards the center, but it's more tenable for white. The knight comes to c4, hitting the queen, hitting this pawn on b6, and this is not what you want if you're going, unless you see the exact finishing touch, which is not available here because the engine doesn't spot it. So you just have to be careful about walking into tunnel vision, as you said, and just pushing your pawn because you want to go all the way, of course, but your opponent did make a nice retreating move to get that knight back into play.
So are we looking at a potential move like, I was actually going to say something along the lines of knight to g5 or even knight to d2 to try and come in and disrupt with potential checks. But then, of course, you open up to potential checks of White's queen on a8 and potential follow-up. I don't think those checks go anywhere, but because you have moves like that to consider, I guess that just makes this, I want to say more complicated than I would like. Not that I'm important in any way, shape, or form to this position, but there are multiple ways Black can go about trying to improve his position. There's even ideas of maybe even the queen going to f4, supporting the knight coming in somewhere else. I'm actually not sure what the path to victory is once White has managed to play the knight to c2 or c4.
It's not that easy. The engine always makes it look easy, -5, completely winning, no chance for White, but there are chances for Black to go wrong. So I think in this position, that knight g5 move we've been talking about looks very good. This knight c4 idea is very annoying. So you could think about moving your queen on over to d3 just to stop that, saying, what improving move do you have now with the queen on d3? In fact, the black pieces completely dominate white's forces. So queen d3, now that we keep mentioning knight c4 as an annoyance, I like just eliminating that from the realm of possibility.
Okay, yeah, that's a fantastic question to ask the opposing player, right? To say, okay, maybe I don't have a big, solid, concrete plan yet, but my position's better enough that I can almost wait this out. And queen d3 is a great example of, and now what? Which would be an excellent question to ask their opponent right now. So this is England, Australia. It looks like England are on course there for a comfortable victory. We'll get confirmation of that when the game ends, of course. Let's now take a look at one of the other matches that are still ongoing. We've got Cuba versus the Netherlands in the playing hall at the moment. And only one board is still going there. If there is a way for Cuba to win bottom board here, if I'm reading this correctly, then they have an opportunity to tie the match, which could be an upset. That said, it's looking like it's going the Netherlands' way.
The Netherlands are playing well now. They did suffer defeat at the hands of Italy, but in this game, it looks like Erwin Lamy, he has everything under control. He has the bishop pair, he is creating passed pawn on the queen side, and when there are pawns on both sides of the board, that is good for the bishops. Knights are slow moving pieces. It takes a while for this knight to get all the way back to defend, and because black's pawns are on light squares and white has a light square bishop, even plenty of endgames where you take this knight with your dark square bishop are still winning for white. So yeah, Erwin Lamy, there's no risk here. He can make a draw. If he offered it, his opponent would immediately accept it. But why offer a draw when you could play for a win?
Yeah, and the, I guess one potential idea here, of course, is if black can trade his knight for the light squared bishop, you then end up in a situation where you've got opposite colored bishops and it's far more drawish, but the whole point is white's never going to allow that to happen, right? You're just going to keep the pressure up, refuse to allow that specific trade of minor pieces, almost the last hope, really, in this position for black to find a way to secure that draw, even with the material imbalance. I just don't see a way for it to happen. I feel like black's position is completely on lockdown.
Black is just toast. I think that when you look at this position and you just can't find a plan, and most of the plans result in white continuing forward with pawn pushes and bring your bishop to safety and targeting black's loose pawn. So it's a bad situation for the Cuban team because they need a win on this board and they have no hope of that. This is just one-sided.
Montenegro defeats Germany 2.5, 1.5. There we go.
Wow.
I'm glad we managed to catch a peek there. That is huge.
Wow, and I'm actually seeing action on the other side of the playing hall because in the open section, some of the top results are already in the books, but it looks like in India versus Kazakhstan that all games are remaining. And if we look at Harika here, there are not many pieces on the board, John, but she's in a lost king and pawn endgame, just 2 pawns per side. But one takes care of 2 for the white side on the queen side over here, right? You see that Bibisara controls both pawns, and now the black king may be forced backwards, and the white king can use the h pawn as a decoy, sprint on over to the other side of the board, and stop and take these queenside pawns.
That's incredible. So king and 2 versus king and 2. But it is actually completely winning for white here. And that is troublesome news for the rest of the squad, of course. Fortunately, we have Vaishali in a very, very strong position on board 2, and Vantika close to converting advantage on board 4. But board number 1 here, meaning all results are still possible, and with every single game still to play, still to record a result, as we know from this tournament hall, anything can happen. A big swing in another direction is always possible. I will admit that in a king and pawn ending, that is significantly less likely here than anywhere else, Robert, but some of the other boards are far from decided.
They are far, because even the positions where the evaluation looks all the way in one player's favor, there's still life left where maybe there are endless checks that you are going to struggle to escape from, or maybe you have to make a decision on what trade is required. And I pulled up the game here actually with Vantika because this is a good example. The Haruka game is lost, and there's nobody in this matchup who's looking at that game with any hope for Haruka. But you look over here at board 4 and you see there's this white king out in the open, and if it continues going forward, will it find shelter? Will there be a check here? Will this pawn be picked off? So in order to promote your pawn, your king has to avoid all the checks. I do think that's going to happen. Vantika is controlling the action here, but it's going to take a little bit of time, and that will mean that India, they may suffer the first defeat of the match.
That really is big. I mean, with the with queen end games like this, it's like this could be losing, but it might also be losing in 50 moves time, right? This game is going to be going on for a while. Another team, though, that we could be talking about losing for the first time in this tournament is China. They are playing Armenia at the moment. They were in a little bit of trouble earlier on. The match scorecard is 1.5, 1.5, and the final board, it's beginning to look like that Lilith has found a way and found the line that wins against Zhu Jine. This is pretty big and is definitely considered an upset if they win, because the score that China have had going into today's round is like, it's close to perfect. They have been 4-0ing I think they've dropped half a point here or there, but they have had a very close to perfect start to the Olympiad. So to go from that to a potential match loss really is big news.
And you look at this position where there aren't many pieces remaining. Both sides have queen, 2 minor pieces, and 2 pawns, but it's the presence of a pawn on g2, 1 square away from promoting, with a queen guarding that promotion square. That is why Black's advantage is all the way up. It is winning, but it's not necessarily that simple. And the reason why is you start seeing ghosts. You're like, do I block with my knight, or does that allow another check down here? Just to maybe put a few things on the board. Knight e5, queen g7. Okay, how do I block it? I don't want to just bring my knight back. Do I bring my queen back? Or, well, that doesn't necessarily get me anywhere either. There's a check over here. So you just have to be on the lookout for all sorts of checks in this position. And that's why, even though the engine saying Black's winning, you can't put your king on a light square. You blind your bishop with check. Much more difficult when you're at the board than it is when you're sitting here and can make a move, take it back if it's wrong.
So is this the kind of game where we can say Black is winning, but we also have to say that we need to play it slowly and it'll take time to convert as well? It's winning, but far from straightforward.
You can get into a position where you move your king to the natural looking square and that allows your opponent to make a draw. Yet there are too many pieces remaining on this board to just say this is clear cut. It's not like Bibisara against Haruka where there's only king and 2 pawns and we know the outcome because there's no debate left.
So from one potential upset to, well, not potential upset, but one where all 3 results are still available. We have Mongolia and the United States still in flux because all 4 boards are still playing. And if you remember earlier on in the broadcast, we were saying how several of the players were in a little bit of trouble. Alice Lee was one of them. It's beginning to look like she's managed to escape that. Unfortunately, though, results elsewhere, or potential results elsewhere, indicate that the US as a whole are still on the ropes in this matchup.
And on board 1, Begum with the black pieces had a better position, and now she's in a lost rook and pawn in game. Carissa Yip on board 2, she was trying to survive, but now she's simply down a pawn in a rook and minor piece ending. So Team Mongolia, they're not just hanging in tough, they are actually just well ahead in this matchup. They have no weaknesses to speak of. Irina Krush, that's the one question mark right now. Look at the board in the red. There are so many pieces on that board. So I'm actually going to pull that one up because to me it's the most interesting, as with all of these pieces on the board. In fact, as I look across it, there has been 1 pawn trade and one pair of knights traded. That's it, John. And that means
my God.
that for black, there may be an f4, there may be an e4, there may be a g5. You don't know in what direction this game will continue. And I think this is the game, if you're Team USA, you're looking at like Irina. I know it may not be comfortable. If you were playing an individual event, you just shuffle around, make a draw by repetition or something like that. You need to find a way to play for a win here.
And this is in, I don't want to understate this as well. This is in hour 5 of playing this match. Things would have been up and down, even if the players are not speaking with each other. You can tell from the positions on the board at what points your teammates were struggling, at what points you might be up or down. But it's possible that the fate of the entire match relies on Irina not just making a draw, but pushing for a victory here. So the fact that in so many hours of play, so little has been exchanged, this is kind of wild. I mean, I'm looking at both sides here, Robert. I think the first thing I can very, very clearly say is that black is playing for e4. I don't think that requires the strongest chess mind in the room. But at the same time, I'm also looking for the plan from white, and I'm thinking to myself, well, she's gotten the A file, and that actually looks strong, but is it useful? Like, where's the advantage being squeezed out of that can make it count elsewhere on the chessboard, where you win material or you force your opponent into an uncomfortable situation? I'm not really seeing that right now. So if I was forced to pick here, I would say it's a lot easier and intuitive to play as the black pieces here.
That is true. It is easier to play from the black side, but where is your pawn break going to come from? I like moves like this, bishop to h8, and the reason why is your opponent's like, sorry, what's next? What's coming? Oh, shoot, there's a rook g8. Do I have to worry about g5 and f4? Like, these are the types of moves that cause your opponent to think, because there is no obvious plan for white. And it's not just e4. I mentioned f4 as another avenue that black could go down, and rook g8 and g5. That is another place that you're looking. Maybe queen g7 just to protect h6, and then g5 with rook g8. So there are all sorts of options here. It's not that black is better. Objectively, the position is almost as level as it gets. You can see that the players have been just moving around a bunch, but you have different plans here for black, and white has plans. I mean, she's got moves. I think a knight on a4, that is something that I would like, but then I'm getting away from my king side, and my king wouldn't be very happy. So I don't see the easy plans for white. I see a bunch of plans for black. That's why I take Irina's position.
I totally get the comment that, okay, this looks interesting, but at the same time, I could see this going into hour 7 as well. This is a very, very long slog, and I suspect that by the time this game finishes, we will know the results on the other boards as well. So Irina just needs to hold on. And of course, don't forget, it's not the United States here only. Mongolia needs to hold on and look for ways to find resources, to find a counter attacking plan, to find something that maybe isn't so intuitive in the position at the moment, but could appear 10 or 15 moves down the line. Let's go ahead and take a look at Azerbaijan versus Ukraine. We have had the first decisive result there, and we can tell you that Ukraine are 1-0 up. We're going to be heading into board number 2, specifically in that matchup now, where we have Fatali going up against Ushanina. And right now, it's looking like the white pieces are doing well, but maybe not quite converting just yet.
Yeah, you see this position. Black is down 2 pawns. Anna Ushanina doing well with the white pieces, and Fatalieva here with black is controlling the light squares. It's the nature of opposite colored bishops. So I see what the evaluation here is, but I actually think that black has great drawing chances. Unless white can get another pass pawn quickly, tie black down. For example, if the black king had to stay somewhere here, then we see the winning plan. The white king just goes forward, use the b pawn. But given the nature of this e4 pawn against these two here, it's not easy for white to get another pass pawn. So I think that black has pretty good drawing chances. It's not simple at all. I think maybe even the result could be a draw for black if you can get this king back, sorry, not on f6, but on d5 and things like that. It might not be easy for white to make any progress.
You get into a situation where, correct me if I'm wrong, but opposite colored bishops, you only really get a decisive result if one side can get 2 passed pawns at a bare minimum. And even then, even if you get 2 passed pawns more than 2 files apart, it's not always guaranteed that is a winning position anyway. So the fact that white has 2 extra pawns means that result is possible. But it also feels like a bit of a minefield where for every 1 move that wins, there's another 10 that draw. And you have to be making decisions like that move after move after move for the next 20 or 30 moves to navigate that to victory. So this is one of those, how do I put it? This is one of those situations where the eval bar, it's not lying, it's just being very deceptive, very misleading.
It is misleading, and I'm going to go look, and it seems like only 1 move gives white, or keeps white with that advantage, and most others allow the bar to dip back towards the middle. So it's a tricky position, but for Ukraine, you look at their boards, they're not in trouble on board 3, they've already won on board 1, so even a draw here wouldn't be a bad result. So good news for Team Ukraine.
And that's going to be such a relief as well. Some of the hardest positions to win at chess are the ones where you know you should be objectively winning, but can't quite find the way or need to thread the needle. I almost feel like coming back from a losing position in some cases is easier and is far less pressure than having to convert a winning one. It's such a strange thing to say because you'd always rather be in a winning position than a losing one. But the fact of the matter is, playing on when you have nothing to lose to try and find something out of nothing is less pressure. It allows you to play better chess in some instances. It's so weird. It's so difficult to explain.
It's true. Pressure is a weird beast, and how everyone reacts is unique to them. But right now, for Ukraine, they can try to push for a 3-1 result or something like that without fear of losing the match.
So we have made our way to time control territory, everybody. And the majority of our games will see additional time awarded to both players, and we can take a little bit of a breather as players gather their senses, have a look at the position, take stock, and decide what they want to do next as the extra time has been added to those clocks. We are covering the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. This is round number 5 live, and we'll be back to you with all of the action after this short break. Welcome back, everybody. There's still a lot more action to cover here in round number 5 of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. So you can see the playing hall now, significantly less activity than the start of the day, but also plenty of players still at their boards, even though things are starting to thin out just a little bit. We're going to be resuming our coverage, having a look at Armenia and Sweden, who are currently still battling. I don't 100% know what the match situation is. We'll find out what that is in just a moment. There we go. Oh, big one there. 3 draws, just the 1 game left to play. And it does look like that Armenia is on top here.
And Armenia has had so much Olympiad success, and Gabriel Sargsyan has been a key to their lineup. Even in 2022, after Levon Aronian transferred federations to the United States, Sargsyan helped spearhead that squad to a silver medal, completely unexpected, because there was Team India, there's the second Indian team, there was Team USA, Uzbekistan, of course, ended up winning gold. But Armenia, they have the team chemistry. They work really hard on their chess. They work together. And in this game, all of White's pieces are working together. You see that there's a bishop, a queen, a rook. These knights are defending one another, and Black's queenside pieces are not helping out. So technically speaking, John, Black is actually ahead material, because we see a second rook for Black and only 1 rook for White. But at this stage, White's pieces are very active. White's king is safer, even though it does look a little breezy in front of it. And so now it's about finding the way to pounce on the Black king. How is that going to be done is the big question.
Yeah, that almost doesn't feel so easy as well, because I want to try and move the queen in to support the rook. But of course, one cool thing about the position right now is that Black's queen has no entry squares against the White king. You obviously can't give a check on h4, because that's covered by both the rook and the queen. So the other way to enter that isn't just adjacent to the king is to go to d1. You can't do that either, because the White queen is looking down that square. So where do we go from here, though? Because if the White queen moves, then queen d1 might be possible for Black, and there could be some counterplay. So even though it feels like all the chips are stacking up in White's favor here, finding the finishing blow feels difficult. I feel like there is one here somewhere, but this really is tricky. When you consider the fact that taking the rook and going up in exchange is possible, that's where I think maybe the eval bar is potentially telling us a porky or two, and actually it's not just about the potential material difference here. This position is more difficult than meets the eye.
And Sargsyan found the best move. I just saw him bring his queen to h6, and I want to show everybody a beautiful checkmate that we might see. Because queen h6 is played to attack the bishop, also keep the queen and rook together. If the bishop were to move to e7, well, that walks into checkmate. That's not the beautiful checkmate I'm talking about. But there is a hidden threat behind queen h6. It's not just queen takes bishop. If the bishop moves to safety protected by the queen, rook h8 check is actually the threat even in the live board, because after bishop takes h8, bishop h7, just the queen and bishop together, deliver a checkmate on the diagonals here. So John, queen h6 threatens a checkmate in 2 moves, and it's one that's actually quite easy to overlook.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so 2 different potential mates there, and that one with the bishop is delightful. I imagine that the way to prevent something like that after queen h6, so it looks like with these mates in 2, there isn't enough time for the Black queen to come to d1. So I guess something along the lines of... Ooh. Queen g5 doesn't work for the same reason.
You just don't have any options. I mean,
yeah,
you can go queen h4 check, forcing the queens off the board, but White wins a piece in that variation. And White already has 1 minor piece for rook. You'll get 2 minor pieces for the rook, and it's easily winning at that stage for White. So I'm looking at Tiger Hill, a person. He's trying to find a move, but if he plays bishop g7, which is the human instinct to bring your bishop back to defend your king, then you get checkmate. No, he's grabbing his rook, so I think he's going to play rook f5 or something like that, just to try to keep his position together as best as possible.
Oh wow, a move like rook f5 is a rough one to have to make, and of course, yeah, there you go. It's on the board now. It was going to be an exchange down one way. In order to prolong the game, it now can be an exchange down the other. So some rather difficult decisions having to be made as Sweden continue to battle on, but this board is looking closer and closer to a decisive result in favor of Armenia. Let's take a look at another potentially will be decisive game, because it is still only the one game going on in China versus Spain. The match is at 1.5. There aren't that many people around the board now. I think they're just leaving the players defend for themselves and do what they do best. Let's see what's going on in this decisive matchup here. Now, if I recall correctly, the fate of this game decides the fate of the match. So whoever loses, for example, their team lose. If it's a draw, the teams draw. Whoever wins, the team wins. So a little bit of added pressure on the shoulders of both players here.
And for David Anton, he's had a great start to this Olympiad, 4 out of 4. But he is facing off against a determined Wei Yi. And Wei Yi's been a star of 2024. He won the opener to the year in January and February, the Tadza Steel Masters in Vaikanze. He won in a playoff. 4 players tied for first, but only he came out on top. And you see him here, he's upright, and his pawn, it wants to go on over to the other side. He wants that little a pawn to become a queen, and black is going to rely on, say, a bishop coming to the diagonal to stop it. Even material at the moment, John. The black rook grabbed a g3 pawn, so it's even material technically speaking, but white has the best pawn on the board.
And that's what matters, right? Quality over quantity. The bishop and king are doing a great job of shielding that pawn, preventing the black king from getting in on the action and offering its services to try and gobble that up. And as a result, in addition to being skewer city there, I have to say, with the rook skewering the bishop against the king and the light squared bishop for black potentially also coming in to add extra pressure, very difficult to find a way to leave the defense of the bishop on b5, but if you can just push the pawn forward, like you say, you go up the a file, it's okay for that bishop to be continuously under pressure. You don't have to worry about it. So are we going to see this be a decisive victory here for China? They haven't had the smoothest tournament, it has to be said. They have been given scares at times, but they've so far survived all of them.
And we see the featured chat talking about how it was Yu Yangyi who won on one day. Maybe it's me, Wei Yi today. But that is how Team China operates. They may not win by 4-0 margins, but they get the job done when they need to. And it doesn't matter who the winner is, as long as the team goes on and is victorious. And they really believe in that. They're not egocentric in any way. And here the big question, John, is that a6, a7, that much is obvious. That's what white wants to do. But you also know that the black bishop will stay on this diagonal and prevent the white pawn from queening. And if white tries to go all in and promote, these pawns are quite weak on f4 and h4. So this rook at some point may give up on the pin and start trying to gobble up these pawns over here, giving up the light square bishop, this a pawn for this bishop. The rook will try to take some pawns on the king side. And if there is rook and bishop versus rook, if those are the only pieces remaining along with the kings, that's a theoretical draw if the king is in the center. So I'm just noting that even if white has an extra bishop, if all of the pawns leave, that's not going to be a winning endgame for white.
So still chances here for black to find a way out. It's going to take a little bit of time though. Fortunately, increment means that they have got time to do that. It's currently 12 minutes plays 7. And Wei Yi is the player with less time on his clock. But I'm sure he's very experienced in trying to grind out and convert positions similar to this. So using it for calculation, but we're not in true time trouble in the sense of the word, if that makes sense. Nonetheless, though, a tricky one to defend for Spain. We'll see if they are able to do that. Just before we head over to any of the other games, Robert, are there any more resources about this position that maybe we can cast an eye on, or we can come back to look at later to see if the players find?
Well, the bar isn't through the roof, but one idea I'm actually thinking about is rook takes bishop. It seems odd, but I just want to get my pawn going, and I can try to shut the black rook off with the king and the bishop. It doesn't work out here, and the reason why I'm just going to put this on the board very quickly is that after takes, I want to go a6, and my plan is simple, a7 and so on, but I realize that if the rook just slides behind the pawn and the pawn goes to a7, this position, it won't be winning for white because black waits a turn, white puts the bishop here, and then we get checks, and the black king is in a perfect place because it means that the white king, if you want to keep the bishop in its spot, has to go here. Oh, apparently I lost the game. Didn't even realize I was doing that. King c5 actually wins the game all of a sudden for black because the only way to stop checkmate is giving up your bishop with check. That was not my intention. So that actually goes to show that the bishop has to go back, and it will go back and forth here. And if the white king goes up to b7, then this is what I'm trying to get at. Like, what is happening here? The evaluation bar says it's a draw, and it's the black king that will go around and start taking these pawns. It may go the long way, but it's going to grab these pawns at long last.
And then you end up with the bishop against them. So still a technical, tricky endgame, but one that with perfect play, I suspect, should result in a draw. So tricky all around. We'll see if either player blinks and makes a mistake. It's certainly possible. We are entering, well, we'll shortly be entering the 6th hour of play. So we'll keep that in mind as we maybe take a look at a potential upset here, because Ukraine are playing Hungary, as you folks know from earlier in the broadcast. There's one game left to play, and Hungary is currently 2-1 up. And one of the players playing, of course, is everybody's favorite interview, I think, from the tournament so far. Korobov is at the board, still grinding away. So interesting to note that Hungary has the potential here to defeat Ukraine.
Ukraine, they are some of the favorite players in the field, but there is no greater favorite for the audience than the hometown team. So Burkesh with the black pieces, he is holding on here. It's weird to say holding on when black is the side with 2 extra pawns, but it's the quality of the pawns. The A pawn is just 2 squares away from promotion, but in this position, black is already setting up a draw. Like, if is black to move, just keep checking like this. The white king cannot step on the 3rd rank, so you're going to go back and forth. So unfortunately for Korobov and the Ukrainian team, this pawn's not already on a7 about to promote. a7 allows that immediate draw that I'm talking about. Check, 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 check. You can't get out of it.
Difficult position to be sure, and always having the draw in the bag. Wait, I get the impression that if you're white here, knowing that you've got the 2 pawns down, you just make the draw on the spot, right? It's not even worth considering whether you can wriggle out of that, because even if you do manage to win a pawn, you're still not favorite.
You need to somehow get the pawn to a7, because if the rooks were traded, then white has this a7 move, and you have check on the back rank to ensure that your pawn promotes. So there are positions where if black does make a premature trade, thinking, I'm up 2 pawns, I'll just be able to survive at least in the pure rook and pawn endgame, not going to happen. So I do think that you want to time it well and get an a7 in, but especially with your rook here on g7, now you can't actually block the checks. So he'll probably go back to f7 and then try to run his king around and do all sorts of stuff like that where his rook can block. And yeah, and we see here that Korobov, he brings rook to d7 now. He wants to deliver a checkmate on the back rank. There is a check available, as was mentioned, and then the king will try to escape with a rook d1 block. So just to put something like that on the board, check, 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 lots of checks. And then if you try to block with the rook, let's say rook to d1, the black position is actually winning, even though white is close to promoting, because after this scenario, normally it would be white checking and promoting, or bring the rook over and checking and promoting this way, excuse me. The rook goes to b8. Here black has h3, and now let's just look. Queen takes, check, king up. You do win a rook, but unfortunately you can't stop black from queening because the king covers the h8 square. So that's how quick it can be, and how even positions that may look winning for one side are in fact winning for the other.
So are there any positions or any situations where if black missteps, white has the opportunity to end the game decisively? Or is this a case of that's not really possible unless you blunder a mate in one or something?
Well, given the variation I was just pointing at, I just don't see, we just saw that, like check, 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 just, I mean, I can't even draw the amount of arrows needed there. But if the only way out of those checks is to bring your rook back, then we just saw that it's actually winning for black in those positions, then this is exactly what Berkesh will go for. And I think white has to just accept that a winning attempt is really just a loss in the making.
Okay, so there we go. It's a frustrating situation to be in, especially given the team situation. If Hungary are up 2-1 against Ukraine at the moment, I don't know. I feel like a winning attempt might be a loss in the making, but for the team, whether you draw or whether you win or lose this game, it makes such a huge difference, right? You want to be able to draw the match results. So even if it is risking a loss in the making, do you just go for it anyway for the sake of the team, or do you trust that your teammates will be understanding and there really was little to nothing you could do?
You have to be realistic is what you need to be, because just throwing away a game saying at this point a draw and a loss are equivalent, we lose the match, it hurts your tie breaks, and tie breaks get really complicated in the Olympiad. But if Ukraine is going to be in medal contention, they're going to be in contention with a bunch of other teams, and the worst thing that you could have happen is sacrifice a half point needlessly. So we did just see the black king go back to g8, making sure that there will be no back rank checkmates, and I just don't think that Korobov can do anything but accept that this game should be a draw. And I'm just wondering where that draw is going to be, because I'm not as creative as these players. I just don't see how white can play for a win.
So this game is likely to either end very quickly or something super creative happens and it goes on for a while. I suspect the draw is the more likely outcome of the two, but we will check back in with these players as and when appropriate. Let's go ahead and check in elsewhere in the playing hall. Vidit's game is still ongoing for Team India, so maybe we can take a look at where that position is at. We had some, I think it's fair to say, some tricky positions on the board in this match throughout the course of the day. And Vidit is here looking to try and convert and continue his fine run of form.
Well, Vidit has an extra piece. That's the good news. The bad news is queen and bishop versus queen typically is the draw, especially when white has these pawns to help shield the king from any potential mating threats. So as long as you don't blunder your queen, it is under attack. If the king is to move, you can play king f6, you can play king f4. I don't think it changes anything. So Mamedyarov will survive this game. And for Team India, they look incredible thus far. But it's, again, one of these games where you're like, I could have got that extra half point in this match. We'll win it, but we could have won by a wider margin.
And that's always what you take away when you feel like you had a winning position earlier in the game. It's very difficult not to walk away thinking that, right? But at the same time, when you're playing for the win and you're hunting that extra half point against someone like Shaq, you kind of have to say, well, this is someone who's not only been there and done that, but is so used to soaking up pressure and so good at finding resources to turn positions around that any tiny opportunity, they will just grasp with both hands. So we are into the 70s now. That's move 71, queen check. I think you're right. I think we are going to see this end up in a draw. I think there are going to be some regrets, some opportunities missed by Vidit here, but realistically, the team still goes marching on, and the absolute machine that is India at this Olympiad will continue their fine form.
Team India looking like the team to beat at this point. They won't be in clear first. Other teams will have won all 5 matches like Vietnam, but India strong on every single board. So this one, it looks like Mamedyarov will escape, and Vidit, he can play on. There is no risk anymore for him, and why not just try to see if Mamedyarov gets tired and goes wrong. But John, look at Mamedyarov here. You know, he's got the lead on the clock. I don't think he's all that worried, and that means that this game is likely just to be split point, a draw between these two.
Yeah, looking at the body language there, that's someone who is, yes, I need to avoid making a mistake, but I'm almost bored. Like, I know what I have to do here, so that's all good. We are now going to take a look. Oh, remember when we went to the women's section and looked at India versus Kazakhstan, and at one point, fairly late on, all 4 games were still going? Well, 3 out of 4 games have now finished, and Vaishali is the game that is ongoing. It looks as though India might be about to win this match, but it was far from a smooth journey, and we still need to see either the resignation or the finishing moves played out on the board. But as it currently stands, I'm not seeing too much hope for Kazakhstan here on the final board. What a fight, though. Like, what a great story to be able to tell from this round of the Olympiad.
Winning even when the match is close, that is the trademark of champions. It's not always going to be easy wins where everyone has a game that they never had to sweat. This has been a close match because Kazakhstan is a great team. But at this point, we see a passed B pawn, Vaishali playing the hero for India. And if I'm seeing this correctly, it looked like she just took this bishop on c5. Is that what just happened? It is, in fact, what happened. And she brings her king back to g3. So what a decision that was. I mean, she just gave up the rook for the bishop. The bishop on f3 covers the b pawn. And I think we see what she's trying to do. Create a pass pawn on the king side, and the rook cannot chase both.
A very, very elegant and nice way to simplify as well, because even though we just played rook takes bishop, the point is there are now 2 fewer pieces on the board. The path to victory is becoming simpler and simpler, and by playing the king to g3, it's underlining the plan that Vaishali has here, which is, guess what, folks? We've got another pass pawn coming up. I'm going to be playing g6 at some point. Can you do anything about that and exchange up? And unfortunately, it looks like the answer is no. So I love the telegraphing of the plan here, really saying, this is what I'm all about in this endgame. What's your solution? Unfortunately, I don't think there is one.
The solution is, I can do this, but the players can't. Pick up this rook, and instead of being behind the pass pawn, you put it in front of it, and that way the rook covers when another pawn is trying to move forward. But it's instructive stuff here, because the rook behind the pass pawn means it's active, which is where it needed to be when white also had a rook and black had a dark square bishop. But now that the dust has settled, that rook is gone, the dark square bishop is gone, you can't chase both pawns from behind. You can't have a rook on the h-file, which it can't even get to because there's a bishop here. But even if it could, you can't have a rook on the h-file and on the b-file all at once. So white is just going to play g6. And once this pawn is captured, not even going to take back. Is going to play h6, h7, and either h8 or b8. Whichever pawn you can't stop will then promote, and a queen will be made.
Very, very lovely stuff there from Vaishali. So it looks like the team victory for India now will be all but a formality, but don't want to take away from the gargantuan effort it has required to get to this point in the first place. Kazakhstan are a fierce and talented and accomplished team. So for India to be able to do this, and by the slimmest possible margin, I might add, is a delightful result from round number 5. Let's take a look at some of the other matches that are still ongoing. Georgia, Uzbekistan is still fighting. In fact, if I see the note correctly here, it looks like all 4 boards are still live with no results recorded yet. So that's potentially a barrel of fun with all results still technically possible. Although now that we see the moves being blitzed out, I'm actually going to say, maybe guys, if it's okay, let's go ahead and hang out here just for a second, because it feels like both players are racing away towards the end of the game. So maybe we stay with Vaishali's game just for a couple more minutes, if that's okay. And then after that, we'll go to Georgia, Uzbekistan. Don't worry, folks. If all 4 games are still playing, I promise you they'll still be available for us to view when this game ends.
And you said the arbiter bring a new score sheet for the players because they're approaching move 60. And I think that will fill up the first score sheet. We'll see if we even need a second, because instead of a pawn trade, it was a little pawn sacrifice. And then h6 was played by Vaishali, because if she had taken on g6, the black king would have tracked down that pawn. It would have been inside the box to catch it, but now that box, not happening. You need your king to get over to f6 to be in time to catch the pawn. That means h-pawn, h7, h8, no longer a pawn, in comes a queen.
That was perhaps the last chance saloon, the last little trick. Maybe we could even show that on the analysis board for the stream. There's the handshake. Bear with us just a second. There we go. The game is now over. Vaishali has converted the win for Team India. But yeah, exactly. You need to push the h-pawn so that the black king couldn't get back in time. If you simply took, that would be a disaster. That then allows black back into the game.
Black did not get back in. Vaishali wins. You can see the pain on the Kazakh team's face, but they had an uphill battle. Team India wins. Vaishali, you wouldn't even be able to guess that looking at her. I mean, the respect that she has for her opponent and the game. But India wins. They stay with a perfect match score, and that's big news in the women's section.
So now let's go ahead and move over to Georgia versus Uzbekistan now that the India match is concluded. The playing, in fact, you can still see a flurry of activity towards the back there. So I'm guessing there's a high concentration of matches still in progress over there. In the foreground, not a lot remaining. And there you can see, even though it's thinning out, the number of people that are still in here playing chess, the amount of brain power still on show in the playing hall today, it is substantial. And Georgia, Uzbekistan is... I say I lied earlier. 2 games actually recently ended. It was one of the last games to have any results roll in, but we have got 2 results. It's actually going to be a draw on both of the top boards, so board 1 and board 2. We have a same colored bishops ending, but with a bishop looking at the queening square. It's looking potentially difficult for white to convert this one. Possible, but challenging. And then over on the right-hand side, we have, what looks like it could be a decisive result in Georgia's favor. So that would be big for the team.
Georgia is winning on board 4. That is very clear. Too many pawns are going up. So I'm actually curious about board 3. It's a bishops of same color ending, and the engine makes it look easy. Oh, it's just a draw, no big deal. But some of these endgames, you have to find only moves, and we see that just now the bishops where a trade was offered, you are not trading because the king takes and moves out the way and a queen comes on the board. But after bishop c2, it's all about knowing what diagonal to be on and when. And the key here is that if the white bishop, well, moved to this diagonal, so the black bishop has to cover the promoting square, and if it moved to the other diagonal, we would have flipped it. So these positions, they're drawn, but if black, for example, moves the king out somewhere, then that white bishop will try to get over to a square like f7 and cut the black bishop off from the queening square.
And that obviously would be absolutely disastrous. The idea, of course, is that you can sacrifice the black bishop for the queen, I presume, when that pawn becomes a queen, and then Once you sacrifice that, a king and bishop is not enough to deliver checkmate against a lone king. So by insufficient material, the game would end in a draw. The key to this is making sure that the black bishop is always looking at the queening square. If, for whatever reason, in this same position, white managed to get their bishop to interpose, that would be absolutely disastrous. So here you can see white's offering the bishop on d3, saying, would you like to take it? The answer is, of course, no, because you take that bishop and white instantly promotes to a queen, and that is your game over. So what you have to do is stay looking at the queening square by moving bishop h5, for example, and just refusing to allow white to disrupt that plan.
And Umida Omanova is rated 2032, and our opponent is 2460, but it's been Omanova pressing for the win throughout this game, and we do see a drawn game. The promotion, that means the game is now a draw because there is insufficient material to deliver checkmate, and that means Georgia wins the match. And it's actually a bit sad for this Uzbek squad because it seemed like Omanova was pushing, but she couldn't get the job done. Great defense from Batsiashvili.
Yeah, very, very well played, and well played by both teams, of course. Some fantastic fighting chess. Georgia will be able to win that match 2.5 against Uzbekistan. More matches where more games are being played. Let's keep flying around the hall. Let's not let the momentum drop now. Let's head back to the open section. What has felt like the loneliest game in the hall, but I'm sure there are several like it. China-Spain. Still down to the last board. There weren't too many people gawking over the shoulders of these players. They will, of course, be comfortably used to these sort of situations, so there's no implication that there's any issue with that. But we do now at least start to see some moves being played very, very quickly. I wonder if this is indicative of a result about to come in.
Well, you see that black is under a minute, so David Anton, he needs to play quickly. He has no choice. There's also a pawn on a7, but there is this pin. So white would like to play a move like bishop c6, not happening when it's pinned. And you see that black took a pawn on the f-file, but that gives white an outside pass pawn. So white is going to play rook to h8. The key here, everyone, is not to just to hurry and promote. Black will play king g4. White can kick the bishop out. The bishop moves somewhere. Don't just get a queen because you can, because if the black king scoops up that final pawn, we get to that theoretically drawn territory that I mentioned earlier. Rook and bishop versus rook is a theoretical draw, and both players know it.
And that's why Wei Yi is fighting tooth and nail to prevent that from materializing. White, again, looking like he's better, but needing to thread the needle. The eval bar does not even come close to telling the full story about how tricky this kind of position is to convert. Sitting back for just a little bit of a think, but realistically both players here not down to very much time. Wei Yi has got more time as Anton is essentially playing on increment right now, but when I say more time, it's not exactly a huge amount. It is 4 minutes, plays 1 minute, so objectively that's still not a lot of time. Admittedly much more than your opponent. You still need to bring the result home.
And I just saw what Wei Yi did. David Anton moved his bishop somewhere all the way to the corner out of the rook's reach. He played rook g8 here. He is cutting the black king off, and how are you going to stop this pawn from going? Bishop to f3, I still play h5 because you can't take it, and then white promotes and you can't sacrifice your bishop. So the black king had to start with king to g4. Pawn to f5, it allowed white's task to become easier, as now the h-pawn goes almost like in the Vaishali game.
Yeah, this is absolutely delightful stuff. The subtlety of saying, you know what, the rook's going to come to g8 first. That was really nice from Wei Yi. The path forward is clear now. Look at how calmly he responded with his last move. The time on his clock is going up with every single move, and that's because during that previous think, he had anticipated these responses from his opponent. Everything is going according to plan. It doesn't require much additional thought. The h-pawn continues to roll down the board. and Wei Yi is looking increasingly relaxed. Over 5 minutes now on the clock, and I have no doubt he's going to make his next move in relatively short order as well. Really strong stuff here to bring home this win for Team China.
And here we see the clock's 42 seconds for black, and the white pawn 1 square away from promotion. It is true, all the Davids, they play long games, but here you see the problem for black is the bishop on h1 is playing on the longest diagonal on the board, but it also means that the pawn can't push to f3. Black's pawn is stuck in its tracks because it would shut the bishop down from covering the promotion square. White's pawn, on the other hand, who's going to stop that? Your rook may have to slide on over to a square like h2, and then white might be able to slide the bishop on that diagonal. And this is just getting out of hand, unfortunately, for Team Spain. China, Wei Yi, way too powerful at the moment.
Ah, I see what you did there.
It wasn't even on purpose.
Been intentional. But you're absolutely spot on. This is... we've gone from troublesome to, unfortunately, game-ending for Anton at the moment. Wei Yi actually taking a minute here to just finalize the end of the game and just ensure that everything is calculated out. He can actually afford to do that at the moment, of course, being the player with more time on the clock. Nonetheless, you still never want to unnecessarily get into a time scramble with your opponent, even if you are completely winning, because even if the chance of an error goes up from 0% to 0.1%, you just never want that to be a possibility. Nonetheless, though, it looks like he will be able to convert this very shortly.
And for Wei Yi, who's already the #1 rated player in China, if I'm not mistaken, he goes up to world #7 with a victory in this game. He will get ahead of Ali Reza Firouzja. So Wei Yi's at his peak. This is somebody who, when he was a teenager, he was the most talked about player, not named Magnus Carlsen at times because his rating was skyrocketing, but then he disappeared. And now he's back, and I don't even call it a vengeance. He's just back. He's a friendly guy, but he is winning every chess tournament, every game he plays, it feels.
It doesn't look like there's any stopping him now, and I guess there'll be questions around the rest of the tournament as well. If this is his form now, are we going to be seeing him carrying it throughout the rest of the rounds and bringing China into a strong medal position, a position to win the lot? Entirely possible if you have the skill and tenacity of Wei Yi. We see the rook coming across, like you said, Robert, to defend the other side of the board as the pawn gets more and more advanced. The rook comes back up to the 6th to defend, and there's absolutely no let up in the eval bar. We are still seeing what we're seeing here. Inevitable but slow progress is going to get made, and it looks like we're going to see a queen on the board before long.
And look at David Anton bring his bishop all the way across the board in front of that passed a pawn because white was ready to cut that bishop off on the diagonal. So the bishop has to step foot in front of the passer, go into the corner, and now I think white can still just bring this bishop forward over here, offer a trade, because you are getting rid of black's one piece that can stop the a-pawn.
And if when the bishop comes over to offer the trade, black does have a check available, but white can simply sidestep that check with king to c7 because we have the rook watching on from the 6th rank. And that should be, I think, the decisive blow that leaves black out of options. There are no more squares for the bishop to go, unfortunately. So taking looks like it's going to be inevitable. And this just, unfortunately, is over. But valiantly fought as well. I like the fact that we've played on double checking that there's no way for your opponent to go wrong until the very, very last moment. That said, Wei Yi is now about to close out as China defeats Spain. It should be said, by the smallest possible margin, this means the team score will be 2.5, 1.5. It was not an easy ride.
Not at all. And the game, you know, it's in its final throws. The bishop on a8 is gone. And now you see Wei Yi bring his bishop back to stop the black pawn from promoting. So we see, I mean, it's all going to happen really quickly on the board. I can even just make those moves because I'm watching them happen. That black gets a queen first, but white gets a queen and defends the rook on g2. So it's an extra rook and a pawn at the moment for white. There may be a few checks, but that's all there are. Just some checks. White is up a full rook.
Still finding a way to make the game as complicated as possible. If there is a universe where white simply promotes and black can't promote, well, that's straightforward, right? You resigned the game right there. But hang on a second. With queens on the board, anything is possible. And therefore, if there is a line where both players can promote, black's obviously going to go for it. You are not... you would regret not playing it out just in case there is something there for you. So completely understood why this is happening. But like you said, Robert, crucially, the promotion also protecting the rook on g2 is what guarantees that this is white's game to lose.
There's just a few checks. There's going to be a check on b1, for example, but at some moment, white will be able to block the check with the queen. And importantly, perhaps, that if the king gets on the 7th rank and the black queen goes all the way here, the rook can be protected by the pawn and stop the check. So their checks are going to run out pretty much as soon as they begin, and that means that Team China can begin celebrating another match victory.
And they'll be wanting to not celebrate too hard and prepare. Spain really drove them every step of the way. Wei Yi was the difference maker for them today. But at the end of the day, it was not a straightforward win. It was not a 4-0 blowout or anything like that. So they will want to make sure they find ways to sharpen that edge. So China about to convert here against Spain. We're going to have some checks, but realistically, this is a formality and an opportune moment to take a couple of seconds to see what will happen when we have... well, the rest of the games in the playing hall finish, but we know this is going on now, so we'll take our final break of the evening now. And when we come back, not only will we finish off with this game, if it's still ongoing, we'll be taking a look at the others in the playing hall as well. So we'll see you in a few minutes for what will be the conclusion of today's coverage of Round 5. It's the final leg of round 5 of the FIDE Chess Olympiad, and we were looking at that during the break, folks. I mean, as much as it was a break, I think we were glued to our screens just as much as you were. You can see the frustration and the body language here as Krysa, unfortunately, is about to fall against Wesley So. He thought he might have had a way to secure the draw here and keep the game alive, but Wesley even stepping up and walking away from the board briefly. He knows that the victory is now his. This is a very, very dramatic way to end this game and match, Robert.
The evaluation bar does not always tell the full or even the correct story, and it was objectively a position that Black could hold, but most of the time when you're down a pawn and there's a knight against a bishop giving you checks, you're going to lose a game like that. So Wesley So will secure match victory. It's 2-1 at the moment for USA, but he's not just going to do it by the smallest margin. He's going to help USA win 3-1. And John, it's early. It's only the 5th round of 11 in terms of this Olympiad, but a 3-1 victory over a strong team like Argentina, that's got to be noted, good for the tiebreaks.
Wesley just poured something into a cup, and as he picked it up, I realized it was a triple cup, and I'm thinking, God, how hot must that drink be? But I'm guessing he had a different drink in there before, and you're right, the tiebreaks have to be a consideration, right? 2.5 to 1.5 is still a match victory. It is still a decisive and useful result for Team USA. They will not say no to that, but if it can be 3-1, you will take it all day long. There we go. That's the triple cup. My cup is taller than yours. My cup can beat up your cup. And over the board, that certainly seems to be the case right now. What a hard-fought game this was.
And for Wesley, I think it's going to boost his confidence because when USA lost to Ukraine, Wesley losing surprisingly to Vasily Ivanchuk. So to win a game like this, where perhaps for quite a while it looked like it was going to be a split point, he'll take it. It'll be good for his rating. It'll be good for Team USA. And going forward, they'll need Wesley So in his best form.
And right now, it's certainly looking like he is enjoying life. You can see he has such a relaxed demeanor at the board now. He knows exactly what has to be done. He's going through the motions, doing a quick double check just to make sure. Wait, is everything still exactly as I planned it? Oh, yes, it is. Not a problem. Let's just crack on.
And for Krysa here, there's really little that he can do. The knight and pawns cover the light squares. The white king is going to wrap around. And what it's going to do is the king will come to c4, and then white can play e5 check. It sacrifices a pawn, but then it'll be king and pawn versus king, and the white king will be able to march forward and escort the pawn to the other side. So it's actually very simple for Wesley. There's no struggle left. And it's unfortunate for the Argentine fans because they gave the U.S. pretty much all they could handle. They did score a victory by Diego Flores, but ultimately team victory for USA.
You can also tell by how quickly they are making the moves, right? If Wesley feels confident of victory and he's making his moves instantly, that's one story. But if Krysa, for example, isn't making moves instantly and is thinking about them, he might think there's still a way out. But there was a series of moves just now where they were both sort of blitzing it out, and it was almost like coming to terms with what was going on rather than trying to look for a way out. You can tell Wesley now instantly playing moves, exuding confidence, really saying, look, I promise you this is the end. And I suspect his opponent knows it.
Yeah, not a happy occasion for the Argentine Grandmaster. Very strong player in his own right. He's had a tough few months in terms of his rating because he has tumbled below 2,500, which is the first time for him in, I think, I don't even know how many years, at least 5. So he was riding high, playing some good chess, has stumbled as of late, but to stumble against Wesley, a super Grandmaster, when you're holding on for dear life for so long, it's going to sting.
Now, is there conceivably a slip-up that results in a draw here? Are we so far past that point, Robert, that we actually don't even need to think about that right now?
White's next move is e5. It doesn't matter where you put your bishop. If you move your king out of check, There it is, right? Like
Okay.
the move played because the king and pawn endgame is simply winning after the trades. The white king is ready to help push the pawn to the other side.
The point of no return is now. So I feel like if we were looking for the resignable point of the game, we simply exchange pieces by playing bishop takes pawn on e5, knight takes back, king takes, and then white very calmly slots the king up to c5, and that then becomes what I believe to be the very first endgame pattern a lot of us are taught when we are learning how to play chess, and that will be the end of that. So as a last throw of the dice, instead of taking the pawn, we choose to move the king backwards instead, because Krisa has seen that that's exactly what would happen. Fine, not a problem. We go to plan B. It's an extra move or two, but it's an extra move or two that we are happy to make. Wesley continuing to prove that this is also a forced win.
Very straightforward. The king, if it goes to c7, there's a knight e6 check. If it goes to e7, you push your pawn with check, bring the king in, and you're just going to keep them connected. Resignation, Wesley So gets it done, John, but whew, that was a close call.
It was indeed. So well played to the United States and Wesley So. They will take the match victory there 3-1. We're going to go ahead and take a look at another long and drawn-out endgame. If I gave you 3 guesses who we're going to go to next as possibly the last game we're going to cover today, I don't suppose you could guess if I gave you 3 guesses and the first 2 don't count.
But this is a sick finish, and of course it's bad news for David Howell and Team England, but look at the position we have on the board. It was rook and 2 pawns versus rook. And look at this. David is being cheeky over here. He just brought his king up to a7. Look at Bobby Chang's face. He's at first I thought perhaps he's annoyed at himself, but he can just take here and under promote to a bishop or a knight, doesn't matter, it's winning. But you know when your heart sinks for a moment because you didn't even see something could happen? That's what I thought was occurring.
Oh, that was so cheeky. That was not a very odd moment. We actually just saw the arbiter come in and pause the clock as well. So maybe there's additional drama before this game concludes.
What is happening?
Robert, I think I know what just happened.
What?
I think Bobby Cheng under-promoted to a knight using both hands. And if an irregularity occurs, there's a chance that the promotion is considered to be a queen or something. And therefore it ends in a draw. I don't know.
I don't know why.
Is that what happened?
Oh, maybe Bobby's asking David what happened, or I don't really know what the deal is, but they're talking to each other even though the game is still ongoing. So this is some
They should
weird
just restart
drama.
the clock. Yeah.
Well, the game is over. Like there's no debate about what the result of this game will be. So it's maybe David is just going through the motions and
okay.
Before the game concludes. But I mean, there's a resignation, and
there we go.
I don't know what's happening here.
I think it has something to do with, I feel like I saw Bobby Cheng maybe use both hands when under promoting to the knight. I think it's got to be something to do with that. I don't know under what circumstances promotion automatically leads to a queen if done incorrectly. I'm guessing this wasn't one of them because the game is over now and I think he's won. Yeah, there we go. But I imagine that's what the conversation was about. Don't take my word for it, though. I am not an arbiter at the event. I think that is the most likely topic of the conversation, but I also don't think it has changed anything.
Wow, I mean, this seems to be quite a heated conversation. I don't really know what's going on, so we don't want to speculate too much. But the actual end of the game on the board was pretty fancy. It's really instructive what Bobby Cheng did there to convert his advantage. It's unfortunate if it gets overshadowed. I don't think he meant anything ill by it. You could see him apologizing to David.
No.
Yeah, their tensions are high in the Olympiad, especially when a game goes for so long, and it was an interesting game. So just the final touch was nice. So if we can, for the last time in the round, bring up a board, I would like to show what he did there, because it was in this moment where Bobby went rook c8 check, giving up his rook. And you may think, was that a blunder? Did he think it was checkmate, forget with the rook? But he saw that once the rook captures and he plays b7, a fork, the king went to a7, and that's why we saw under promotion. But if the king went to b8, you don't actually take the rook. Because if you take the rook, you're going to see the bar go right to the center. It's a draw. A pawns, H pawns, these rook pawns, not good in king and pawn endings because the black king will just sit in the corner and it's going to get stalemated. But in fact, if the king had gone to b8, white goes king b6 because if you want to keep your rook, you get checkmated here with these two little pawns. And if you do anything else, say give up your rook here, there's no longer a stalemate because the black king gets to escape to a7 and the white king goes forward. So a fancy finish for Bobby Cheng. It's not enough for the Australian team to survive in the match, but it's cool and instructive for those of you who are looking for ways to win these rook and pawn endings. Sometimes you can actually get a little tricky.
Yeah, we can see whatever drama there was, it feels like the players are actually just talking about their openings now. So I don't really feel like there's anything to read into there. They are just dissecting the end of the game. So very, very well played by Bobby Cheng. And that brings us to the conclusion of our live game coverage. But it also means that we get an opportunity now to take stock and take a look at the results that have come in throughout the 5th round of today's Olympiad. Let's go ahead and check that out. India beating Azerbaijan 3-1. And then we have 3 results that are 2.5, 1.5, really, really close. Hungary defeating Ukraine, China beating Spain, and Vietnam beating Poland. That is really, really cool, and we're only going to be seeing these margins get finer and finer as the tournament progresses. Norway then beat Turkey 3-1, while Iran managed to only drop half a point against a very determined Canadian squad. The United States beat Argentina 3-1. We saw Wesley So complete that and made sure that the advantage was greater than the slender as possible. And then Uzbekistan likewise also only had half a point dropped against Moldova, despite initially having some scary positions that they had to navigate. The Netherlands overcame Cuba 3-1, and Montenegro beat Germany 2.5 to 1.5. Robert, a really cool string of results today.
That's an eyebrow raiser with Germany losing again. Vincent Keimer, he lost to Dennis Kadrich on the top board for Germany. So Germany was supposed to be a contender. They have the Super Grandmaster Keimer at the top of their table. He did beat Magnus Carlsen in a classical game of chess in the World Cup. He's such a strong player, a talent, and still a teenager. But Germany not doing well thus far, 5 rounds in. But otherwise, Iran, that's a team we haven't spoken that much about. 3.5. They've got Parham Maksudlu as well as Amin Tabatabai on the top 2 boards. They can compete with the best of them, so do not overlook that squad beating Canada, the upstart of this Olympiad, 3.5.
And that was just the open section as well. So 193 teams, I believe, are competing there. We've got 181 teams competing in the women's section, which has also got its results updated for us. Let's take a look at what happened there. India managed to beat Kazakhstan, surviving a scare perhaps to win 2.5, 1.5, and Hungary with an emphatic 4-0 win over Estonia. We then also enter a string of razor margins here as Armenia overcome China. I feel like that's going to be a talking point where China have done so well up to this point, and Armenia were able to put the brakes on that. That's a huge story. And Mongolia defeating the United States too on the very next board along. Georgia then beat Uzbekistan 2.5, 1.5, and over towards the right side of our screens now, we can see Poland beat Turkey 3-1. We have a draw that does exist. I know we haven't had any today so far, but Azerbaijan and Ukraine will split the match points 1 apiece. They get held to a 2-2 draw. Germany only lose half a point to Sweden, while Spain just beat Norway 2.5, 1.5, and Bulgaria overcome Latvia by the same margin. So again, another string of fun results in the women's section, and even though some of them went, I guess, the expected way, like India's victory, for example, I love that all of this was far from straightforward, and we're only going to get more fighting chess as we get deeper into the tournament.
we have no choice. The top teams, the ones that are rising to the top, will play against one another. And there are some deep squads in that women's section because Germany, they beat Sweden 3.5. Pia Kramling, the only player for Sweden to score in that matchup. But Germany, Bulgaria, Poland, keep an eye out for them. It's not just about Team India, which they are the favorites, and Team Georgia was second in the rankings heading in. But there are some deep squads that, if you look across the standings table, they are going to make their presence very much felt.
So we approach the halfway point of the FIDE Chess Olympiad, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and show you the schedule for what to expect after today. Obviously, today's coverage showed us a lot of games, but we are nowhere close to done. Tomorrow, we start again at 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time or 3 o'clock in the afternoon Central European Summer Time. And then we have a rest day. We actually get a chance to breathe on Tuesday, on September the 17th, although don't rest too much because we have got the Judith Polgar Chess Festival taking place alongside the Olympiad. That's going to be going on in Budapest as well. Make sure, if you are in the area, that you get a chance to queue up for that, and queue up early as well. There are going to be thousands of people looking to participate. It's going to be a fantastic event. We then resume with the Olympiad on the 18th and 19th of September, to nobody's surprise, at exactly the same time. That's 9 in the morning Eastern or 3 in the afternoon Central European Summertime. So a lot of games today, a lot of technical middle games and endings, actually. It's been a fun journey up and down the playing hall. Closing thoughts for today, Robert. What did you think?
I think we've learned a lot about some of the top contenders. We knew that India, in both the Open and the Women's, they would be at the top and probably remain there throughout the event. But then we also saw teams like Vietnam in the Open. They beat a very good Poland team. Their win over Uzbekistan in round 4 was no fluke. They're at the top and they want to stay there. And then in the Women's, you see teams like Armenia. They go on and beat China. Yes, it's not China with their top players, but still a very deep Chinese squad that was crushing everybody to this point. So whether you're like the Team USA who lost yesterday in the Open, you still have time to recover. If you're in the Women's and you're thinking, oh, Kazakhstan or say a team like China, you lost, it happens. There's plenty of time left here in Budapest. We're only 5 rounds in.
6 rounds left to go. Plenty of opportunity for teams that, even with match losses on the board, to get themselves back in contention for those medals, exactly like Robert just mentioned. That concludes our coverage for today. I just want to say a massive thank you from myself, from Robert, for joining me for the broadcast. Absolutely fantastic stuff. For everyone behind the scenes, behind the cameras, and behind the production crew for putting on such a great show for you guys. And get yourself a nice evening of rest, because tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern and 3 o'clock CEST, we do it all again. Stay safe wherever you are, and we'll see you tomorrow.